Good morning, everyone. We're so happy to welcome everyone. Stephanie and I are in Vegas for ICSC, but that does not stop us because we work in a virtual world, and we just wanted to welcome everyone here today for our EXP Commercial Symposium. My name is James Wong, president of EXP Commercial. I'm here with Stephanie Gillison, director of commercial operations, and we just want to welcome everyone to our fifth EXP Symposium. And as everyone knows, we first started November 1st with EXP Commercial. We did our first training with the great Michael Simpson and team from NCREA. And we just started as a 3-day training course, and this turned to be one of EXP's most successful and popular courses. So we are really excited for everyone to be here. As we first started the 3-day training, we had 1,500 people that started in January. We had 2,500. We made it into a 4-day, a 5-day, which we now have a consistent course with the intro into training, and then we have a great summit, and then we have an expo hall. But I'm going to let Stephanie tell you all the great things that we have in store this week for all of you. Stephanie?
Absolutely, Jim. Thank you and welcome, everybody. Today, tomorrow, and Wednesday is all about you getting that introduction to commercial real estate. Michael Simpson and the NCREA do a phenomenal job with that introduction, math, all of that together. But on Thursday, we have speaker after speaker lined up that you definitely want to come and listen, because we're going to have the outlook of commercial real estate for 2022. We're going to be talking about commercial REOs. We're going to be talking about the Great Resignation and what's happening in America's workforce, and how do we help solve and make that go away? How do we help contribute? We have got technology after technology, and then our expo hall. Make sure you visit that on Thursday and Friday, because there is giveaways, iPads, your membership to Crexi, you name it. Make sure you go visit, talk to the sponsors, talk to the technologies. All of this is to add value to your commercial real estate career. And even if you have not gone full-fledged into commercial real estate, that is okay too, because we are all about introducing all that we can to commercial real estate and giving you as much knowledge as possible. So I'm excited for today. This is a packed room. We've got overflow auditoriums. Make sure you ask the questions in the chat box. And Jim, I think this is a success, don't you?
Steph, yes, and I love it. And we're just so grateful and happy that we see so many people here interested in commercial real estate. And always, please, maybe not here, but when we do a survey, give us an input. Let us know how we can improve it. It's from your suggestions that we constantly keep improving our commercial symposium. And we do it every quarter. So if you happen to miss some of the training, just to let you know, there is no makeups, right? This is free. So if you do miss it, you may have to take it next quarter to pass the test. And yes, there will be an exam, so you can be certified with the NCREA with a course of intro, right? So this is just your start into commercial real estate, whatever path you may take, whether it's with EXP, not with EXP. And many of our trade organizations will be there, like CCIM, ICSC, SIOR, just a ton of different trade groups that you can plug in depending on what you're interested in. So I know Stephanie and I are so excited. We're so happy to work tirelessly to just serve you and to put this program together. And we know, and there is still time, for you to invite other people on December 9th, because this one will be a great amount of information from an economist to, what everyone is asking. Are we going to go into the next recession? So really, there's still time to invite people. And then our expo hall, there are giveaways, but you do have to be a licensed agent, receive the prize. We don't want everyone coming in just to grab some free gifts, but we do want to get people interested in seeing what the power of Virbela is, our virtual platform, the metaverse, that you can see, you can really get educated, network, meet people. And there's so many of our sponsors that do a lot of the breakout rooms to give you some additional information, because there's no way you can get all of this information in commercial real estate. But we hope with Stephanie, myself, and the whole team, I always want to give a shout out to Helen, Lindy, Michael, Helen, just the whole team. Everyone works so tirelessly. Oh, and Diana, that they work so tirelessly, and we couldn't do it as individuals. We had to do it as a team. And that's one thing you're going to learn too in commercial real estate. we do it as a team. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the great Michael Simpson up to, you're going to be stuck with them for three days, 8 to 10 hours. Michael, it's all yours. So Stephanie, any final words?
Hey, make it all count. Pay attention. They've got the book in the chat here. They'll constantly put that in, but just pay attention, stay plugged in, and learn. Education is power, right?
I know, Steph, if we had it this easy, but as everyone gets to know and watch our Thursday event, this is why we do it, because Stephanie and I didn't have the easiest time, but that's why we're clearing the path, and all you have to do is put in the effort. So from eXp Commercial, we want to thank you for being here. And Michael Simpson, it's all yours.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much, you guys. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Jim and Stephanie and eXp for having us. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning with everybody. I first met Jim on a panel, and it was a NAHREB panel years ago, and I was just so impressed at how open and sharing he was with the information. A lot of commercial agents don't do that, you guys. A lot of commercial agents want to hold all of the information close to their vest, and he was just so open and sharing and was willing to tell all the secrets. And I said, gosh, Jim, you're so nice. A lot of commercial agents aren't like this. And we just hit it off ever since then. And Rich Inderlin, his partner, and Stephanie, and the culture that they're building here is really off the charts. And the more you watch and the more you participate and just pay attention, you'll get it. You'll understand what I'm saying. They really are building something special, and it's the reason that we are here now. Myself and Stephen Moraldo and Dana are here, and Jessica. Our whole team is now affiliated with eXp Commercial, and it's really mostly because of Jim and Stephanie and their leadership and the culture that they're building. I believe that they're building this the right way. So as we get going, I'll share a little bit more information about myself here, you guys, and my background and things like that. But I want to get rolling here. I see that so thank you again, Jim and Stephanie and eXp for putting this awesome event together for your agents. You guys can hear me okay? Hopefully, yes?
You're good, Chief.
Okay, good. I see the workbook getting dropped in the chat numerous times there. So I want to encourage you to click that, get it open. And, when you get a break, if you get a chance, print it out. It's really helpful for you. It'll help you throughout the course, and it will help you, in the future. It's a great reference manual. I'm always referring back to the book, even today, after years of, putting it together. So I would do that if I can. Let me get up to the podium here. All right. I have had rotator cuff surgery, you guys, about 2 weeks ago now, almost, and I'm in a sling in my right arm, and I'm right-handed. So bear with me the next few days, because I'm clicking things and moving around with my left hand only, and it's a little awkward. All right, so let me just kind of get into a couple things here with you. Before I get started here, I want to make sure, I travel a lot, although I haven't been traveling as much as normal because of COVID and the variants and things like that. But I want to make sure, sometimes I get turned around. Am I in this room today? Are there people here who want to learn how to make some extra money? Give me a show of hands. I can see you with your hands. Give me a yes in the chat bar. Am I in the right room, you guys? Okay, yeah, awesome. Just checking, just making sure. Look at that. Look at the fire in this room. This is awesome. What a packed house. You guys did such a great job. All of eXp, you guys, the whole marketing team. I won't want to try to mention everyone's names. There's so many of you. You guys just rocked it. Great job. Crowded house. There's people in the overflow. There's people on YouTube. Excellent job. We're here to learn. We're gonna crush it this week, and we're gonna learn how to do this at a very high level. I really love these 3-day training events. I get fired up in these 3 days. We do a lot of different things. We do a 2-hour training events, 1-day training events. We do a lot of different courses. This is one of my favorites because I kind of feel like I need, and I owe it to you to be realistic about what you need to know to succeed in commercial real estate. A lot of my other courses, the introductory type courses, the shorter versions, I don't really get into, as openly and honestly what you need to do to succeed, because a lot of people are just checking it out. Hey, is this commercial thing something I want to do? Yes or no, and they're not real sure. Well, here I kind of feel like most of you guys are here because for 3 days you've committed and you're excited about getting into commercial real estate. So you want to probably, I'm guessing, know the truth. What does it take to succeed in commercial real estate? What do I need to know and what do I need to do? And then that way, if you don't like what you hear, maybe you don't do it, right? Maybe you realize, well, maybe this isn't for me. But if you don't hear the honest truth, you can't make those informed decisions. So would it be okay with you guys if I kind of get passionate and honest with you and brutally honest about what you need to do to succeed in commercial real estate during this class? Would that be okay with you guys? Okay, yeah, great. I see a lot of you hitting the yes button in there. So I will definitely do that. Now, don't get upset when I do. Sometimes I start getting really passionate about the industry and what we need to do to succeed, because there's small things in a lot of cases that people don't do, and it causes them to not succeed. And there's small things that people do on a regular basis, and it causes them to have massive success. And so a lot of times I'm like, gosh, if you would just do these little things on a regular basis, your success level would be so much higher. So I want to encourage you to buckle up, get your book ready, focus, pay attention, and concentrate. One of the things I don't like about virtual world type training is the ability to multitask and the ability for you to not focus and pay attention and get sidetracked. And that goes for me too, with my surroundings, right, where I'm at. Where if it's a live event, we can kind of see each other, and so it's kind of harder. It's a little more uncomfortable to get up and walk out of the room, or I can see you if you're on your phone, things like that. But I can't hear. So I just want to say to you, if you don't care about things like designations, and you don't really care about learning this material at a high level, some of you guys and gals, I saw Keith on the chat. Keith, my buddy Alabama, Keith, is here, and he's a veteran. So you've got veteran commercial agents in the room. You've got brand new folks, commercial in the room, and everything in between. If you feel like, hey, I know this already, or I am not too concerned about this part, that's up to you. I can't control that. And that's fine, right? Because why? I don't care about the designations, right? If that's you, if you care about passing this test that I'm going to talk about here in a minute and getting into the designations, and and learning this stuff, it is hard. This is complicated. Commercial real estate is not easy, you guys. So if you want to learn it and you're serious, then put everything else aside. We'll have breaks today. We'll have a lunch today and tomorrow and Wednesday. And then you have after the class as well as before the class. So the stuff can wait. It'll all be there when you get out of class. If you really want to do this, then focus on it and concentrate on it. Such a great time to get into commercial real estate. It really is. If you look around, you have a lot of these residential firms launching commercial divisions. And if it's a residential firm that's launching a commercial division, we call that resimercial, where the company itself is doing both residential and commercial real estate. Look around. Just look at how many different firms. I don't need to go mention a bunch of different company names, but look around. Most of them are in the process of or already have decided to launch a commercial division. One of the things you'll notice about the way Jim and Stephanie are doing this is at EXP, they launched a completely separate commercial company. It's a completely separate company. It's not a division. It's a company that it's all on its own, and it has its own broker in every state, just like the residential side. So they're completely different sides, and there's a lot of reasons why they're doing that, but one of them is to keep it separate. A lot of times, guys and gals, you don't want to see or you're going to hear people say you can't do both commercial and residential real estate. There's a lot of people who frown on that, and maybe you're familiar with that. I think that a couple of things, sometimes the message is not the right message. And what do I mean by that? The message is, hey, they'll see somebody doing a commercial deal, a residential agent, and they'll say, hey, you can't do that. Stop doing that. Well, what happens to a kid, not that we're kids, but what happens to a kid when you tell a kid, don't touch the hot stove? The kid does what? The first thing the kid does is goes and touches the hot stove. So when somebody says, hey, you can't do that, or you shouldn't be doing that, it's not necessarily a great message, because we have a tendency to rebel and do the exact opposite of what somebody says when we're independent contractors like we are. So a better message is something like what EXP Commercial is doing, in my opinion, where they're saying, hey, let's get you trained up on how to do that. Let's make sure you have a mentor. Let's make sure you have a coach. Let's make sure you're an accelerant program. Let's make sure you know what you're doing if that's a path you want to take, and we'll help you go down that path. You see, there's a different approach to that. And that's how that should go, in my opinion. But it's such a great time to get into commercial real estate. It's more acceptable now than it ever has been in the past. Also, you have interest rates lower than cap rates. Interest rates are lower than cap rates still in a lot of these markets. Now, I know I saw earlier a lot of the different states that everyone was saying hello from. So we have a lot of different states around. In some states, the interest rates are no longer lower than cap rates, meaning that the cap rates have compressed so much that the interest rates are no longer lower than cap rates. Now, let me slow down for a second. What is that? What did I just say? I said interest rates are lower than cap rates. We're going to talk a lot about this here throughout the class, but what does that mean? It means that you have the ability to borrow money less than the cap rate of the product that the investor is purchasing. And we have some marketing pieces that we use to convey this example, and it shows it, and it really explains it. When you look at the marketing piece, you can really understand. But there's an opportunity right now that is going away quickly, and it's because cap rates are compressing and interest rates are most likely, I'll say it like this because interest rates are up and they're down. If you had to guess 5 years from now, 10 years from now, do you think interest rates would be higher or lower? And the answer, if I polled the room, would probably be, the majority would probably guess that rates would probably be higher in the next 5 to 10 years than what they are now. I know I got into the business in the early 90s, late 80s, and they were around 9 and 10 at that time. I remember hearing before my time, before I got into real estate, the early 80s, late 80s, that the rates were in their 19s, 20%. People were doing carrybacks and seller financing. So to think that the rates are going to stay around 3 to 4 or 5% for a long term is probably not very realistic. So, and so I said interest rates are going to climb most likely over the next 5 years, and cap rates are compressing. Now, when cap rates are compressing, as they are, even through COVID, they pretty much kept compressing, didn't they, in most markets? Impressive. In most markets, not all product types, like retail took a hit, etc. But when I say cap rates are compressing, what's happening to prices when cap rates are compressing? Prices are going up, right? Prices are going up, cap rates go down. We call that cap rate compression. So just to kind of recap what I said, it's a great time to get into commercial investment property, because another reason is because interest rates are lower than cap rates. It means that the borrower, the investor, can purchase the property and the interest rate can be less than the cap rate of the product. That's a huge opportunity. When you crunch the numbers and look at this marketing piece that I'll show you while we're here, you'll see why I say that. And this is an opportunity for investors that is not going to last forever. So there's some great reasons why it's a great time to get into commercial real estate, folks. The future is here, but it's unevenly distributed. We're seeing this happen at such a massive pace right now that there's such a huge transfer of wealth going on, and we are not all in this together at all. You know, don't make the mistake of thinking that life is fair and real estate is fair and everything is equal. You know, come on, it's not. We see it every day. We see the huge transfer of wealth that is occurring. Just look at the billionaires and how much more wealth they've acquired over the past several months. It's just phenomenal. So the question you want to ask yourself is, which side of this equation do you want to be on? See, the wealthier are getting more wealthier and the poor are getting more poor. In the middle is getting squeezed harder. So which side do you want to be on? The side that says, man, I'm losing money right and left, or look at this, I'm building wealth and getting more of my unfair share than I ever have in my lifetime. Which side of the equation do you want to be on? And hopefully the answer of that is you want to be on the upside of that. And that's what we're here to talk about and encourage you to do. Whether there's a recession or not, I'm going to talk a lot about the market and when it shifts and what you can do and things of that nature as we go through this course, because I've been through multiple market shifts. I've been through probably 3 of them now. And I kind of feel like I have some ideas and suggestions on how to get through down markets and actually thrive. So I'll share that information with you. You're looking at the screen right now. Hopefully you can see my, I was thinking about this last night. What is this? This really is my mission statement that I put together. And it says the purpose of life should be to pursue your passions, in my opinion. And the purpose of business should be to fund that purpose. What does that mean to you guys? Purpose of life should be to pursue your passions. And the purpose of business should be to fund that purpose. What this means to me is I wasn't always like this. See, what I was doing was I was doing things that I thought, well, I know everybody for the most part wanted me to do, but it really wasn't what I wanted to do. But to keep everybody happy and to please everybody, I was doing it anyway. Well, guess what? At some point, ladies and gentlemen, we pass away. At some point, our time here on this earth is over. And usually the most common thing that people say when they're on their deathbed, their number one regret is simply not doing the things that they wish they would have done. I have this regret. I wish I would have done that. I wish I would have done that and this and that, right? And so one day a while ago, it was probably about 10 years ago or so, I woke up and said, you know what? I don't want to do that. I don't want to be on my deathbed and say, I wish I would have done this and I wish I would have done that. And so I moved forward with some things that I was a little hesitant to move forward with. And one of them was launching this company called the National Commercial Real Estate Association. See, I was making a lot of money, significant money as a real estate agent in residential real estate, as well as commercial real estate. And I wasn't sure if I was going to lose that kind of income stream by building a training company and a coaching company or not. And so I was scared. I was afraid. But I loved it. I loved coaching, speaking, and training, and I was having a lot of success with it. And I was kind of tired of the sales side, and so I needed to go ahead and move forward with this passion that I had at the time. But I was scared, so I took a leap of faith and jumped in. And I'm so glad that I did, because everything is beyond my wildest dreams right now in terms of the way things are going. And the income stream is just as much, if not even better than it was during those times. And I'm living my dream. I'm following my passions right now. And that's what this is about to me. It's about you getting getting it out, do what you want to do and get it done and live the life that you want to live. And the money will follow, right? You've got to follow your passions, in my opinion, and the money should follow. And that's because you need money to achieve a lot of the things that you probably want to do in your life. Some of you have big things that you want to do in your life, and a lot of that takes money. So that's why I like this mission statement here. And it flows right in with what we're talking about with this class, because a lot of you are residential real estate agents just trying to determine if you want to do commercial real estate or not, or work with investors. And what happens a lot of times is we take these kind of classes and we get fired up and we're like, this is great. This is so awesome. I can't wait to start doing this at a heavy level. And then you have dream stealers come along. Somebody comes along and says, oh, you can't do that. Or what are you talking about? You can't do both residential and commercial. No, you don't know enough to be doing that. And they steal your dream, right? And they start telling you all these things, how you can't do it. And you're not going to listen to that. Okay. Because that's hogwash. You can do whatever you set your mind to. And that's what I'm talking about here, because you're passionate about it and you want to do it. Get it done. Live the life you want to live. But do it right, right? See my message here? I'm not saying go out, a brand new real estate agent, go out and list a gas station and all on your own when you have no idea what you're doing. I'm not saying that. I'm saying get a partner, get a coach, mentor up, have somebody help you do that deal, learn how to do the deal. But if you want to learn how to do those kinds of deals, then go ahead, take the proper training, get the proper coaching, get a proper mentor, and do what you want to do. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so the message is that. So I started real estate in 1988, for those of you who don't know me. And what I was doing was I was doing 100 residential deals a year. I was a residential agent, 100 deals a year. And like most people that I've discovered in my classes, I got a lead for a commercial property. Somebody came to me and said, "Hey, Michael, you helped me with my mom's house. Can you help me with this commercial deal?" And I said, "Well, yeah, sure, of course," which is what most agents say. And I fumbled my way through it, and I tried to get help from some of the commercial agents that were around in Long Beach, California area at the time, but none of them really wanted to help me. They were busy, they had their own business, and they knew me as a residential agent, and they felt like, look, stay over there, do your residential stuff anyway. So I didn't get a lot of help, and so I started learning that there was a demand for training in commercial real estate at that time. But I also fell in love with commercial real estate. I fell in love with the fact that it's more logical. It's more 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. It's not like residential real estate where you have all these open houses and buyers that you're driving around, and they're emotional. There's so many emotions in residential real estate. It's because it's about emotions. It's about, families and kids and job transfers and things like that. And those things, divorces, it gets emotional. I am sure you guys can relate. You have some emotional transactions, do you not? Yeah, sure you do in residential real estate. So I was just kind of tired of that. And so when I landed on this commercial, it was like, wow, this is just all numbers. And these investors are like, well, did the deal make sense or not? It wasn't so emotional. So I really liked that. And then I launched a franchise. I took a training right after that. I took a long training event. It was 3 hours long, twice a week for 6 months. And then I launched a Keller Williams franchise in Long Beach, California. And this was around 2002. I launched a second franchise and a third franchise, and we grew to about 600 agents. About 7, 8, 9 years ago, I looked up and said, I just can't keep up with all of this. It's too much. And so I started bringing in other what we call operating principals and brokers of records to help me manage my franchises. And it freed me up to focus on my company, the National Commercial Real Estate Association, and the training and consulting company. And that's when I took the leap of faith and sold all of my interests in the Keller Williams franchises last year, as a matter of fact, so that I could focus on this training company and affiliate with eXp Commercial. And that's my background, and that's my history, and that's how we got here.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah.
Before you get too far into the material, I wanted to see if we could have Alex step up just so we can get the information about inbox and some housekeeping.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to do that.
Okay, good to go. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So this slide here, can you guys see my slide, Stephen? Are you seeing the center slide okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. High unemployment, lack of significant job growth, and a limited capital are all working together to recalibrate the real estate market. A skilled and knowledgeable professional who can work with landlords, tenants, and even lenders will be extremely valuable during this time. So look at that. Look at what that says, you guys, and read it. Read it again. What that is saying basically is if you get skilled and you get knowledgeable, you're going to be valuable to clients. And this is the backbone, before I pass this off to Alex, this is the backbone of what we do and what we teach and talk about in the lives that we live and how we operate our business. And what does it mean? It means we consult instead of sell. And so I can't tell you, when you flip from selling to consulting, everything changes. There have been times, numerous times, when I needed the money so bad, I needed this commission. Can a client tell when you need a commission? Yeah, they can taste it. They can smell it. We call it commission breath, right? They can tell. They can tell you need this deal. When you really start consulting with people and you put the commission aside and you really truly put it aside and you start focusing on them first and their needs first, the commission will follow. It'll follow times 10. But you have to have the skill set to do it, right? You've got to have the ability to be able to consult and actually provide value. value. And so what we do a lot is we talk about getting skilled up, trained up, getting knowledgeable so that you can go to owners, landlords, and you can go to them being extremely knowledgeable and provide a ton of value. And therefore you're consulting first. And what I like about market shifts and things like COVID is look what happened when COVID hit. Everybody was scrambling, trying to figure it out. What in the world is this? What's going on? My tenant's not paying rent anymore. They're at all. What's the building worth now? I had to cut a deal with the tenant. They're paying only 50% of the rent. What's the value worth now? I mean, there were so many needs that people had during that time, especially when it first hit. And we absolutely just thrive during those times if we're skilled and knowledgeable. So I want to encourage you to go through this course with that in mind. I'm going to go through this course and I'm going to get skilled and knowledgeable so that I can have these tools in my tool belt so that I can go to these owners. I'm a listing agent, love listings. So I can go to these owners and investors and I can provide a ton of value and get my business by consulting versus selling. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to Alex now real quick, and we're going to go through some housekeeping. And I'll also just real quick before I do that, we're going to have breaks. Let me see what she says first, and then I'll go through I'll just explain the breaks and how that's going to go throughout the next 3 days. Okay, Alex, so take it away.
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, we'll just spend just a couple minutes here running through the housekeeping, and then I'll pass it back to you and you can walk through the agenda there. Yeah, so everyone, if you can please do me a favor, I want to turn your attention to the settings preferences. So in the top right-hand corner, when you're looking on stage into this campus, what looks like 3 cogwheels, that's your settings. So if you ever need to reset your audio, click that and you can see there's a reinitialize voice button, and that will reset your sound for the whole auditorium. And then if you're ever having an issue viewing the slides, Michael is referencing a slide that's in this middle screen. You can click the screen zoom button and that will enlarge that middle slide to be in full screen for you. And if you're ever seeing an error message or you see that you're not on the right slide that Michael is referring to, just hit the refresh wheel in the top right-hand corner of that middle slide, what looks like a recycling icon that will set the sides for you. So you'll be good to go there. Last piece here for the Q&A, we've got a lot of questions here coming into the chats. We actually have some listeners tuning in some different auditoriums here in this campus. So we're going to shift the questions over to this separate link, which is called VBox. So I'm going to drop this right here for everyone in this public chat. If you can please ask your questions here instead of this chat box we're in the commercial campus, drop them here for us, and then Michael is going to reference these when we get to the Q&A section. So at the end of each segment for today, he'll be able to open up the mics and we can address the questions there from this VBox link. So I just added there for you in the chat. Have that handy. We're going to use a different link for each segment for today, and we'll drop those throughout each class section. So yeah, I think we're all set here, Michael. I'll pass it back to you.
Perfect. Thanks, Alex. So that's how they're asking you to ask your questions is by clicking that VBox and type them in there, and then I'll occasionally defer to Stephen for questions as we see them, and we'll answer these questions as they come up frequently throughout the event. So over here on the left of my stage is Dana, and Dana handles any things like future classes and things like that. So Dana, thank you so much for being here this morning. We've asked our team to come on, at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time here, folks. So you have people who, it's Monday morning. So thank you, Dana. Appreciate you coming in early like this and helping us out. And then you have Stephen Meraldo over here. And Stephen's my business partner and business development. He handles and manages training events and sets up and coordinates basically our entire calendar. And he's also one of our trainers. He's our lead trainer. And I'm going to defer to him for questions as well today. So thanks for coming in this morning early like this, Stephen, and good morning to you. And then I believe, yeah, and he knows how to stand up and kind of, that's pretty cool. I don't know how to do that. In fact, how do I turn on that laser pointer?
I think you got to be in the settings for the PowerPoint tool, the presentation tool.
No, it's a F2, F10. It's one of those buttons.
But I think you gotta be using the presenter tool in order to use that. But
Yeah,
it is
I am.
F2 or something like that.
I am
Oh.
using the presenter tool. Alex or
Oh.
Natalie or anybody, how do I do that?
Don't you just press like number 2, Michael?
Try that. Yeah. Oh, good job. Is that you, Dana? Nice. Okay, thank you. So it's just number 2. Okay, so number 2, great. Okay, so now, so we talked about suggesting that you print the manual, right? When you get to your next break, if you can. Now, not all the slides are in your book. Okay, so as I go through some of these next couple points here, please pay attention if you would. Please focus, listen to what I'm saying, because so we don't have too many questions about this. But the book, the slide, not all of our slides are in the book, right? Because there's just a ton of pages that are in your book, and it's why and I don't have. I didn't create slides as many. There's about 300 pages in the book, and I don't have 300 slides. It would be way too much. So there's a lot of information in the book that I'm not going to show you on a slide. So what you want to consider doing is going through this manual from page 1 to page 300 or 290, whatever it ends at. Okay. Really, before and after and during the class, you should do that. Now, know that not all the numbers match, right? So you can see when there is a page number down below, like in my lower right-hand corner here, that is showing you the page in the book. Okay, so the page numbers that I'm on are in the book. If I'm showing you a slide and there's no page number, then that's because that slide is not in the book. Right? Some of you guys are on the Adobe Reader. So obviously the Adobe Reader is going to be a different page number than the actual printed book. So just do the best you can as you're going through this. And Steve and I will try to help you know which page number we're on as we go through this. Okay, so I want to point that out. Also wanted to talk about the fact that we need to have anybody who wants to take a test and pass and receive designations has to be here for all 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all 3 days. You need to be here the entire time. And then the test will be on day 3, Thursday. I'm sorry, I didn't update this slide. Day 3, Wednesday. We've done this class on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the past. This time we're doing on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So the test will be on Wednesday. It's 50 questions. It's 1 hour. And it will be open book, and you have to pass with a 70% pass requirement. It's a pass or fail only. Pass or fail only. All test takers will receive an email notifying them of pass or fail. Okay, so anybody who takes a test and submits it, you have to submit it. If you take a test and you don't click the submit button at the end, we won't get it. We don't know that you took a test, and we have no way of telling you pass or fail because you didn't submit that test, and that will automatically be a fail, obviously. Okay, but it's open book, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through it. I'm going to make this kind of somewhat easy for you. If you're here for all 3 days, I'm going to say things like, hey, this is something you might want to remember. And what does that mean, you think, when I say this is something you might want to remember? What do you think that might mean? It means, hey, write it down, take it, make a note of it, because that means it might be on the test. So it's open book, and we'll try to get you through the test. Okay, now if you fail the test, you failed the test. And I think I heard Jim saying this as well. It means you just have to take it again in the future. You don't get a second shot. You have one test that you submit. And if you submit 2 tests, we're going to take the first test that you submitted and we're going to go off that. Okay. So we'll go through that again on day 3. But you have an hour to take that test, and you have to submit the test during that window. If you submit it after will catch it, will catch that you submitted the test, but it was after the time. That will be a fail. Okay, so you have to take the test during that window, and you have to pass it with a 70% or more, and you have to be here for all 3 days in order to pass the test. Again, if you don't care about the designations, don't matter, test doesn't matter to you, come and go as much as you want, enjoy, relax, chill. I don't care what you do, honestly. But if you want to take the test and get these designations, then you have to follow this procedure, okay? And understand why we're doing this, you guys. We want people to earn these designations. You do as well. You don't want everybody running around with a designation and they can't calculate a cap rate. That's terrible. We can't have that. So we have to have some rules and regulations on these designations that we're providing for students, so that it means something to people, and it's important, and it means a lot to me. And understand that I'm a stickler on this, because I don't want people running around with my designation who don't know what they're doing. So I'm a stickler on this, you guys. If you don't like it, I'm really sorry, but this is my name, this is my company, these are our designations that we're putting on the line here. So don't make a huge deal about it. Just pass the test, be here for all 3 days, focus, pay attention, and you'll pass this test, okay? And guess what? If you don't pass the test, it's not the end of the world. You get to come back and take it again in another quarter, and it doesn't cost you anything. I mean, it's, my goodness, okay? So don't make a huge deal out of this. Just try to focus and concentrate on it, though, and you'll get through it just fine. Okay, now, the other thing I wanted to mention about that is that we don't give paper certificates. We do not give paper certificates. It's a designation that will email to you after the class. Dana will send out these designations to you after the class by Friday. Okay, by Friday 5 p.m. I believe we've decided. By Friday 5 p.m. you'll receive an email notifying you of a pass or fail, and if you pass, you'll get your designations in that email. If you failed, you'll get an email that says, sorry, you failed. Okay, so that's how that goes. Stephen, I'm not reading the chat. I'm just trying to focus on what I'm saying. Am I forgetting anything? Was that being clear?
There's a couple of questions about the designations. If you could just explain what those 2 designations are.
Oh, sure. Yeah, so there's 2 designations. There's the National Commercial Real Estate Association, NCREA designation, National Commercial Real Estate Association, and the Certified Real Estate Investment Planning Specialist designations. CREEPS, Certified Real Estate Investment Planning Specialist, CREIPS designations. And those are the 2 designations that you'll receive when you pass the test. And you're here for all 3 days, and you get to stamp them on your letterheads, on your business cards, on your websites, on your email templates, and things like that. So people can look at you and realize that you are a commercial real estate professional. Yes, it's applicable to Canada. Stephen, any other questions on this before we get going here?
There is a question. There's a couple people. I just want it to be addressed, Chief. There's a couple people that are saying they can't be here the whole time,
and
they want to know, will that impact them?
Yeah, it's yes, I've said that already. If you're not here the whole time, then you're not eligible, folks. Guess what? Come back again. Come back again when we do it again in the next time around. Now, listen again. Only if you're concerned about the designations and passing the test. If that doesn't matter to you, then come and go as much as you want, and please enjoy. All I'm saying though is, if you want these designations, I'm a stickler. I already said that. I'm a stickler. It means you've got to be here for 3 full days. Otherwise, you're not going to be eligible to receive those designations. Again, you have to understand why I'm doing that. It's because I don't want a bunch of people running around with designations that don't know what they're doing or are not familiar. And if you are familiar, then you won't have any problems passing the test. Anything else, Stephen?
No, I think you're good for right now. I'll start going through the questions and see if there's more.
Okay. All right. So now, hopefully that answers your questions. We're going to try to move forward here. And just remember, if you hear me say something like, "Hey, this is something you might want to remember," then that's what that is referring to. Is most likely that it's on that test. Okay, so we're starting today. Here's a snapshot, by the way, of the designations that you receive. We're starting today at 7 a.m. We end at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That will be the schedule for the 3 days. We'll have a couple of breaks and a lunch. So there'll be a break here in the morning, somewhere around the 8:30 time frame, 8:45. It'll be about 10-15 minutes, and then another one in the afternoon, and then a lunch break for about an hour. We have a tendency to do working lunches in our classes. We have a tendency to do math and formulas and calculations and help the people who need help during lunch. Not required, not mandatory, but just know that if you'd like to participate in some of that, you can, and we'll let you know when we're doing that and those times and things. But you'll have a couple of breaks and a lunch each day, depending on the schedule and how we're doing. The lunch break will be around 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for about an hour. Hey, do I need to be here for all 3 days if I want to pass the test and get the designations? There it is again on the screen for you. You've got to be here for all 3. Sorry, I mean, look, I'm just saying, please take this serious. If you want to learn this stuff, take it serious. I don't know if I won't even bother with that. Just be here for all 3 days and take it serious if you're serious about learning this. Again, if you don't care about the designations and things, then come and go as much as you want. There is our contact information, our website, thencra.com, and our contact information. In your book, you have a glossary of terms. Glossary of terms is on page 6 and 7 in the book. And it is something that you want to refer back to a lot as you're doing your formulas and calculations, because it has the calculations in there for you. Like if you want to know how to determine a cap rate or calculate a cap rate, you would refer back to that glossary of terms. So when you are doing your exercises in the math, the formulas, and the calculations, you will need to rely on this quite a bit, on this glossary of terms. Hey, do me a favor on the VVOX. Let's test out your VVOX here. Put on your VVOX that you are, if you are brand new to commercial real estate, I've never done a commercial deal, put new. If you are a seasoned veteran in commercial real estate, put seasoned. If you're in between, let's go with a fancy term, our patented resumercial term. Okay, so just trying to get a feel for, I can see you guys are jumping right to VVOX. You're just jamming in the chat. So if you're new to commercial real estate, put new. See, now JC's trying to get you to go to VVOX there. So click that link on VVOX that JC put in and use that as much as possible, because that's where we'll look for the answers and for questions. She keeps popping it in there. If you're new to commercial real estate, put new. If you're seasoned and you know what you're doing, been around for a long time, put seasoned. If you're in the middle, put resumercial. Now, what I saw there on most of what I saw was new. Mostly like 90% is based on what I saw in the answers. So that's fine. It just gives me, the more I know about you guys, the more I can learn about the audience, the more I can custom and tailor the class. All right, now, would you guys agree that if you ran into an investor that, let's say they walked into your open house, your residential agent, let's say they got you on the phone, they called, texted, whatever, and would you agree that they're going to know pretty quickly if you know what you're talking about? If you know the language, would you guys agree that they're going to know pretty quickly whether you are a seasoned commercial agent or not, right? Yes, and the answer is yes. So I'm going to go through some of the language that they use. So upside potential, what does that mean? Upside potential. Upside potential means that you can increase the value. You can make it more than what it is. And how do we do that? Well, there's a lot of different ways to do that. You could raise the rents, right? A lot of times people will look at raising rents as a way to get upside potential. So let's say it's in a market that is not, there's no rent control. We could go in and we could raise those rents up and increase the value of the property by raising the rents. Why? Because the value is determined by the income that it's generating. Write this down. There's 4 different ways to determine value. Write it down, take a note, do whatever you're doing. There's 4 ways to determine value: the comparable approach, the cost approach, the capital asset approach, and the income approach. Again, the comparable approach, the cost approach, the capital asset approach, and the income approach. The comparable approach you're all real familiar with. It's where we're looking at other comps and we're saying, hey, what are the other comps, other comparable properties selling for? And we're doing a like for like to determine the value. The cost approach is for vacant land. So highest and best use, you might remember when you took your real estate exam, highest and best use. It means that we're going to look at a site and at the vacant land and say, what would be the best thing to put here, the highest and best use. Let's say that it's zoned R25, meaning it's you can build 25 single family homes. So an investor will look at that and say, a developer will look at it and say, okay, I can build 25 single family homes. What's it going to cost me to build those 25 single family homes? And what can I sell them for when I'm done? And what's my holding cost, my construction costs, and how much money do I want to make off this deal? And the money they want to make off the deal is the value of the land. Okay, that's the quick and easy explanation of the cost approach. Okay, it's a lot more complicated than that, but that's the short version of how it works. Capital asset approach is for risk of loss. So if I have a $3 million apartment building that I own, well, I've got money tied up in that apartment building that I can't use for something else should the opportunity come along. So there's a risk that I'm going to lose out on this opportunity. That's called capital asset, a risk of loss. Most of the time, you guys and gals, we're going to use the income approach. So if we're looking at a commercial property, we're going to look at it and say, what's the income? And then we're going to determine the value based on that income. Most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time. We'll talk more about this later, about how the real world sets in, but most of the time we're going to use the income approach. So those are the 4 ways to determine value. And if I can get more income out of the asset, I can get more value because, again, the value is determined by the income that it generates. So what would be some other ways that I could get upside out of an asset? So some other ways would be lowering expenses, right? Lowering expenses. Do we have any property managers in the room? Sometimes we can have a good property manager or a not so good property manager. And just by switching to a good property manager, we lower expenses in a lot of different ways, and we're going to increase our net operating income, and therefore we're going to increase our value. That's called upside. And there's a lot of different ways to decrease the expenses. We can spend an hour talking about the different ways to decrease the expenses, right? So there's a lot of ways to do that. Those would be a couple of the common ways to get upside out of an asset. What would be some other ways you can think of to get upside out of something? Fix it up, add on, improvements, renovations. I'm seeing some of the things in the chat you guys are typing. Conversions, right? Conversions are huge. I remember doing all these condo conversions for a while there in Long Beach. Any kind of conversion, maybe you're converting it from industrial to apartments, or I had an investor that loved to convert 5 units to 4. They just loved it. They were so good at these things. 5 and 6 units to 4. Why might that be considered upside potential ability, converting 5 units to 4? In this case, it was financing. So they would convert these 5 units to 4, and then they would refinance the property. See, your commercial properties, remember, your lenders, 1 to 4 is residential, right? We're using the comparable approach. 1 to 4 residential. We should be talking about comps. 5 and up, now we go to commercial and the financing changes, and now we're talking about the income that it's generating and the cap rate, see? And so they would go in and they'd convert these 5 units to 4, and they would get residential financing, which can in a lot of cases can be easier than commercial financing. Some of these 5-unit properties, 6-unit properties, mixed use where I have residential and commercial combined, we call that mixed use. That stuff sometimes can be a little difficult to finance. And so sometimes it might be easier just to convert it to residential real estate and then get residential financing. So that was really common. They would do that. They love to do that. Knocking down walls. They also would love to do this. Made studios and 1-bedrooms, 2s and 3s. Rezoning might increase the value, right? Sometimes people buy just for appreciation, which could be upside. That's a little riskier because you can't control it, but it could be upside as well. So all kinds of ways to get upside out of an asset. Cost per door. Cost per door is, oh, I see my slide, just move forward here a little bit. Cost per door, let me come to that here in a minute. Upside potential, master meter, what does that mean? It means 1 meter for the entire property. So if you had a property and you're looking at it, if you have a property and you're looking at it, and it has 1 meter for gas, water, electric, things like that, that's called master metered. Versus, let's say it's a 10-unit apartment building and it has 10 meters for gas, 10 meters for water, 10 meters for electric. That would be separately metered. Why is that important, Michael? Well, because if it's separately metered, then all the tenants are paying for their utilities. If it's master metered, or any type, let's say electric is master metered, that means that all the tenants are getting all the utilities, or whatever utility that they're getting is getting for free. It's included in their rent. And what's the downside to that for the investor? Well, the downside to that is that what happens when the tenants are not paying for electricity? Let's say, for example, well, what happens is they don't care, right? They leave the lights on, leave everything running. I don't care. I'm not paying for that, right? And so the costs to operate are extremely high. In a master metered building, the expenses could be 50%, 50%, because all the tenants are wasting these utilities. So one of the things that the owner can do is they can come in and put in separate meters. And when it's separate meters, then now the tenants are getting billed directly for their utilities. And what happens when they start getting electric bills now? Oh my gosh, turn off those lights, let's conserve. So the cost to operate drops way down, and the investor passes the expense off of their shoulders onto the tenants. So if you have a property and everything's exactly the same, and on the right hand side it's master metered, and on the left hand side it's separately metered, and everything's the same, which is the more preferable to the investor? And the answer is probably the separately metered property. Okay, it doesn't mean that investors aren't interested in master metered properties, because they are, right? It could be, well, hey, Michael, we love these master metered properties because we have a crew that's really good at converting them to separately metered properties, and it's the upside that we look for. See, it could be what they're actually looking for. Okay, so that's the difference between separate and master metered. There's another way to do that. It's called a renter's utility billing system, a RUBS system, where you're going in and you're putting a sub-meter on. Okay, instead on a master meter property, you're going in and putting sub-meters in. And I won't go into all that. Just know right now, but just know that also could be done as well. Cost per door is just price per unit. So if I have a property and it's $3 million and it's 10 units, I take the price, 3 million divided by 10, and it's 300,000 per door, 300,000 per unit. Okay, that's price per unit, $300,000 per unit. An investor might say, I'm looking for something around 300 a door. And that's what they mean. I'm looking for something around 300,000 per unit. Okay. So price per door is cost per unit. Price per square foot is another term that investors will use. Take the price of the property divided by the total square footage of the property, and that gives you a price per square foot. So that $3 million deal, you would divide it by the total square footage of the property, and it's going to give you a price per square foot. Now, here's why I don't like necessarily using these terms all the time. They're used all the time, but they're not real accurate. Okay, these are ballpark ways to determine value. Here's an example. If I have a $3 million property and I divide it by 10,000 square feet, let's say it's the total square footage of the property, that's $300 per square foot, okay? Which is very common that people will do this. But let's say I have a building and it's property number one, it's $300 per square foot, and I have property number two right next door to it, it's also $300 per square foot. So everything's the same, but the building on the right is leased at $12,000 per month. The building on the left is leased at $20,000 per month. Which one do you want to buy? Probably the one that's on the left, the $20,000 per month. See, so it's okay to use things like cost per square foot, cost per door, gross rent multiplier, which we'll talk about today as well. It's okay to use these things, but just really remember, you want to hone in on the income approach most of the time to get real accurate in terms of determining the value. Gross rent multiplier, we'll talk about that. Okay, so there's kind of a recap of what we just talked about there. Upside potential, we talked about. Master meter, we talked about. Cost per door. Splits, what are the splits? What do splits mean? Anybody know what splits mean? Splits just mean bedrooms and bathrooms. Bedrooms and bathrooms. Sometimes people have split requirements. I like 2 bedrooms, Michael. I like 3 bedrooms. I don't like all studios because it's like a hotel to me. I don't like all 1 bedrooms. I really prefer 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms. That's a split requirement, just bedrooms and baths. Okay. So what happened with me is I started going to these meetings years ago, these networking meetings, and I'd go into these meetings with investors in the room, and I'd walk in these meetings and I'd meet all these investors, and I'll ask you guys a question. When you go into a room or a meeting of some sort and there's all these people there, and let's say there's all these people and none of them have a real estate license, okay? You're the only one with a real estate license. How do you go in and introduce yourself and try to get business? How do you go to these networking events, these meetings, and meet other people and try to earn their business? What do? And I think if we started listening to the answers, we'd start to hear all these similar things that we all do. Because what we'll do is we'll usually go in and we'll start mingling and we'll talk to people and we'll shake hands and we'll, bump elbows, do whatever we do, and we'll hand business cards and say, hey, if I can ever work with you, give me a call, right? And see, this is what I was doing with these networking events is I'd go meet these investors and I'd ask them some questions just off the top of my head. Hey, what are you looking for? Are you an investor, huh? What type of properties you like? And what kind of cap rates you looking for? So you just kind of wing it each time. And then they would tell me a little bit about what they're doing. And then I would hand them my card and say, oh, that's great. Well, I'm a real estate broker. I work with commercial investors, and if I can ever be of service to you, please give me a call. Well, how does that work for you guys? How many of you ever get phone calls when you do that? I know for me, I would leave these meetings and I would not get any phone calls. Nobody would call me from that. It just doesn't work, right? It's not effective. And so I started thinking, I'm spending an hour here, an hour there, and I'm going to these events. And it's not working. I'm not getting a call. I'm going to have to step up my game. How can I step up my game? I know. This was the young Michael Simpson. I know. I'll sell. So I walked into these meetings. I started meeting these investors, and I started telling them how awesome I was. I'm the top 1% of all agents in the United States. I'm the number 3 commercial agent in all of RE/MAX in California and Hawaii. We sold over 100 properties just in the past 12 months. Number 1 agent in my office. Now, why is that not effective? Because who do they care about? They care about themselves. So what was happening is I was doing that, and people were like looking at me like, this guy is really full of himself, isn't he? Right? See, that doesn't work either. That's not effective. So I started thinking, okay, that's not working. We're turning people off doing that. What can I do? Oh, I know. I'll ask questions. Because when you ask questions, you're consulting versus selling. Remember, we talked about that this morning. When you ask questions, you're drawing people towards you. When you're selling, you're pushing people away. So I wrote down these questions and it became my elevator script now because I say it so much. So now I'm going to walk into these meetings and I'm going to meet these investors and potential investors, and I'm going to build some rapport, ask some questions, and then I'm going to exchange some pleasantries. I'm going to roll right into my elevator script. Hey, do you happen to have a certain split requirement that you're looking for? Oh, that's great. You're probably looking to purchase properties with upside potential, because most of the investors I meet are looking to purchase properties with upside potential. Awesome. So you're looking to do a value play versus something that's vanilla. Oh, great. Now, are you looking to invest horizontally or are you looking to invest vertically? Great. Now, let me ask you this last question. Are you only looking at properties that are on the market, or are you looking for a good deal? Now, you can see on the screen there, the elevator script is up on the screen, and this is also in your book. What is this investor thinking right now when I ask these questions? The investor is thinking, huh? What did he just say? Vertical value play versus something that's vanilla? What? And they're also, see now, so now we're curious. They're curious about this. I've just realized I got to point out to where it is in your book. So give me just a minute. They're looking at this going, what did he just say? So they're intrigued. Now they're curious about what you just said. That's one thing. And then the second thing that it's happening is they're realizing, wow, this broker, this agent really knows what they're doing. And I don't have a lot of other agents and brokers asking me these kinds of questions. A lot of them are just talking to me about how awesome they are and how great they are. See, so you're standing out now a little bit from some of the other brokers that might be out there asking them questions and talking to them. And you're demonstrating your knowledge and your experience without bragging about how great you are. And you're generating intrigue, because now they're literally curious about some of the things that you just said, right? So now they want to know what some of these answers are. Stephen, where is this? What page is this in their book? Is this in their book?
Page
The
48.
script is in their book. It's but we don't go where the script is. I believe on page 21 later in the book. This is one day review.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go into this a little bit more
47.
this
47,
afternoon with you
48.
guys. Page 47, 48. So that's why I kind of jumped ahead a little bit on this. But because I'm on it, I want to finish this topic, and then we'll circle back to it a little bit later as well today. So if you look at what these questions are asking, do you have a certain split requirement? What does that mean? Bedrooms and bathrooms. That's all that means. Now, remember, you guys, you can tell a lot about an investor by their answers to your questions. If you ask a question to an investor, do you have a certain split requirement? And the investor says, oh yeah, I'm only looking for 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms. What type of investor is most likely in front of you? Probably somebody who's experienced, because most people aren't going to know what I just said. Most commercial brokers aren't going to know what I just said. Most investors aren't going to know what I just said. So if they answer that question, I'm going to know that, wow, okay, this person is probably an experienced investor. The second question, most people are going to know the answer to that. Most people know what upside means. Most people have a general idea what upside potential means. So when you say, oh, you're probably looking for someone with upside potential, most investors are looking for someone with upside, they're probably going to say, yeah, I'm looking for someone with upside. Okay. Because even in the classes, when I say, hey, what's upside, I get people answering with what they think it means. It's why I went through some different ways to get upside out of the asset. It's so that you can have more than just one way. Instead of just saying, well, have you thought about this or this? What happens if when an investor says to you, I'm looking for something with some upside? What would happen if you had canned scripted responses and you said, oh, that's great. Are you looking for something where you could raise the rents? Are you looking for something where you could lower expenses? Are you looking for something where you could add on? Are you looking for something where you could knock down walls and make maybe studios and 1 bedrooms, 2s and 3s? Are you looking for something where you can convert it, some sort of conversion? What would happen if you just hit them with a boom, 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 boom? What would they think about you? They would think, wow, this person knows their stuff. So that's why I went through all those different ways to get upside out of an asset. So you have more than just one or two that you're thinking of. But number two question here, when you ask somebody, are you looking for something with upside? They're probably going to say, oh, yeah, I'm looking for something with upside. Oh, great. So you're looking to do a value play versus something that's vanilla. Value play. What does that mean? Value play. What does that mean? Sweat equity. Value play means to raise the value by how? Add value, how? Sweat equity, how? So value play is if I can do one or more of those upside that we mentioned, that we've gone through already, that's a value play. Your commercial brokers a lot of times will market, this is a value add. This is a value add, meaning that when you do these things that they're saying it can be done, it will increase the value. Okay, value add, value play. If Michael, I'm going to raise these rents. There's no rent control. These rents are so low. I can't believe how low they are. There's so much upside in this deal when I buy this property and raise these rents. Oh, that's great. So you're going to buy the property and your value plays to raise the rents. Yes. Oh, Michael, this place needs so much work and I'm a handyman. I know how to do all this stuff. There's so much upside in this when I go in and I fix it up. That's great. So you're going to go buy the property and your value plays to fix it up. Yes. Okay. So whatever the value play is, or the upside is the value play. Now, most people want value plays. Most people want upside. They want to go in and make it better than what it is. They want sweat equity. Most people do want that, but some people like vanilla. What is vanilla? And why would I want vanilla? So vanilla, safe. Pausing for a second to see what you guys put in your chat here. Out of the box, turnkey. Yeah, in residential, and we'll say turnkey, right? So that's a great way to think of vanilla. It's turnkey. It's just it's a nice clean property. It doesn't really need any work, right? There's no management. Triple net, right? A triple net is going to be vanilla. A triple net, an absolute triple net is just pure vanilla. So a triple net would be, what does that mean? Tenants paying for taxes, insurance, and maintenance, right? But they're not paying for not to get off track here, but they're not paying for the roof, the plumbing, the central heat, the air conditioning. Those can be some major expenses. If it's an absolute triple net, then the tenant would pay for all those things. Okay, so if you're an investor and you own an absolute triple net, you're not responsible for property taxes. You're not responsible for any maintenance, nothing, right? You're just collecting a check. How hard is that to manage if it's got a 10-year lease with a corporate guarantee? Well, it's not hard at all, right? There's nothing to it. You're just collecting a check. That's vanilla. Okay, so that's what we're talking about when we say vanilla. But why would somebody buy something vanilla versus value play? Why would they do that? Why would somebody buy? If you look at, we're in California, and if we go to Santa Monica, the pier, right, and I go right across the ocean and the pier, and I want to buy some real estate right there on the sand or right across the street, why would I do that? What am I doing that for? Am I doing it for cash flow? Am I doing it for a value play? Maybe some value play there. Maybe it needs some work. Maybe I want to just hope it goes up in value, right, and appreciates, because that's usually what happens. Is the nicer areas have a tendency to appreciate faster than other areas. Maybe I want a tax shelter. I'm not buying it for cash flow though, right? Because if I want cash flow now, I've got to get more inland. I've got to get to a less expensive neighborhood to get more cash flow. See, so I'm not buying in those areas for cash flow. Those investors aren't doing that necessarily for cash flow. They're doing it for other reasons. It could be just an ego property, a trophy property. All my college buddies are coming to town, and hey, let's go to Santa Monica and have some lunch, and I'll show you the real estate I own. See, that's my ego property, my trophy property. But I'm not buying it necessarily for cash flow. I'm buying it for other reasons. So think about that. Just remember, people buy and sell for different reasons. That would be why I might buy something vanilla versus something that's a value play or something that needs upside. If I'm a busy person, I'm a busy doctor, I'm a busy attorney, man, I come to you and I say, I'm making a lot of money. I'd like to invest in some real estate, but I don't have a lot of time to manage it. What would you suggest? Well, you might suggest something vanilla. See, so are you looking to invest horizontally or looking to invest vertically? Now, horizontally is I'm spread out. I have 10 units in Texas, Florida, 10 units. I have 10 units in Portland, Oregon, and I have 10 units in Long Beach, California. So I have 40 doors, but all my investments are spread out. spread out horizontally. So the downside of that is that I have to travel to these locations in order to check on my assets. That's the downside of that. If I'm invested vertically in Long Beach and 40 doors in Long Beach, I'm invested vertically. So now all my expenses aren't spread all out, but all my eggs are in one basket. So if there's a natural disaster or the economy changes in that city, it could wipe out my one investment. So it's not that there's right or wrong to this. I'm really just trying to get the investor to pay attention to what I'm saying and to engage, to talk to me, tell me what you're thinking, tell me what you're wanting to do. Talk to me. Don't just say, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, here's my card. Give me a call if you're ever interested in commercial investment property. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sure, sure, sure. Here. Thank you. What do they do with your card? They throw it in the trash, right? I'm trying to get them to engage and talk to me. So that's what some of these questions will do, is they'll get them to start thinking about what they're doing. What am I doing? What am I investing horizontally or am I investing vertically? And what's that even mean? Maybe I should understand what that means. Maybe I should talk to that person a little bit more. Now, what if they said to you, because they won't always admit they don't know what something means, right? Oh, that's great. So you're looking to invest horizontally or you're looking to invest vertically? Well, Michael, I haven't really thought about that. What do you suggest? And what does that mean? It means they don't know what we're talking about, most likely, right? So we're not trying to embarrass them. We're trying to get them to engage. And they just engaged by saying, I'm not so sure. What do you suggest? Now they're engaging, see? And now when they engage, I get to say, well, that's a great question. I'm glad you're asking. Hey, with all these people around, this is probably not the best time to get into this. Can we get together tomorrow at 2, or is Wednesday at 11 work better for you? See, and we're just trying to pull them out of this meeting that we're in and try and get them into an environment where we can actually do business with them. Can you do business with somebody? Let's say that you're in a meeting with 100 people and you're talking to them. There's 100 people around and everyone's networking. Can you get them to sign some sort of agreement right there on the spot with all these people around? You get them to open up and start really talking to you about what their goals are and what they're trying to achieve? Probably not, right? So don't do that. I suggest you not necessarily do that right there. It's not the environment. Just say, hey, this is not this place for all this right now. Can we get together? And that's what you're trying to do, right? Isn't that what we ultimately want to do with people, is get them on a one-on-one or some sort of meeting, Zoom appointment where we can sit down and really talk to them and get them to agree, get them to sign something and get them to agree to work with us? Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Everybody say yes. That's exactly what we're supposed to be doing. So that's a great way to go about doing this, okay? This afternoon, what I'm going to do is we're going to come back to this script and I'm going to give you guys an opportunity. I'm going to talk more about this and how it's so important and let you customize your script. Really feel like you should all be using customized scripts in your business. How many of you, show of hands, I'm looking at the audience right now. How many of you, just give me a hands up, use scripts in your business? How many of you use scripts in your business? So look at all the hands that go up. Okay, I get resistance here. I get a lot of resistance here. Great job on all the hands that are going up. Every top producer that I know uses scripts, every single one of them. It doesn't make sense to wing it all the time. Winging it, you know what that means? Winging, are you kidding me? A $50,000 commission, a $100,000 commission, a $200,000 commission. I could tell you stories. I could show you checks. I could name names of people that have gone through our training events or have coached with us and have made $300,000 commission checks. I mean, I could tell you stories that would blow you away, you guys. Are you kidding me on winging it? You want to wing a $100,000 commission check? Really? Should we be winging it? What does winging mean? Winging means no plan. Winging means I don't have a schedule. It means I just do what I want to do whenever I want to do it. It means when I walk into a room and there's 100 people, I don't have a script because I'm going to wing it. I'm going to go off the top of my head. That's called winging it. I'm going to do the realtor ramble. I call it the realtor ramble because we just start rambling. And we don't know what to say. What do we do when we don't know what to say? We get nervous. We just start rambling, right? None of you guys in here. Now, by the way, when I'm talking about the things that people do wrong, I'm not talking about any of the folks that are in this room today because you guys are high-minded, learning-based agents. I'm talking about all the people that are out there that are not here today, all right? They have a tendency to do some of those things. So, look, I'm just trying to help you to really think about some of the things that you do that you could get better at, or that maybe you're not doing that you should consider doing. And one of them is having a script so that you can get in front of somebody and you have these questions already in your mind that you're going to ask. And that's what we're going to do this afternoon, is customize this script and help you customize that script so you're not winging it. We're already nervous enough about the opportunity to work with somebody and have a nice $100,000 or more, and that already causes a little bit of anxiety. Let's not add the extra anxiety of not knowing what to say, right? So this is a great script for you to really look at and consider modifying later this afternoon. I think I explained everything in the script. Stephen, I know you had to run. Are you back? Are you still here, Stephen? Okay, so I know he had to run for a minute, so he's probably away. So I wanted to see if there's any questions on this script. We'll circle back to this this afternoon, okay? And you can see day 2, it says we'll go into this more. But a script is something that you really should consider using in your business. Oh, one thing I want to say about this before I move on. Sometimes you want to kind of make the language custom to the person that you're speaking to, right? So if you're speaking to somebody and let's say I just met someone, I'll just pick a name off the chat, David. I meet David and I say to David, hey, tell me what you're doing. Tell me what you're investing in. And he tells me, he keeps close to the vest. He just says, oh, I'm looking for this, I'm looking for that. So I can't quite tell how much knowledge David has, right? What am I going to do? I'm going to hit him with this script because these answers are going to tell me how knowledgeable he is when he answers my questions. His expressions will tell me how knowledgeable he is. On the other hand, if David says, this is my first meeting as an investor. I've never been to a meeting as an investor, and I came here because I want to start investing. I don't know anything about investing yet. I'm here to learn. Okay, so if it's somebody new and it's obvious, or it's a referral or something like that to you and they're new, I wouldn't turn around and blast them with this script because it's going to make them feel a little uncomfortable, these questions. So I'm going to make it more, a little simple for them. Are you looking for something with upside? Are you looking, something that's a fixer-upper, something you can add on, something you can sweat equity, something you can improve? Are you looking to do a value play versus something that's vanilla? I'm going to change the words. Oh, great. So are you looking for something where you can go in and get some upside out of it instead of value play? Instead of vanilla, I'm going to say, now it sounds like maybe you're looking for something maybe really nice, doesn't need a lot of management or maintenance, maybe something turnkey. See, we're going to change the language depending on the person we're speaking to. Okay, so use your best judgment. Sometimes you could have a language barrier, a culture barrier there. Be careful about that, because if they don't understand, they don't trust, right? If they don't trust, they're not going to work with you. So use your best judgment, but these scripts are really, really valuable and they work. They're really effective at you getting people to the table. All right, now, let's say that you see a property for sale and it's listed with a commercial broker. Okay? And it's a full-time commercial broker. You want the information on this property that they have for sale. What do you call or email or text and ask that commercial broker for? OM. Okay, so an OM is a good one, right? What else have you heard, folks? You call a commercial broker, email, text, commercial broker. You want the information on their listing. You're going to ask for a prospectus. An OM is an offering memorandum. It's a little long, so we'll say OM. A prospectus is used commonly. A prospectus is I would say maybe old school, somebody's been around for a while, but it's okay to say prospectus, a setup package, marketing package. Those are the common things that you would ask for. Okay, so on the next page, and this is also next page here on page 8 in your book, you also have there's setup package, marketing package, offering memorandum, OM. OM is most common. Those are the most common things that you would consider using. And in your book, on page 9 through 17 are all these various examples of a setup package or a marketing package. Okay, so I don't have all these slides. Remember, I didn't create all the slides that are in your book. So in your book, you have from page 9 to 17 various examples of setup packages, marketing packages, offering memorandums. Basically, it's all the information that you can want on a listing for sale. It's all that information. It's all the meat of the deal, okay, in a package. You don't have to say all 3 of these. Just pick one: setup package, marketing package, or OM, depending on your preference. I like setup. I've just been saying setup all my life, all my career. Can you send me a setup? I know my buddy Bogey at M&M uses marketing package, right? So it depends, on the company or what they're used to. Everyone uses a different thing. You don't have to say all 3. Just get used to saying one of them. And you're saying basically, send me all the details of that property. And then again, on page 9 to 17, you have various examples. So would it be helpful for you guys if I use a script? Because see, some of the things that I've heard is that sometimes when we call a commercial broker, they don't call us back. Or, I'll call a commercial broker and they don't send me the information. They don't want to work with me for some reason. Maybe some of that's happened to some of you guys in this room. Would it be helpful if I share a script that we use for contacting commercial brokers? Give me a hands up. Give me a hands up in the auditorium if you'd like me to use a script. Okay, great. Awesome. All right. So I'll use David again. Hey, David, it's Michael. I was calling from the commercial division. I wonder if that property is still available. Do you happen to have any other offers on it? Can you send me a setup package? Oh, hey, David, by the way, do you want me to write that offer up on a CAR agreement, an AIR agreement, or will you accept an LOI? Now, what does that sound like? When I use that script, what does that sound like? It sounds like I know what I'm doing, right? It sounds like I'm a professional commercial broker. So you can see on the screen there that I've got what I just wrote, CAR. You want me to write up a CAR, AIR, or LOI? Now, depending on what state you're in, whether you're this example, I have CAR, I have New Jersey, which is NJAR, Arizona Association of Realtors, Texas, TAR or TREC. Depending on what state you're in, you have an acronym most likely for the state that you're in out there for the association that you're in, okay? And so you would just defer to that. And every state has an association underneath it that's affiliated with NAR. You could even say NAR, doesn't matter. But all you're saying is, hey, do you want me to write that offer up on that agreement that you're using with zip forms, or do you want me to use AIR or LOI? Okay. Now, a lot of commercial brokers don't like residential, right? They don't want to hear CAR, NJAR, AAR, or any kind of association. A lot of commercial brokers are not members of NAR or any entity like that at a state level. They will then a lot of times partner with AIR, American Industrial Association. And American Industrial Association is not in every state out there, but it's in a lot of them. And it has they have their own forms, they have their own tools, they have a website, American Industrial Association, Real Estate Association, American Industrial Real Estate Association. Some people will become members of AIR. If you have AIR in your state, you can get access to AIR forms through your state association. So for example, in California, if somebody says, oh no, wait, I don't want any of that residential stuff, Michael. I only want that deal written up on an AIR agreement. Oh, that's great. No problem. I'm just going to say, okay, no problem. I'm going to hang up. Okay. And then I'm going to go, because I can go get access to AIR forms through CAR. So I'm going to go to my state entity. I'm going to pull up my profile and I'm going to buy the AIR forms. I'm going to put them in my shopping cart. It's like $149 a year. It's prorated. And I put them in my shopping cart. And then now when I log back into CAR, boom, there's all my AIR forms right there. Okay. So I can get access to AIR forms through my state association in a lot of states out there, or I can just join directly if I want to. Those are how I would get access to AIR forms. And then I can put my agreement, write it up on the AIR form. So that's CAR, that's AIR. LOI, what is that? That's letter of intent. Letter of intent, LOI, letter of intent. Most people in these classes these days are familiar with a letter of intent and what that is. I prefer letter of intent myself. See, most of these properties are subject to interior inspection. Got it, Stephen. Most of these properties are subject to interior inspection. So why go do, why go write a full purchase agreement and maybe even put money in escrow or transfer some sort of deposit, things like that, only for the buyer to walk through the property and say, oh, no, I don't want it. I'd much rather do a letter of intent. And by the way, a letter of intent could be a text. A letter of intent could be an email. I mean, I've seen lots of various letters of intents. We'll show you some examples while we're in the class. But there's a lot of different ways to do this, and it's not all formal. But a letter of intent, if you just agree on the main deal points, the price, the term of the deal, the escrow period, the time frame, the deposit, is there financing? Those are the main things that buyers and sellers care about. You agree on those, then you go do the interior inspection, then you go to a full purchase agreement. That's the way I'd much rather do it myself, because I don't like a bunch of paperwork, and it seems to make a lot more sense doing it that way. I had one of my brokers in my office. Oh, I hate doing that. And he's to this day, he doesn't like it. I don't like doing that because I want a binding agreement. And so I kind of laughed and I said, oh, you want a binding agreement just so the buyer can walk through and do the interior inspection and say, I don't want it. Right. So, hey, however you want to do it is fine. Just know that there's multiple different ways to do it. That's how I prefer, is an LOI, like I just mentioned. But for the sake of this conversation, who are we addressing? We're addressing the listing agent. Hey, it's Michael. That property's still available. Can you send me a setup package? Oh, how do you want me to write this up? CAR, AIR, or LOI? Why am I doing that? I'm saying to that commercial agent, look, I don't care how you want to do it. Let's just do a deal together. I'll do it however you want, because see, the market's tight. There's not a lot of inventory still. And so when you get one shot at making a reputation or making a impression and making an impression with this commercial broker. Sometimes you have one shot and you want to make it the best that you got. Otherwise, you might not get a call or they might not work with you, right? So, hey, how do you want me to do this? I'm just saying, how do you want to do it? I'll do it any way you want to, okay? All right, so that's how you might address a commercial broker. Now, Stephen, I see you're back. Any questions that are out there on what I just said about the elevator script or about how you would approach a commercial broker?
Yeah, Chief, we have a couple questions. I'm trying to sort through these for you real quick, but we have a couple questions for this, I guess you could say, section. Do they need a commercial license for residential? Did you explain that? For residential and commercial, do they need a different license?
No, you don't. You do not need a different license. Although I think you should, and I think we should, but no, we don't need a different license. Your residential license or your real estate license is good for residential or commercial real estate.
Okay. On the script, can you explain horizontal and vertical? Did you do that already?
I did explain horizontal and vertical, yes.
Sure.
I'll explain that again real quick. Horizontal, I'm spread out. Maybe I've got 10 units in Florida, Texas, 10 units in Oregon, 10 units in Long Beach. So I'm spread out. So I have 40 doors, but I'm spread out, right? That's horizontal. If I'm vertically invested in 40 doors in Long Beach. Now I'm vertically invested. So that's the difference between horizontal and vertical. Now I could be horizontally invested in multifamily and vertically invested in office, right? So it could have a lot of different meanings. I'm really just throwing it out as a question to try to trigger that investor to engage.
Okay. Sorry, Chief, just a lot of
Yeah, no, I get it.
things to sift through here. Operations, just so you know, a lot of new folks in class today. So
That's fine.
yeah, well, just so you know, they were answering that question for you, Neil. I'll keep going, but I'm not
Okay,
seeing
so that's fine.
any
So,
questions on the specific topic.
okay,
Oh,
great.
cost approach. Can you explain the cost approach?
So the cost approach is for vacant land,
There you
and
go.
I explained that already, but it's highest and best use. So I won't go back into all of that again, but I did explain that. It's basically highest and best use. So they're going to look and see at a vacant lot what the best thing to build is for that lot, and then you go into how much does it cost to build whatever is the best thing that could go there, and the holding costs, construction costs, what can you sell it for, and that's how we do that. That's how we're going to determine the value.
Okay.
So let me keep going, and then are you using Slack the VBox, or are you just
VBox.
okay? So
Yeah, we're using VBox for questions. Please try to keep VBox just for questions. You guys have to sift through some of the other comments that are being made. Comments are for the chat, but VBox is for questions.
nice. Okay, so that's where he's going for those questions, VBox. All right. Back to this contacting. Stay with me, folks. We'll walk you through this step by step here. What we just did, we want to use some basic language, right? We're going to this afternoon. We're going to come back and we'll work on this script this afternoon, customize it. Obviously, if you don't say the right thing or you say the wrong thing, you're not going to get them to the table. They're going to just politely leave and walk away, right? Or go to somebody else, and you'll lose that opportunity. So you need to get to the table. And also, when you're approaching commercial brokers, if you approach a commercial broker wrong, you're not going to get any information from them. They're not going to call you back. They're not going to want to work with you. You don't get to the table, right? So these are two very important things for you to hone in on and get really good at. Listen to
Chief.
how I'm going to sound. Yeah, go ahead.
Quick question. Are association commercial forms actually AIR forms? That was one of the questions I was in here on AIR.
So your associations, whatever state you are with underneath NAR, they're all affiliated with NAR. If you're a residential real estate company or a residential company affiliates with NAR, and then they affiliate at the state level, they're required to, the broker is required to typically, and then that requirement floats to the agents underneath the broker. So most agents and brokers in residential or residential are members of some sort of state entity like CAR, NJAR, Texas, TREC, or whatever the state is underneath NAR. Now, those NAR and state associations provide zip forms or something similar to zip forms. They're all your contracts and agreements, and most of you guys are very much aware of this. Inside those zip forms and those tools are various contracts: RPA, residential purchase agreement; REPA, residential income purchase agreement; commercial purchase agreement; land. There's a bunch of them. There's hundreds, right? And you guys have seen some of those agreements. You can work with just that. You can get away with that to do commercial deals all day long. Okay, that's fine. Match the contract to the product type. So if it's a multifamily deal, you should probably put it on the REPA if you have a REPA in your state. If it's commercial, put it on the commercial agreement that's in zip forms in your state. But sometimes we don't affiliate with NAR. Your commercial brokers, so EXP Commercial is not affiliated with NAR. Why? Because full-time commercial agents, they don't use the board. They don't use MLS. They don't want to be affiliated. They don't need it, right? I don't want to start saying a bunch of other firms out here, but your full-time commercial firms, you know who they are. There's a bunch of them, right? They typically are not members of NAR. Same reason. They don't use MLS. They don't use realtor boards. Sometimes they'll affiliate with AIR, American Industrial Real Estate. So there's another association, another set of agreements and contracts that is used. And sometimes you can use those. And sometimes the listing agent wants you to use those. It really just depends on what that listing agent wants you to use, see, or you can get away with an LOI. Okay. So that's why I said that. And that's why we went down that road of the various agreements and where they are. So hopefully that answers that question.
Perfect. There was a question in the chat. Are these forms going to be different in Canada?
Yeah, they'll be different in every state. They'll be different in every country. And so, yes, they're going to be different to a certain degree.
Okay, and are you submitting a business plan and financial statement with your LOI upon request?
No, you don't need to do that. Unless the broker says, hey, I want you to do that. I've never heard of that. I've never seen that. Although when I was looking at triple net deals as an investor last year, I had some pretty unusual things being asked of me as an investor, as a buyer for triple net. It's just because they can get away with it right now. That market's so hot, which is why I didn't buy any triple nets. Why I didn't go that direction. It's because those cap rates have compressed too much. It just got too hot because of COVID. But no, you're not necessarily. An LOI is just going to be the main deal points typically. Now, let me say this to you guys also. Something I'm going to pound in your head over and over again while this 3-day course. I can tell by the questions, and I love the engagement. Thank you so much. This is awesome, you guys. But here's going to be the challenge. The challenge is going to be for us getting through the material in just 3 days, because it's only 3 days. This is a stepping stone for you. This is the tip of the iceberg for you. I want to encourage you to do things like take our 1-day course that we have in January. We have a 1-day course where we're going to be talking about math and nothing really but formulas and calculations and how to determine value. Because when we get there, that's a whole nother, oh my gosh, segment. And we'll take a break before I go into that piece here. But it's usually not going to be enough time for us to try to get you the information you need. When you're out there, listen to this part. When you are out there, if you have a lead or you have a deal and you're not sure what to do with that lead or deal or how to do that lead or deal, get a mentor. Get a partner, a broker, somebody who will do that deal with you, you guys. Don't try to do it on your own, okay? This is not something you want to just like, okay, good, I got Michael's designations, I've taken his class, I'm good to go, I'm ready to go. No. This is just a stepping stone for you. It's called an introduction to commercial real estate. So keep that in mind, that you really want to have a mentor. You want to have somebody helping you, especially if you've got a lead or a deal and you're not sure what to do, because we're probably not going to be able to answer all those questions you might have about that deal you're working on in this class. Okay, so we're going to give you some what we're doing is we're giving you some stepping stones. Here's how this works in 3 days. And then I'm going to say, hey, here's some things you could consider. You can consider coaching, and we can help you through coaching. We're going to consider you take another class in January, and here's when that is, and we'll drop links for you. We're going to say, hey, you should go to the Thursday's class and Friday's class here at EXP Commercial. So we're going to say a lot of different things, and we're also going to keep saying, but don't try to do it on your own unless you know what you're doing. Okay, so I'm going to really say that several times. So don't stress if you've got a deal or a lead and you're not sure what to do. We're going to walk you through that here during this class, and hope that you will do some of the things, take our suggestions. All right, so let me keep going here, and then we'll get a break coming up. This script, when we approach the commercial broker, just remember, is not something you want to consider winging. So what happens is this: we take the class, we end the class. It's the first week of December, and then we go into holiday mode, and we start having eggnog, and we start drinking and partying and enjoying the holidays. And then we have a happy new year and we celebrate and we party more and we eat lots of food. We see all our family and friends. We have a great time. And then all of a sudden January kicks in and we're back in business mode. And then somebody contacts you and says, hey, you know, last year you sold my cousin's house and you did such a great job on it. I was wondering if you could help me on this commercial building that we're looking at. It looks like it's listed for $5 million and here's the commercial broker's name. Can you get a hold of that commercial broker and help us? We trust you. We know you did a good job on the residential deal. You probably can help us with this. Can you help us with this as well? And you're going to say, yeah, sure. I can help you with that commercial deal. No problem. So now I need to reach out to the commercial broker and get the information on the $5 million listing, right? So here's what I do. Oh, wait a minute. I took this class back in December and Michael gave me some scripts that I could use when I contact this commercial broker. What did I do with that book? Did I ever print the book? Oh man, I never printed the book. Oh, I know what I did. I downloaded the workbook though. Where's the workbook? Let me try and download that on my phone because I'm in my car right now. Oh man, I can't find the workbook that I downloaded. I know it's around here somewhere though. That's okay. I got to get on this $5 million deal because I don't want to lose this deal. So let me just go ahead and get a hold of this commercial broker right away. Call the commercial broker or you text or email or whatever. And because you don't know what to say necessarily, you wing it. Hi. Hey, you know, I was wondering, can you send me some information on that property you've got for sale there? You know, does it have a cap rate? Does it have a lockbox? You know, I'd really like to show it tomorrow. You think you might want to change the paint on the outside? My client really isn't liking the color of the paint of the building. Does it have a lockbox? Hey, will it go FHA? Now, what's going to happen with that commercial broker when they get that message or when they hear you call them or text them? They're probably going to literally get upset, as would most of you, right? It's because why are you, right? What is who, you know, they're thinking, what in the world? This agent has no idea what they're doing and I don't want to work with somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, right? Can you blame them? No. So, you know, be careful about doing those things. Instead, how about you get your hands on your script that we've talked about and you consider something like this where you're calling them and you're saying, hey, can you send me a setup package? Oh, and by the way, would you like me to write that offer up on a CAR agreement, an AIR agreement, or are we accepting an LOI, right? See, and then now you're sounding and you're calling with confidence and you're, look, I want to do this deal with you. I can do this deal. My client can close on this deal. We got this. That's how you approach a commercial broker who's got a listing that's for sale when everybody else is calling and contacting them on that listing that they have for sale, which is kind of how it is, especially if it's priced right. All right. So keep those things in mind. Again, back to not winging things and really approaching them in a professional manner and how important that is. So in your book, I'm just scrolling through, I'm showing you, here's some examples. This is all in your book, 9 to 17, of how you see some various setup packages, various marketing packages, what they might look like. Keep in mind, you guys and gals, you can have a residential agent that puts together a setup package and doesn't know how to do it or where to do that. The tools that we use, we'll show you the tools we use in the class, how to do this. But maybe they don't know how to do it. And so what are they going to do? They're just going to piece it together, or there may not even be one, or it could be 300 pages long. You'll see different variables of setup packages and marketing packages in the industry. All right, I'm almost getting to a break spot here. I'm coming up here really quick. I want to show you just this part here. This is on page 17 in your book. And this is just showing you that we'll get into all these numbers here after this break. This is showing you scheduled gross income and other income and things like that. I want to mention to you other income. What would be some examples of other income? Some examples of other income. What would that be? Laundry, security, vending machines, parking, storage, late fees, pet fees, game room, telecom, antenna, cell towers, rubs, which I didn't explain, condo fees, mineral rights, oil rights, lake rights, air rights. Anytime you see income that's not part of the scheduled gross income. See at the top here, you have scheduled gross income. Anytime you see extra income, billboards, very common that these other types of income do not transfer with the property. So like mineral rights, for example, they don't always transfer with the property. It's fine if it doesn't transfer with the property, that's okay, but we're looking at the numbers to determine the value. We're looking at the income. So if it does not transfer, then it shouldn't be in here because it's confusing, okay? So as long as you have a scheduled gross income plus other income, so I'm looking at this going, okay, it looks like that is the income that's coming with this property. So now I can determine the cap rate and the value and things, okay? So know that that's what other income is what I just mentioned. And then know that it doesn't always transfer with the property, and that's okay, but just everybody needs to know what is transferring and what isn't transferring. It's going to have an impact on the value. I also wanted to touch bases with you on lending. Tomorrow we have a lender coming in. Mitch with Com Loans is coming in tomorrow for about an hour from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and he's going to go through some various lending packages with you guys and explain how lending is different in commercial real estate than residential. It's a really good section. I think you'll like that a lot. Remember, financing is different for commercial real estate. So what you're seeing here is you're seeing a commercial loan of $4,837,000, 7% interest, 30-year loan due in 10. So this loan is 30 years, amortized over 30 years, Thanks, Keith, for slamming that in the chat for me. I appreciate it. This is on page 17 in your book. It's amortized over 30 years to keep the payment down, but it's due in 10 years. So your commercial loans are typically 30 due in 10, 25 due in 10, 25 due in 7, 25 due in 5, 25 due in 3. So what that means is this example you're looking at, it's amortized over 30 years, but it's due in 10 years. So the investor is going to need to refinance or sell this property in 10 years because it's due with a balloon payment. But it's amortized over 30 years to keep the payment down. And the interest rate is going to change typically depending on the term. So it might be a 30 due in 10 at 7%. But if I got a 30 due in 3, it might drop to 4%. See, the interest rate will change based on the term. This is what we call an investor loan because I'm buying this property, but I'm not occupying the space. So if I'm just like a house in residential real estate, if I buy a house and I occupy it, I can get a better financing typically, less risk to the lender because I live there. Where if I buy a house and I rent it out, well, now I'm not living there, so there's more risk to the lender, so I can't get as good of a loan typically. I have to put down 20% or more. I have to get a better interest, my interest rate might not be as good typically. So when you're occupying the space in commercial real estate, it's the same thing. If I buy a warehouse and I'm going to occupy it with my wood shop, and my business is 51%, is occupying 51% or more, well, now it's considered owner occupied even though I don't live there. So because it's less risk, I can get a better loan than what you're looking at on the screen. I can get maybe a fully 30-year doing 30, maybe 25 doing 25, maybe a good fixed rate, 4%, maybe 10%, 15% down because there's less risk. See, where if I don't occupy the space, I'm not going to get as good of a loan. So that's all I wanted to point out on this screen. Down below, you have the bedrooms and bathrooms. What's another term for that? The splits. In your book on page 18 is an example of a rent roll. Okay, so just recapping, we contact a commercial broker. We ask them using our script if they can send us a setup package or marketing package. They send us a marketing package. One of the things that hopefully is in this marketing package is some sort of rent roll. It's showing us here's what all the rents are. Here's the deposits. Here's when the rents expire. Is this information that investors would like to know? Yeah, right. They'd like to know, what are the rents, right? Hello, it's kind of important. What are the rents and what are the deposits and when do they expire? This is a rent roll. Okay, so something that we should have. And later as we get going, I'll start talking about pocket listings and things like that and how we vet them. Everybody mute, please. If you're unmuting yourself, just mute yourself, please, so we don't get this feedback. Thank you. So it should have a rent roll. Now, when I'm looking at this, remember, is the commercial broker, you're representing the buyer, the commercial broker is probably representing the seller. When you ask for a setup package, how much can you trust that commercial broker? How much can your investor trust the information that they're sending you? Depends on the commercial broker, probably, right? But the reality is, I'm not sure how much I can trust that information or how much I want to rely on that information to be accurate, because I need to verify myself as a broker, as representing the buyer, and also as an investor, right? We're going to verify due diligence, right? So what would be some ways for me to look at this information and say, I wonder if I could raise these rents. I wonder if I could get more income out of this asset. What would I do to see if I could do that? See, now I'm looking at the actual information. What would I do to see if I can get more out of this? Well, I'm going to do a rent survey. So in your book, on page 19 and 20, there's just a couple of examples of a rent survey. Stephen, is that you? Are you muted, Stephen? Everybody mute yourself, please, so that we don't have that feedback. Okay, now look what I'm doing here. In your book, you have just 2 pages, 19 and 20. On the screen, you have multiple slides. Okay, this is not all in your book. I didn't want to put all this in the book. It's too much. But you can see, here's an example where all I'm doing is I'm doing a rent survey. I'm going around and I'm taking lots of pictures first of the subject property. We like to have a rear view, a courtyard view, a front view. And then I'm going to go find other rentals that are like this. I'm going to go find other apartments, and I'm going to match to as close as I can to the subject property. The property type, is it a Class A that we're looking at subject property? Is it a high rise, low rise, mid rise? We're going to try and get as close as possible to the subject property, and then we're going to go see what properties are renting for in the area. Now, your property managers out there and your people who do rent surveys and lease surveys, because I've polled every class almost, they usually are just talking to each other. So your property managers, they do, if I manage 1,000 properties, I have a pretty good idea of what the market is because I've got my own inventory, right? So I can kind of keep up to speed by doing that. I might contact another property manager that has a lot of doors to see what their inventory is. See, so we'll bounce numbers off each other to learn what the market is. If I'm a commercial broker, I might contact property managers. Might be a good idea to do that. So what I'm going to do as a commercial broker is I'm just going to go around the area and I'm going to see what these properties are renting for. How am I going to find that out? I'm going to contact property managers. I'm literally going to call them. I'm going to email them, go to their websites, and I'm going to get information from them to find out what properties are renting for in the area. Now, there's also tools, right? There's CoStar, MLS, even I could Google apartments for rent in Long Beach, California. But just because it's on the internet, does that mean it's true and accurate? Maybe, maybe not. Not only that, but I like to get out. I like to do boots on the ground. When I'm doing rent surveys and lease surveys, boots on the ground is the best way to do it because you're going to find out information that you wouldn't have found out by clicking around. Rentometer is another tool that's out there, by the way, that comes up a lot for rent surveys and lease surveys, but it's not really a tool that's going to provide a report. It's just going to give you a green to red in terms of, is that market? We're looking for reports, see? So the reports are valuable because they become part of our listing presentation. The rent surveys and lease surveys reports become part of our presentations for our buyer, our investor that we're going to. We're going to use this to consult. So boots on the ground, something to remember. What's the best way to do a rent survey or lease survey? Answer, boots on the ground. Okay, something to remember. I'll say it again. What does that mean, guys? Boots on the ground. I mean, what does that mean? Something to remember. What does that mean? Something to remember. Something you might want to remember. Hello, something you might want to remember. What's the best way to do a rent survey, lease survey? Boots on the ground. Okay, so you can see on the screen here, I'm giving you some examples of rent surveys and how you can, it can be short and sweet. Maybe you got a $1 million deal, you don't have a lot of time, you want a short, sweet rent survey. You can do a quick one-page rent survey or lease survey. On the other hand, if it's a $10 million deal, maybe I want a really powerful, really elaborate rent survey or lease survey. I can beef it up and I can make it really nice with lots of pictures. I can bring in maps, demographics. There's all kinds of things I can do for a rent survey or a lease survey. Sky's the limit on a rent survey or a lease survey. So a rent survey would be for multifamily. A lease survey would be for leased investments. Any questions on the rent survey, lease survey? All right, it's break time. So it's 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Remember to go to Vivox
Hey, Chief.
for questions, and then
With
I'll
the
ask
rent-
Steven. I'll ask Steven if there's questions via Vivox. Go ahead, Steven. So I said it's break time, but Steven, go ahead before we
Yeah, real
break.
quick with the rent survey. When doing a rent survey, is there a specific mileage from the subject property to locate comps?
Yeah, what a great question. And yeah, use your best judgment. So there's no right or wrong answer to that. It really depends. So like, for example, if I'm in Long Beach downtown and I'm looking at multifamily, they're everywhere, right? So I really need to stay close to the class A, class B, class C, mid-rise, low-rise, high-rise, and I can get data. If I, on the other hand, excuse me, go to Oregon, way out in the middle of nowhere, well, now all of a sudden, I'm not going to have a bunch of data everywhere, so I need to go further. So you use your best judgment with that. And then also, areas change a lot, right? So you go, some areas you go one block and the area changes completely from where it was. So use your best judgment there. All right, let's do this. Go to Vivox for your questions, and then when we come back, I'll answer because you guys have been sitting for a while. I want to get you a break. Uh, I'll answer some questions on Vivox if there are any after the break. It's 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Let's go 10 minutes. 9:10, 9:10 Pacific Standard Time. We'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. All right. It's not a huge deal, Alex, if you're around, or Natalie, but I'm not seeing my ability to share screen now for some reason. I'm using the slides that have been uploaded, so it's fine. But any idea how to go back to that screen share?
Hey, Michael, I'm in here. I can come up on stage.
Okay.
So you're not seeing the screen share button. So before you were using that, we weren't doing crank wheel, correct?
I was just using the slides that I uploaded.
So you uploaded previously downloaded slides
Yes.
into the tool. Okay.
And then, folks, if you can remember to go ahead and hit VBox for your questions. We'll try and knock out a couple of those questions. Keep the comments, though, down. What's happening is Steven's trying to sift through a lot of comments and not getting to questions. So if you have questions, use that for, please, just questions, and then I'll try to get to some of those questions you might have.
Hey, Chief, while we're waiting, do you want to explain the difference between a rent survey and a lease survey and what you mean by boots on the ground?
Rent surveys for multifamily, lease surveys for leased investments, boots on the ground, meaning go out and physically do the rent survey and lease survey manually by collecting data from property managers and owners versus just clicking online using LoopNet or CoStar, things like that.
And I just want to clarify for the people who are asking about the book. The workbook is the PDF, the handout. There's only one handout that we're giving. We will not be sharing the slides, but Michael will be letting you know which page we're on. I want everybody to keep in mind that we scan the book is scanned, so the PDF reader, the Adobe Reader, has page numbers where you can search and all that using Adobe to search through the book. But that does not necessarily mean that page will correlate with the page that's on the bottom right hand side of the book. So when we are calling out page numbers, Michael will tell you the page number, and it will most likely be, he'll identify it as the page at the bottom right of the handout. So you can scroll through and find that page. They do go in sequential order. So right now, the pages that you're seeing, like in the rent survey, the lease survey, those examples, those are, I believe, what'd you say, Chief, between pages 9 and 12 or 9 and 27? Sorry.
9 is 19 and 20 rent survey.
Yeah, but that goes all the way, oh yeah, that goes through that beginning section to 21. That's all at the beginning of the book. But I will do my best. I am seeing those questions in VBox. We're not ignoring them. It's just not a good time to bring it up. So as I can address them, I will. I'll try to communicate with you guys in the chat on questions that I'm not going to have Michael necessarily answer. But sorry for any confusion. Let's get going.
Okay. Alex, I love your sweater.
I changed for this occasion.
Nice.
That's
Okay.
funny. Hey, okay, so real quick, Michael, when you're looking to your bottom right, you have the presentation tool still, yeah?
No, that's the thing. I don't have
The
presentation.
tool is totally gone?
I see a presentation tool at the top,
Okay.
but there's a button. That screen share clicky thing is not there for some reason.
So when I'm looking at the tool, there's that bookmark star, the upload button, and then to the right of that, it looks just like a screen icon, third one over. Do you not have that icon?
No.
Michael, try walking off of the stage and come back up on the stage and see if your presentation tool will come back with the correct icons.
Okay. And if it becomes a big deal, we can just keep going and I'll do it at lunch.
Sorry, I know you're having to do this left-handed.
No worries.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, everybody, high five.
Thanks, Lindy.
Sure. Sometimes when the presentation tool goes away, that's just going off and coming back on will help. That bring it back for you, Michael?
No, it didn't. It's okay. What I'll do is during lunch, I will leave and come back. I think that's what I need to do to, and then maybe it'll kick on at that time. Thanks, Lindy. Thanks,
Sure.
Alex.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I'm sure when I leave and come back, it'll work. Okay. All right. So I'm going to start moving forward here a little bit. Stephen, if there's any questions, I know I said I'd answer a couple or two or three. So this is a good time if you want to ask me any questions about what's come up. Try not to make me repeat things that I've said or already explained a couple times.
Right. Oh, I will do my best. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. These are just questions from this morning, Chief. I know that we elaborated on the rent survey. Please clarify the following. Cap rate compression is an opposite effect. When interest rates are high, cap rates are low, and vice versa. That's a question.
Well, there are two different things, right? Interest rates are interest rates, cap rates are cap rates. And all I was pointing out this morning with that is that right now interest rates are lower than cap rates in some of these, a lot of these markets actually. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So interest rates being lower than cap rates gives the investor the ability to borrow money less than the cap rate of the product that they're buying. Good, Stephen?
Sorry, I got muted. Please clarify GRM.
Oh, yeah, we haven't really talked about GRM yet.
Okay. And as a commercial loan broker and a team leader, I've often done both commercial and bridge lending, commercial deals as well. Do you also do training on different types of lending for commercial and commercial loans? Brokers, since RESPA does not apply, I could continue to do both.
We don't do a lot of different training on financing. No, we'll bring in people like Mitch with Calm Loans that are experts to do those types of presentations. So tomorrow you'll see what I mean when he comes in for an hour. So we don't do a bunch of different training on financing. We just skim the surface of it. I'm glad you said something about RESPA though. So because rebates, guys and gals, on residential 1 to 4 units, those are governed by RESPA. 5 and up, commercial financing, not governed by RESPA. And so when it's 5 and up, you can legally receive referral fees and rebates on those loans. So would it be okay if you closed a $2 million deal if you got a $20,000 rebate or referral fee on top of your commission? Give me a hands up in the auditorium if that's okay with you. $2 million loan, you got a $20,000 commission. I thought that would get you. That's legal. It's okay. It's acceptable. It's normal. It has to be disclosed, but it's done all the time. And I'll tell you a little story about that if I have some time here about how I did that with door knocking for warehouses and industrial. We started doing a bunch of door knocking, and it just absolutely was just it was awesome. It was because we were getting the rebates and referral fees on top of the deals that we were doing. It was phenomenal. So if any of you want to hear a little quick story about how you might door knock in commercial real estate, I'll share that with you a little bit later today. So good question. Okay, let me keep going here. On your screen here on page 21, also in the book, is expenses. When we get into expenses, these are the expenses that we're talking about. It's really everything to operate the property. Anything else, Stephen, that was pressing before I kind of cut you off there?
No, Chief, I'm just getting a lot of repeat questions. Keep going.
Okay, great. Remember, what we want to do in this class is kind of just keep moving forward so that you don't have a bunch of people saying, you've said this 5 times, Michael, right? So I've got to have a balance between keeping the folks who are getting it, happy and moving along at a pace and not upsetting the folks who aren't getting it. So what I tend to do is lean towards the ones who are getting it, all right? So I can keep things moving quickly, because you can always listen to the recording. You can always come back and take it again. But what we don't want to do is have people going, oh my gosh, it didn't cover anything in the time frame. I don't want to do that. So I want to throw a lot of information at you quickly, and knowing that you can listen to the recording or come back and take it again. So these are the expenses that we're referring to, everything to operate the property. So we're going to start getting to expenses and percentages of expenses. You can see here that you have taxes and insurance are on the expense side of the equation now. In commercial and residential, we have PITI, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance, 1 to 4 PITI, right? And then you have commercial, you have the taxes and insurance that drop off of the expense side of the equation, and they float to, they drop off the payment side of the equation and they float to the expense side of the equation. Taxes and insurance drop off the payment side, float to the expense side. So that's what you're looking at here, is taxes and insurance have dropped off. And by the way, what do we call our payment in residential? Mortgage payment. What do we call our payment in commercial? We call it what? What do we call our payment in commercial? Debt service payment. Okay. So you're on the phone talking to a commercial investor all their life. They've only invested in commercial real estate, and you say something, oh, well, it looks like your mortgage payment should be about this much. What did you just do? What you just did was you used a term they're not familiar with hearing and using, and they're thinking this is a residential agent. So be careful about your language. Okay, so on the commercial side, we have debt service payment only, because the taxes and insurance have floated to the expense side of the equation. Is debt service an expense? Is debt service an expense? Is debt service on this sheet that you're looking at? No. These are all the expenses. So debt service is not an expense. Okay, that's a question for you to answer later today. Debt service is not an expense. I can pay all cash and still have expenses, but I don't have a debt service payment. Come on. All right. Now, this is on page 22 in your book. Dana, can you drop the link to the one-day course in the chat when you get a minute. What I'm going to show you guys right now is we really like to do this in a full day. We like to go through what I'm going to go through in about an hour with you. I like to do this in a full day. And Stephen is going to do this most of the time when he does our one-day classes that we have. And there's one coming up in January that I'm going to suggest you guys all take. It's January, and we'll do them again in February and March. You know, we do them on a consistent basis. So if you sign up for that, Dana dropped in the chat right there, and you can't make it in January, you can catch it in February or March. And don't worry, we do them a lot. We just haven't built out our calendar yet for the next year completely. But we do this class a lot. If you get what I'm doing right now, and you can go through this, and it's a piece of cake for you, then you don't need to do that, right? But my challenge is getting this through this piece, which is an important piece. In the time frame that we have here. So what you're looking at is you're looking at assumptions, and assumptions is any scenario you want to show somebody. So maybe you want to show somebody 25% down. You want to know, usually want to know, hey, is this actually happening right now? Is this currently occurring? Are these present rents? Or is this some sort of market? Is this some sort of pro forma that you're saying? You want to know that, right? So you can see here, this is current rents. That's an assumption. Another assumption would be market rents, 25% down. Another assumption you're looking at here is 20% down seller carry. Another assumption could be 50% down. Another assumption could be all cash. It's whatever. If the investor says, hey, what do the numbers look like if I do this or that? You can show them whatever you want to show them. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. Current rents, 25% down, gross rent multiplier, 8.44. Where would I go for the definition and formula of GRM? I would go to my glossary of terms. Great job, everybody, glossary of terms. So I'd go to page 6 and 7, I believe that is in the book, and I would see the formula for GRM as sales price divided by SGI. I'd take the sales price divided by SGI, and boom, there's my GRM. Cap rate, the formula is in there as well. Price, $750,000 times 25% down gives me 187.5. I subtract 187.5 from 750,000 gives me 562,500. That's the first trust deed, TD, trust deed, first loan amount. I'm going to amortize this loan over 30 years, in this case, at 7% interest, 9% interest, sorry, 9% interest. And when I do that, my debt service payment is $54,832. Okay, so that's how I'm doing that. Now you need a 54,312, sorry, 54,312. You need a financial calculator to amortize loans, or an app that will amortize loans. You can't just multiply. Every real estate agent, in my opinion, should know how to amortize loans. And then you want to know basically what payments should be and how they and what they are based on an interest rate and a down payment. And then you defer to your professionals, your lenders, for the details of those loans. But you should have a general idea of how to amortize loans. And I use an HP 12C, which is a financial calculator that I learned when I got into commercial real estate. A lot of your associations have qualifiers that they sell. Those will amortize loans, but you need a special calculator that will amortize loans, or an app. If I didn't have a smart calculator, I would just download the app, which I've got it on all my devices. I download the app, go to the Google Store or App Store or whatever, and type in free amortization tool. And there's a bunch of them that will pop up. You download it, you put it on your device, and then all you need to do is put in the loan amount and then the interest rate and the terms, the years, and it will give you the debt service payment. All right, now let's look at the scheduled gross income, SGI. This is all the income added up monthly, multiplied times 12. So this is the building's current leased up income or rented income, which is all the units rented up monthly, multiplied times 12. We're always looking at an annual snapshot, and we're going to use a 5% vacancy factor in this case. So I'm going to take 88,830 times 5%. It's going to give me 4,442. Okay, that's where I'm getting that number. Then I'm going to subtract it. I'm going to take 88,830, subtract 4,442. It's going to give me my GOI, my gross operating income of 84,388. I'm going to take 84,388 times 35%. It's going to give me my expense factor of 29,535, and that's where I'm getting that number. Then I'm going to subtract it. I'm going to take 84, subtract 29 to get to 54,852. That's how I'm doing the math, okay? So all I'm doing is I'm calculating the vacancy factor, 5% of the scheduled gross income. Just calculate it, then I subtract it to get to my GOI. Then I use a 35% of my GOI to get my expense factor. So I calculate the expense factor and then I subtract it to get to my NOI. We already calculated the debt service payment for you. So now I subtract it to get to my cash flow. And that's how we do that column. I'm going to jump to the second column here for a minute, and then I'll slow down a little bit. Now you see the income went up. It's 101,000. Why did the income go up? Because it's market rents. So we're looking at this deal saying, hey, what would happen if I raise these rents? It's the market, it's pro forma. Let's take a look. So now I look at this, and 101,000, I do the same thing. Times 5% is 5,000. Then I subtract it. 101 subtract 5,000 gives me 96. Now I'm going to take that times 35%. 96 times 35% gives me 33,000. And then I'm going to subtract it. 96 subtract 33 gives me 62,429. Okay, and that's how I'm doing that. Okay, so that's how I'm doing the math. And then again, I'm subtracting the debt service payment to get to my cash flow. There's my cash flow, $8,000, okay? Now I'm also going to use, how do I determine my return on investment now? Now I go back to what page? Page 6 and 7, and I can see my formula for ROI, return on investment, ROI, is cash flow divided by down payment. So I take the cash flow, divide it by the down payment, and it gives me my return on investment of 4.3%. Okay, any questions on that, Stephen?
Yeah, the first one is cash flow still an annual amount at the bottom of the form?
Yes, this whole snapshot is an annual amount.
How did you get the SGI?
The SGI is all the income. Is the screen black for everybody, or is it just
No, they're asking questions. I'm just
okay,
answering.
gotcha. The SGI is all the income added up monthly multiplied times 12. So you just look at a property and say, okay, what are the rents? Add them all up, multiply times 12, an annual snapshot of the income.
Okay, and is the debt service the full payment or just the interest of the debt?
Debt service is the full payment, principal and interest.
How do you determine the vacancy rate?
Good question. I was wondering when that was going to come in. Okay, so write this down. There are two things that change the vacancy and expense factor. You can see that we're using 5% and 35% here. Does anybody remember? If you can remember what it is, or you know what it is, drop it in the chat. A lender is going to require us to use minimum vacancy and expense factors. A lender is going to require you to use a minimum, right? So just like in residential, it's been a long time since I've done a residential deal, but I remember the ratios, 28/32, something like that. And some lenders would vary a little bit, but it would be right around that same thing here. They're going to require us to use certain minimums. Everybody mute yourselves, please. Mute yourselves, please. Mute yourselves, please. Thank you. There's times though, so you can see here, they're saying, Michael, we're going to require a 5% vacancy and a 35% expense factor. Can you hear me? I think I froze. Okay, I'm back.
I can hear you, Chief.
Okay. Good. Okay. So a lender is going to require a minimum 5%, 35% in this scenario, right? But it's going to change. Two things that cause the vacancy factor or expense factor to change. One is the area, two is the product type. So write that down. What are two things that cause my vacancy factor to change, Michael? Area, product type. Hey, Michael, what are the two things that cause my expense factor to change? Area or product type. Let's look at when somebody asked about the how far do I need to go question for the rent surveys or lease surveys. Perfect example, because I said, look, in Long Beach, you can go downtown Long Beach, densely populated area, LA, densely populated area, Irvine, densely populated area. Those areas, the lenders are going to probably say, look, the minimum vacancy factor in those areas is going to be about 5%. Now, let's say you travel to Texas, out in the middle of nowhere, cars, cows, barns, dirt roads, not a lot of population, rural area. Is the vacancy factor going to be 5% there too? No. Who would we call to find out what the vacancy factor should be in that area? Your lenders. Your lenders are going to be easy to reach. You could get appraisers as well, but they're a little harder, right, to get to. So your lenders have a tendency to want to help real estate agents and investors. So they'll respond and they'll give you vacancy factors in those areas. They'll say, hey, y'all, what we're using out here is more like a 15%, more like a 10%, right? So depending on the area, the vacancy factor might change up a little bit. Keep that in mind. It's going to change based on the area. So it's also going to change based on the product type. Okay, I'm looking at multifamily. It should be about 35%, even if it is brand new construction or completely rehab, remodel. It's still going to be about 35%, maybe 20%. A lender might let you get away with it, but for the most part, they're a little conservative right now, and they're going to require 35%. What if it's a triple net? We saw two things that change the vacancy and expense factors: area and product type. So if I'm looking at a triple net, what is that? We talked about that. Well, let's say it's an absolute triple net where the tenant's paying for taxes, insurance, and maintenance. By the way, triple net, TIM, tenants paying TIM, taxes, insurance, maintenance. Absolute triple net, absolute triple net, tenants paying taxes, insurance, maintenance, and then the major components, all components: electrical, plumbing, air conditioning, roof. Okay, so a triple net, don't get caught. I've seen this happen. People say, oh, it's triple net. My investor's not responsible for the air conditioning. Oh, yes, they are. So don't get caught with that, okay? Understand the differences between a single net, double net, triple net, absolute net, because there's a lot of confusion in that industry about that, as I just experienced firsthand as we were looking to exchange into a triple net last year. So let's say it's a triple net, absolute, tenants paying taxes, insurance, maintenance, and the plumbing, heating, electrical, roofing, and central vac. Would you put 35% for an expense factor if you're going on a listing presentation? Would you use 35% and it was an absolute triple net? And the answer is no. Who would you call to find out what you should use? Lenders. Lenders are going to give us guidelines, right? So I'm going to call the lender and say, hey, I've got this listing appointment coming up. What should I use for this type of property? Michael, we're going to use 10% when we analyze the deal, and here's why. Okay, so then now I go on this listing appointment. It's not my number, it's the lender's number. It's a third party number. And the seller says 10%. Michael, it's absolute triple net. Why are you using 10%? Well, Mr. or Mrs. Seller, it's because the lender is going to require us to use 10% as an expense factor, and we want to analyze the deal through the lender's eyes. See, this is why I like to use third party. If it's my number, then somebody gets to attack me and say, who are you to pick that number? Where if it's a third party, like a lender, I can say, look, hey, it's not my number. It's a third party. It's the lender's number, and they're going to analyze the deal using this number. And don't you think we should use that same number or could analyze it the same way? See, and so that's why I like to do that, okay? So that's when the expense factor would change, or vacancy factor would exchange, would be based on area or product type. Keep that in mind. That's real important. Don't always just use 5 and 35. It's going to change. Sometimes Steve and I do BOVs, broker opinion values for commercial real estate versus BPO, broker price opinion. And sometimes we'll be in a different state, different product type, and we'll be like, I have no idea what to use here. I reach out to my lender and they help me get some basic percentages. I use the lenders a lot, guys, a lot. I can't tell you how often I'm on the phone with a lender saying, hey, I'm trying to price this for this listing. What do you think? Who do you think is going to buy this? Is this an owner user deal? You know, should I look at this price per square foot? Should I look at it as a owner user or income approach with the cap rate? So I'm going to lean on lenders quite a bit. Okay, hopefully that answered that question there. How you guys feeling about the math that I just went through? Turn around. Give me a hands up in the auditorium if you feel pretty good about the numbers, what I just went through. Not everything, but just what I just went through. Okay, looks like a pretty good amount. Stephen, any burning questions on that? Stephen, you there?
All right, yeah, it takes me a minute to come off mute. There are questions, Chief. Some of this stuff I think you've gone over, but you need to kind of touch on it again. Are you gonna, or can you go over the differences again between triple net and absolute?
Yeah, so just because I said it, I shouldn't have probably done that.
Yeah.
I like to talk about things when you have the material in front of you or a slide or in your book, and I'm kind of deviating a little, and that's my fault. Triple net, tenant is paying taxes, insurance, and maintenance. And then an absolute triple net, tenant is paying taxes, insurance, and maintenance, and they're responsible for the major components, the plumbing, the heating, the air conditioning, the roof, and central vac. Okay. Awesome. All right. Okay, so quick recap on this one here, okay? We're going to do the GRM. We're going to go to the page 6 and 7, sales price divided by SGI. Sales price divided by SGI, boom, GRM. We're going to do the cap rate. I'm going to do this in order that you would need to do it in, okay? So and if you had a bunch of blanks, you wouldn't know some numbers yet, so you wouldn't be able to do your cap rate yet. So you have to start with this, the price. Price, 750,000, 25% times 25% is 187.5. I subtract 187.5. I take that from 750, gives me 562. Then I drop down here to work on the income. I do 101,000. In this case, I multiply it times 5% to give me my $5,000. Then I subtract it. 101 subtract 5,000 gives me 96. 96,000 times 35% gives me 33,000. 96,000 subtract 33 gives me 62,000. 62,000 subtract 54,000 gives me 8,000. 117. Return on investment, page 6 and 7. Cash flow divided by down payment. I take my cash flow of 8,000 divided by the down payment. Boom, there's my return on investment. I can go back on top now and work on my cap rate. Page 6 and 7 in the glossary of terms says NOI divided by sales price. I take 62,429. I divide it by 750,000, and there is my cap rate. That's how I do that. Okay, so that's how you do the math. So you're gonna have a lot of opportunities to practice this. You guys, we're gonna give you homework while you're here during class. Remember, I said we like to work during lunch in our classes. So we're gonna give you some exercises to do during lunch for homework. So you'll get some time to do this, and then Stephen's gonna help you a little bit during lunches while we can as well. So we'll give you plenty of time. And then if you should also consider taking the one-day course that we mentioned where you get really good at this. You know, there's something that's called speed to market, and speed to market is, hey, Stephen, How long does it take, would it take you to do column 2? If you just did column 2 on this spreadsheet, how long would it take you?
About a couple minutes.
About a couple minutes. See, this is what your investors expect. If I polled the full-time commercial brokers in the room and asked them that question, every one of them would say, Michael, I could do all 3 of those assumptions, those columns in minutes, just boom, 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 kicking them out. That's where you need to get. If you're not there yet, then you want to get there as fast as you possibly can. Number 1, we want to speak language to get to the table. Number 2, we want to approach commercial brokers professionally with language that's going to demonstrate we know what we're doing. And number 3, you got to know the numbers, and you got to be able to zip these numbers in and out, forwards and backwards quickly with people, with investors. They expect nothing less. Okay, so, and then you want to get past all this so that you don't have to think about it, and then you can start focusing on what it means and how it helps people. So those are the steps that you should consider taking. All right, now on column 3, again, we're going to give you some exercises, so you'll have some chance to work on this. If you're stuck or you're not getting it, it's okay. We're going to help you. On column 3 is a seller carry, and I'm just going to quickly go through the seller carry column because, again, it's more of the one-day course that we do. I would just encourage you to really get good at seller financing and being creative and understanding different ways to put deals together. You know, when money's flowing like it has been, there's plenty of money, all cash. Lenders have been, you know, happy to loan. Market's strong. Economy's great. Nobody really worries too much about seller carrybacks and creative financing. But when the market shifts, hey guys, got news for you. The market is not going to keep going the way it's going. It's been going up and up and up and up, and cap rates have been compressing all the way through COVID. Do we really think that this market is going to keep going this way forever? I mean, do we really think the market never changes and stays hot like this? I mean, come on. There's no way. I don't know when. I don't have a crystal ball. I have some ideas and some thoughts about it, but I know it's coming. There's no way it keeps going the same as like this. It just doesn't happen. It's been historically too long. So anyway, when it changes, then all of a sudden lenders don't finance the way they used to, right? We saw a little bit of that with COVID, and money gets a little tighter, and then all of a sudden people who can do seller financing and know how to get creative become extremely valuable. So what you're looking at here is we raised the price from 750,000 to 810 because the seller said, why should I do that? Why should I sell it? Why should I do that? Well, one of the reasons you might consider is because we'll raise the price. The other thing that you might consider is that we will pay you 11% on your money, Mr. Seller. Where can you get 11% on your money? Well, not in a lot of places, right? So the owner loves this deal because they got a higher sales price. They're getting 11% on their money. The buyer loves the deal because the buyer is able to buy it with only 20% down. And we deferred the payment on the second. So there's no payment on this second deed of trust. So because we deferred the payment on the second, see how there's no payment there? Just the payment on the first. There's all this cash flow. Look what happened to their cash flow. So now the buyer's year one cash flow jumps way up. The buyer's year one return on investment jumps way up. The buyer's able to get in there with 20% down, fix the building up, stabilize, increase occupancy, decrease expenses, do everything they need to do, refinance in 3 years or sell it in 3 years and pay the owner's note off. Owner loves the deal because the deal closed. Owner got all their money except the $210,000. They're holding this note, but they're earning 11%. So $210,000 times 11% is 22,000 and some change roughly. So year one, it's interest only, by the way. This is interest only. Your interest payments are typically interest only, or your note payments. 210,000 times 11%, 22,000. Year one, $22,000 of interest is due, but it's deferred. Year two, $22,000 of interest is due, but it's deferred. Year three, $22,000 of interest is due, but it's deferred. And then at the end of year three, all three of those payments are due along with the initial $210,000 in the form of a balloon payment. So it's attractive, isn't it? It's attractive to the investor. It's attractive to the owner. Are there risks? Yeah. What are the risks? Risk is 3 years goes by and the buyer does not pay the owner back that note, or they don't refinance or sell and pay the owner back. So the owner can only foreclose and take the property back. So there's pros and cons to that, right? It depends on really how the owner feels about the market in the future. So when I'm talking to an owner about this, I'll say, how do you feel? Let's say they're selling a warehouse, industrial warehouse. How do you feel about the industrial warehouse market in 5 to 7 years? If the owner says, oh, wow, I feel really good about this. I think this market's strong. You know, you got the Amazon effect, you got the medical marijuana money. This industrial warehouse market is strong for the next 5, 10 years. Okay, well, then you really might want to consider this, because if this buyer does not refinance or sell and pay you back this note, well, you can always foreclose and take this property back and sell it again for a second profit, which I've actually done personally. On the other hand, if the owner says, oh man, this market is getting close to a bubble, and I'm glad I'm getting out. I'm getting out of here at the top of the market right now. I think it's going to go down in the next five years. Then I would say, well, then you might not want to do this, because if that buyer does not refinance or sell in 3 to 5 years and pay you back that note, all you can do is foreclose. And if you feel like the market might not be in a good position for you to do that, then you might not want to do this. See, all we're doing is we're consulting, and we're giving them the options and the information. It's ultimately their money, and it's up to them to make the decision. Now, if I have $1 million property and I'm carrying 10%, how much is my second deed of trust? If I have a property, it's $1 million, I'm carrying 10%, how much is my second? 100,000, because 10% of $1 million is 100,000. Okay. If I'm carrying, and it's usually interest only. So let's say it's a $100,000 note, or 10%, and my interest rate is 10%. How much is my payment? If my note's 100,000 and my interest rate's 10, my payment is $10,000 per year, because 10% of 100,000 is 10,000 per year. Divided by 12 would be the monthly payment. Okay, so that's how we're doing these notes. It's relatively simple because it's usually interest only. So if I'm carrying 20%, here's something you want to remember. Price is $1 million. Seller's carrying 20%. How much is the note on my second? Seller's carrying, the price is $1 million. Seller's carrying 20%. The note on my second is 200,000, because 20% of $1 million is 200,000. The interest rate's 9%. What's my payment? 200,000 times 9% is 18,000. Great job. And that's how I do that. Okay. All right. So we'll go through that more in detail in that one-day class, you guys. If that's something you really want to understand at a high level and I'm going too fast for you, jump in there and we'll get you through this. Work with me here on this, okay? And again, Gain, if you don't mind, drop that link in the chat again for them. Work with me here on this exercise. Price is $725,000. Thank you. Buyer's putting down 25%. What's 725,000 times 25%? Drop it in the chat, please. $725,000 times 25% is $181,250. So everybody take a piece of paper or something and put it in front of you and go through this with me, okay? Don't get frustrated and go, oh, I'm lost. I just started, okay? So follow me, work with me on this. Put your emails down and anything else you're doing, stop. Pull out a piece of paper and focus. Go through this with me. Take 725,000, plug in your calculator, multiply it times 25%, and you should get 181,250. I know the frustration is real, Ashley. When we do this live, I can see it, right? Stephen and I walk around the room and we look over your shoulder. We can see how challenging this can be for some people. Math and real estate agents and math don't always go together. But the good news here is this is repetitive, right? You struggle through it and then you go, oh, okay, I got it, right? And then you do it again, and then you do it again and again. It's repetitive. If you give up and go, oh, I can't do this, So weird. My screen share thing now just popped up out of the blue. If you get frustrated and go, oh, I can't do this, well, guess what you're giving up? You are giving, look, the reason I'm sitting here in this seat right now is because of commercial real estate and what it has done to my life. I'm telling you guys, I'm in a position where I'm getting close to be able to actually retire and not have to work because of commercial real estate. I was this broke butt kid that moved to California from Oregon with zero money in my pocket and no family to give me any money either. I had nothing. I got into real estate. Read my book. You'll hear the whole story, how I failed, and then managed to succeed. It's happened to me numerous times, both in residential and commercial real estate, but I failed way more times for a long time. Pain, no money, credit cards maxed out, pain, agony before things started to happen. That's just the way it's been for me, you guys. But I feel your pain. I get it. I understand when you say the frustration. I get it. I've been there with you firsthand. I'm telling you, hang in there. You'll get it if you hang in there. If you give up, you're giving up the opportunity for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Talk to anybody who started new in commercial real estate and somebody who's successful today, and they'll share with you the exact same thing. So anyway, words of encouragement, keep going, hang in there, okay? 725,000 in your calculator times 25%, you have 181,250. Now what do we want to do? Now we want to subtract it. So we take 725,000, subtract 181,250, and what does that give us for our first trust deed? Taylor, the book is How to List and Sell Commercial Investment Property. It's on Amazon. How to List and Sell Commercial Investment Property on Amazon. 543,750 is the loan amount, first trust deed amount, loan amount. Good job. So then we amortize that loan, which I've already done at 9% interest over 30 years. And then I'm going to get you through this part here, let you do some homework, and then we're going to break for lunch. I've already amortized it. Down below, it's 52,501. There's your loan amount, okay? So now what do we do next? Now what we need to do is, remember, you need to amortize a loan. You can't just multiply it to get the debt service payment. You've got to amortize it using a financial calculator or an app. So you amortize the loan of 181,250 over 30 years at 9%, and that will give you 52,501. Now we need to jump down here to the income. So we take the income of 114,000, and what do we do with that? We multiply it times 5%, right? Every step along the way is in your glossary of terms. So we go to page 6 and it says, oh yeah, definition of vacancy factor is 5% of SGI. Remember, it changes though, right? Based on area and product type. So we take 114,000 times 5%, and what do we get? We get 5,700. So 5,700 goes where I'm pointing right here, 5,700. Then what do I want to do? I want to subtract it. Oh, I look at the page 6 and 7 for the definition of GOI, and it says take the SGI, subtract vacancy. So I take SGI, 114,000, subtract vacancy of 5,700, and it gives me 108.3. GOI, 108.3. So now what do I do? Now I need to take the 108.3 times 35%. So I'm going to take 108.3, plug in the calculator, multiply it times 35%, and what does that give me for my expense factor? $37,905. $37,905. Good job. There's my expense factor right there. Okay. Then what do? I need to subtract it. I take 108.3, subtract 37,905, and boom, there is my net operating income of 70,395. Excellent. Then I'm going to take 70,395, subtract 52,501 to get to my cash flow down below, which is what? Job, Letitia, 17,894. So my cash flow is 17,894, and that goes right here. Okay. Then I need to figure out my return on investment. How do I do that? What's the formula for return on investment? Cash flow divided by down payment. So my cash flow of $17,894, I plug it in the calculator. I divide it by my down payment, which is $181,250, and it gives me my return on investment of 9.87. Now remember, when you're doing this, the number that's popping up is a decimal. You need to convert it to a percentage. The return on investment is a percentage. So you want to convert it by either multiplying that number times 100 or moving the decimal place 2 places to the right to get to 9.87. Same thing with your cap rate. So let's go back up here now and do the cap. We take our, go to page 6 and 7, NOI divided by sales price. And when I take the NOI of 108, NOI of 70,395, I plug it in my calculator. Let's do our cap rate, 70,395, plug it in the calculator, and I divide it by the sales price of 725. And what does that give me? And that is going to give me, if you're struggling, I promise you, take that class and you'll be so glad you did it, okay? Dana will drop that link in the chat again here in a minute when she can. Number 2, Stephen's going to be working with you during lunches to, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Stephen, to help you get this, okay? It's repetitive. And then 3, you get the recording that you can watch. That'll come from EXP after the class. You can watch the recording again. 4, you can take this class again, okay? So those are all things that you can do to really get good at this. I want to point out to you a couple other things, and then we're going to give you some homework to do during lunch, and Stephen will help you during lunch, okay, to understand this. Switch gears with me here. Tell me what you think this confidentiality agreement does for you. Confidentiality agreement is on page 23 in your book. Tell me what you think it does for you. Protects what, Evan? Protects your commission. How many of you, let me turn around because this is such an important question that I'm about to ask. How many of you like commission? Show of hands in the auditorium if you like commissions. Every hand in this room should be up. I see some with 2 hands. If you've ever had a nice, big, fat, juicy commission, there's nothing like a commission check. It changes your world, doesn't it? It's a great thing. And you want to protect it. You've probably heard a little bit about the commercial real estate and how it could be the wild, wild west, right? And how you do things off market a lot of times. And, you know, there's not always commission protected. This is a document that you can take and go to your broker and vet it, right? Have them look at it, make sure they like it, change it, modify it, customize it, use it for yourself, and it will help you protect your commission. So a lot of times, real quick, I might go to, I'll pick a name, Amy. Amy, as I see in the chat, Amy, I'll go to Amy and Amy will say, hey, I've got a pocket listing, Michael. What does that mean? It means there's no agreement. There's no listing agreement anywhere, nothing in writing. It's just, hey, bring me a buyer and I'll sell it. Most common objection for those of you who get into calling and have approached commercial property owners, you've heard this objection over and over again. Oh, I'm not going to list it with you, but bring me a buyer and I'll sell it. It's like the #1 objection out there, or maybe number 2 after what am I going to buy. By the way, tomorrow we're going to get into heavy objections, and Wednesday we'll get into heavy objections and how to overcome objections. But one of the most common things is we do these things off market. And so when there's no agreement, I'm going to go to my investors now and I'm going to say, hey, look, I've got this pocket listing and would you be interested in this? And the investor is going to say, well, yeah, sure. Send me the information. Well, do I want to send the investor the address and all the information on the property when there's no agreement anywhere? No. Why would I do that? Right? Because the investor can go around me and go right directly to the owner or the other agent. Why would I do that? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say that to the investor like that. We'll teach you the language of what to say and how you do this at another time throughout the class. I'll get into that. But we wouldn't say it like that. But what I'm going to do is say something like, Okay, that's great. I'm glad to hear you're excited about that, Mr. or Mrs. Investor. Let me send you my confidentiality agreement, ask you to sign it and send it back, and then I can get you that setup package on that deal. See how that works? It's a light, really light ask. It's not a big deal. By the way, if you read this agreement, this just says that it only applies to properties that we send the investor. See, the typical investor knows that the great deals are off market. Your typical investor wants access to the properties that are off market. They don't want LoopNet, CoStar, they got all that, right? They want things that are over here off market a lot of times. You'll hear that a lot. They want those. So what happens is they're not going to sign an exclusive with you typically, like a buyer broker agreement in residential, an exclusive, because it's going to lock them down to just being able to work with you. And then they can't get access to the deals that are off market if they do that. So most investors don't want to do that. But this is not locking them into working with just you. This is saying, look, you can work with anybody you want. You can buy whatever you want from anybody you want at any time. I don't care. But if I bring you one of my sweetheart of a deals, and you want to buy this sweetheart of a deal, you're agreeing to purchase it through me and or my company. That's all this is saying here, okay? So if somebody doesn't want to sign a light ask, a light agreement, where it only applies to properties that I send them, if they don't want to sign that, what are they trying to do? Go around you, not pay you. What? Go around you, not pay you? Do people do that in commercial real estate? Do they go around you and not want to pay you your commission? Is that really, are we in a cutthroat world out here? Is that really what happens? And the answer is yes, absolutely. And if you've never been burned by a buyer, just give it some time, right? If you don't using agreements of some part, residential, commercial, I don't care, you're going to get burned if you haven't already. And everybody knows that because buyers are, I don't even need to say it. Everybody knows it. It's an industry known. Okay. So I'm not saying don't work with buyers. I'm not slamming buyers. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying protect yourself, cover yourself. Okay. And these are just one example of how you could do that. It's in your book and you're welcome to use it as much or as little as you like. There's also a letter of intent in your book on the next page that you can customize and you can use for yourself as you like as well. All right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to keep going a little because I want to send you to lunch with some homework. I know I said 10 o'clock. I'm sorry, I'm running a little bit behind, but it's going to be another 15, 20 minutes here because I want to break with homework after I covered this part right here. So, because it'll make more sense to you. Okay, so just bear with me. Can you guys hang in there with me for 15, 20 minutes before we go to lunch? Hands up in the auditorium. Yes, in the chat. Can't hang, I'm sorry, go use the restroom or whatever, but you're going to miss it. So I'll try to do this as fast as I can. I'm sorry, I just got a little bit behind. And I want to get us back to where we should be. All right. Now, this is important. When we go to determine value, thank you for all the responses. When we go to determine value, we're looking at a deal and the owner might have an idea what they think the value is. And you might have an idea what you think the value should be, but how do we actually get to the value is this process. So we're going to go see an owner. Now, over the next 2 days, we're going to walk you through this process of what I call a two-step approach and how you do it and what you say and what you get from the owner and all these processes of the grid system that we use. We'll teach you all this in the next couple of days. Right now, just hang in there with the math and the formulas. So what we're going to do is we need the income in order to determine the value, right? Everybody say yes. Yes, we need the income. So what does that mean? If an owner won't give you income or you don't have the income, you don't have anything because in commercial real estate, the value is determined by the income. Oh, Michael, I don't know what the income is. Can't you just ballpark it? Well, yeah, I can ballpark it. It's somewhere between 50,000 and 50 million, right? Is the value. I mean, I need the income. It's like a residential seller saying, what's my house worth? And I won't give you my address. It's just not doable. I need the income in order to determine the value. And by the way, it's a great way to vet an owner or a listing or an agent that says they have a pocket listing, because if they can't pull out, send, give you, hand you the rent roll or the details of the income, you don't have anything. Because the first thing that's going to happen when you go to the investor and, hey, I got this pocket listing, they're going to say, great, you send me the information. What's the income? Oh, I don't have it. Well, so be careful about moving forward on deals without the income. I mean, it kind of sounds like, well, duh, but unfortunately it's not, it's done a lot. So you need the income. And what we want is the scheduled gross income. Once we have the scheduled gross income, okay, great. So now I've got the scheduled gross income here, and I know what to do with the scheduled gross income, because why? I took Michael's class and I'm a good student, and I know that the vacancy factor Michael's trying to throw at me at 3% is not what he talked about in his class. I know that should be 5%. So I'm going to change it. I'm going to use 5% like Michael taught me in my class. And I see the 35% expense factor is accurate. And I verified these numbers with my lender based on when the vacancy and expense factors change, which are two things that causes the vacancy and expense factor to change. What two things are those? Area and product type, right? So I verified these numbers with the lender, and now I'm using these numbers I know how to do the math, because why? I took Michael and Steven's 1-day course, and I've gone through the 3-day course multiple times, and I know how to do the math now to get to the correct NOI. And by the way, if I don't know how to get to the NOI the correct way, and I do the math wrong, and my NOI is wrong, then everything is wrong. The value's wrong, the cap rate's wrong, everything else is wrong. So how important is learning these numbers? Extremely important. It's everything. So now that I know how to get to my NOI properly, I now need comps, don't I? Yeah, just like a house. When I go sell a house, how do I know if that 3-bedroom, 2-bath on Main Street is really worth 1.5? Well, I look at comps. Same thing here. But we're looking at comps for 3 things. So write this down, make a note, type whatever you're doing. I pull comps for 3 things. What are those 3 things? GRM, cap, ROI. Those are the 3 things I'm pulling for these comps. So make a note of that. I pull comps in commercial real estate. I'm looking for 3 things: GRM, cap, ROI. Okay. So basically what we're doing is we're pulling comps to see what these numbers are in the area. A lot of times people will say, Michael, how do I know if it's a good cap rate or not? What's a good deal? Well, what are the comps showing you? If the comps in the area are showing a cap rate of 10, so I pull comps and I see 10, 10, 10, 10. And then this is a 6. Is this a good deal? Yes or no? The comps in the area are showing 10, and this deal pops up at 6. Is it a good deal? And the answer is no. Why? Because it's a 6 and the area is a 10. If the comps in the area are showing 4 and this is a 6, is it a good deal? And the answer is yes, because the comps in the area are showing 4 and this is a 6. So how do I know if it's a good deal or not? You look at the caps, you look at the comps in the area. So we're going to grab the GRM and the cap rate and the ROI from the comps just to get an idea of what's market. Now we know what's market. Okay, so now we know the income is SGI of 153,732, and I want to determine the value now. So Michael, how do I determine the value? I'm guessing I go to your glossary of terms. Yeah, so you go to page 6 and 7, and you'll see there's 2 ways to determine value. One is you take the SGI times the GRM. SGI times GRM equals value. So you take SGI times GRM and boom, 1,000,005. Quick, easy way of determining value. What's the problem though? What's the downside to using the GRM to determine the value? What's the downside to using the GRM to determine the value? Right. It doesn't take into consideration vacancies, Ashley, or expenses. So the GRM, if you look at the formula for GRM, sales price divided by SGI, sales price divided by SGI. The GRM says, just give me the sales price and give me the SGI. I don't care about your vacancy. I don't care about your expenses. Just give me the sales price and give me your SGI, and I'll give you my number. Well, shouldn't we care about vacancy and expenses? Yeah. So what's a truer reflection of value that we should consider using? And the answer is the cap rate. Because the cap rate says, wait a minute, Michael, give me the SGI, but back out your vacancy, back out your expenses, and give me your NOI. And then once you've given me your NOI, then give me your price, and I'll give you my number. Okay, so the NOI, the cap rate takes in consideration the vacancy and expenses. See that? So let's back up. We know how to get to our NOI because we took the 1-day course and we took the 3-day course again and again and again, and we've done lots of practice and exercises over and over again, and we're really good at math now. So now that I have my net operating income number, I go back to the glossary of terms and I see, oh, the other way to determine value is the NOI divided by the cap rate. Remember where I got the cap from the comps and the areas. So now how do I determine the value using those two things? I divide them. 96,928 divided by 6.37. So everybody do that. Practice in your calculator right now. Take 96,928, plug it in, and divide it by 1,521,947, and throw it in the chat what you get. Because the formula for determining value is NOI divided by cap rate. So we take 96,928, we plug it into our calculator, we divide it by 6.37, and what do we get? Great job. We get 6.3. We get a price. We should be getting a price because what we're doing is we're taking NOI 96,928, dividing it by 6.37. That'll give us our price of 1,521,000. Now, if you're not getting 1,521,000, it's because you didn't do the math correctly. Remember, the cap rate is a percentage. So what we need to do is take 96,928, divide it by 0.0637, and that's how you'll get the price, 0.0637, because you need to convert it back to a decimal in order to do that, okay? So that's how you're doing the math, and that's how you're getting the price. All right, so NOI divided by cap, remember, you just divide it by 0.06, okay? If it's a 8 cap, 0.08. If it's a 9 cap, 0.09. If it's a 15 cap, call Michael right away. Because Michael loves 15 caps, and there's not a lot of 15 caps out there, if any. All right. Okay, so let's see here. That's how we determine value. The better the deal for the buyer, the higher or lower the gross rent multiplier. Better the deal for the buyer, the lower the gross rent multiplier. Another way to look at your GRM is the amount of years it takes to get my money back. So if I bought a property for $1 million and my SGI is 100,000, what's my GRM? If I bought a property for $1 million and my SGI is 100,000, what is my GRM? We know the formula. It's 100,000, $1 million divided by 100,000, right? Which is a 10 GRM. $1 million divided by 100,000 is 10 GRM. What does that mean? It means it's going to take me 10 years to get my money back. Year 1, I get 100,000. Year 2, 100,000. Year 3, 4, 5. In 10 years, I've got my $1 million back that I paid for the property by my SGI. And I get to keep the property and keep making that money, right? And hopefully it goes up in value as well. So what a great reason to buy investment property. It is a great reason to buy investment property. Hopefully you're getting this and you're understanding why people should be investing in commercial real estate and investment properties, you guys. When you really get good at this, I mean, you should be as well. Number one, you should be first and foremost investing in this stuff and then understanding it and teaching others how beneficial it is to them. Okay, so the better deal for the buyer, the lower the GRM. The better the deal for the buyer, the higher or lower the cap rate. Better the deal for the buyer, the higher or lower the cap rate. Better the deal for the buyer, the higher the cap rate, right? Which is a truer reflection of value, your GRM or your cap rate? Which is a truer reflection of value, your GRM or your cap rate? And the answer is the cap rate. It is the truer reflection of value. Why? Because the cap rate takes in consideration vacancy and expenses. Your novice brokers and novice beginner investors They'll use GRM a lot. Why? It's easy. Sales price, scheduled gross income. That's all I need to know. But your savvy investors, your experienced investors and brokers, they don't use GRM at all. They only use pretty much cap rate. Why? Because it's a truer reflection of value. It's based on the net operating income. Okay, so be careful about using anything other than the cap rate until somebody says, hey, tell me what the GRM is, or says something different, all right? Okay, so current column, that's how you determine the value. And then the second column, you can see we raised the income. Why did we raise the income here? Because the market rents. See, so current column is current rents. Market, now the rents went up. So if the rents go up and the value is determined by the income, shouldn't the price go up? Yeah, and that's what you're looking at here. So the income went up, price goes up. This is another reason why people should raise their rents, you guys, on a regular basis, is because the income has to be seasoned here. So I want to show you something here. I'm going to go back to do this. This slide here. Okay, this slide here on page 22 in your book, you can see here, I want to touch on the debt coverage ratio. I didn't mention this before. Debt coverage ratio, a lender term. The first time I heard this, I called my lender and I had an appointment with an investor. And I said, hey, can you pre-qualify these guys because they're coming in tomorrow? And the lender said, oh, hey, Michael, yeah, we need the income, we need the seller's current annual operating expenses, we need the income, we need a copy of the leases, and oh, by the way, the debt coverage ratio is 1.1 or higher, and he hung up. And I hung up the phone and said, what in the world does that mean? Well, what it means is it's lender jargon for if they'll do the loan or not. And you can see in column 1, the debt coverage ratio is not high enough, so they won't do this loan at that time, and even today, because there's not enough cash flow. Remember, they're collateralizing the asset, not the borrower necessarily. So they want to make sure the asset has enough income to support it. And you can see it doesn't. Here in column 2, it does. At the time, 1.1 or higher was an acceptable debt coverage ratio. Today's world, by the way, the debt coverage ratio is 1.25 or higher. Make a note of that. Today's world, the debt coverage ratio is 1.25 or higher. That'll change based on the product type. So if it's multifamily at 1.25, then you go to office, it's probably going to go higher, the debt coverage ratio requirement, because office is riskier, industrial is riskier, retail is riskier. The more riskier the deal, the higher the debt coverage ratio. But in today's world, 1.25 is the minimum, and you can kind of verify that with Mitch tomorrow at Calm Loans. But you can see it's based on the cash flow. See, so what that means, it's a relationship to the cash flow to the net operating income. And you can see now we have more cash flow, so the debt coverage ratio is high enough. There's only 3 ways to raise the debt coverage ratio. Who can tell me the 3 ways to raise the debt coverage ratio? We're getting close to lunch. I promise we're getting close. Who can tell me the 3 ways to raise debt coverage ratio? If I'm over here and I want to go over here to get my debt coverage ratio higher, what can I do? Okay, more money down, write that down. That's one way. So a lot of people are saying raise rent and reduce expenses. The problem with that is that the lenders want this to be seasoned. So typically, most lenders, so I'll give it to you in a question. If you were going to loan me $5 million, would you want to loan me money based $5 million based on what I have done historically, what's been happened over the past year or two, or would you want to loan me money based on what I say I'm going to do in the future? And the answer is you're probably only going to loan me money based on what you can see I've done historically. Lenders are the same way. They want to see this has been seasoned. This income has been seasoned for 12 months before they'll loan against it typically. Okay, so if you say, well, here's what I'm going to do, I'm going to raise rents, I'm going to lower expenses, they're not always going to loan on that. Now, if you have a relationship, or a lender, or an investor has a relationship, and they say, look at all these properties that I'm operating, and here's what I've done with them, and here's what I'm going to do on this one too. That's different. That's a little different, okay? But in general, they want it to be seasoned. So you can't. This is another reason why owners should raise those rents and keep them up, because when they come to sell, the buyer wants the upside. The buyer wants to raise those rents and get that upside. The owner, it's not right for the owner to say, oh, well, I'm going to keep the rents low and expenses high and operate as a terrible landlord. And then I want the upside too when I sell. No, it doesn't always work that way, does it? The market's been pretty hot to where they can get away with it and have been able to get away with it, but they can't always get away with that. So they should operate at a high level, especially if they're planning to sell in the future. Back to your consulting them
Get a second.
with this kind of stuff. Okay, so
Get a second.
the 3 ways to raise the debt coverage ratio, I saw more money down, and now I see 2, lower price. Those are the 2 ways, right? And then I just heard the third one, and I see in the chat as well, which is do a seller carry or do some creative financing with the second. So write that down, make a note. 3 ways to raise the debt coverage ratio. 1, more money down. 2, lower price. 3, seller carry or owner financing. Those are the only ways to raise the debt coverage ratio, pretty much, you guys, okay? Most of the time. And why is that important? Is because I just turned around and saw how many of you like your commissions. And if you're sitting here on this deal on column 1 and you start getting real excited about a commission that you're going to get, guess what? You're not going to get it, most likely. Why? Because this deal is probably not going to fund. It's probably not going to close. And one of the worst things that happens is, I've enjoyed some very big checks in my life in commercial real estate, I must say. If you think you're going to get a very big check and you start spending the money, it's like, all right, this is going to close next month. This is great. And then all of a sudden it falls out. I mean, those big commission checks, they're great, but they also hurt really bad when they fall out. So if the deal's not going to close, I would suggest not doing it, right? Don't go into it and get yourself all worked up. If the debt coverage ratio is not high enough, you need to do one of 3 things. Put more money down, lower the price, or seller carry, or don't go into the deal, okay? So that's the debt coverage ratio. I wanted to make sure I talked with you about that. We talked about how to determine value. We talked about why owners should keep their rents up. And you can see in this example here, you can really see why they should keep their rents up. See this? Is because the difference between $1.5 million and $1.7 million is about $200,000. $1.5 million to $1.7 million is about $200,000. Okay. When an owner doesn't raise their rents, they keep them low. It causes 2 problems. 1, the lender's not going to want to loan against market rents in most cases. 2, the buyer is not going to want to pay $1.7 million because the buyer wants $1.5 million because of the upside. See, when the market's hot, the owner can say, I don't care. I want $1.7 million. I want $1 million. In fact, I want $2 million, and they can get it because that's the kind of market that we've been in. Is just crazy, right? So they can do whatever they want and get away with it, right? But when the market shifts and slows, guys, they can't do that. They have to operate properly. All right. So that's a lot of money. $200,000. When I go on a listing presentation, the most common objection, I'll look at the rents and I'll say, gosh, your rents are so low. Why are these rents so low? Why are you keeping them so low? Most common answer, oh, I love my tenants. I just love my tenants so much. They're just great tenants. Oh, great. Do you love them? $200,000. Love them. Because that's what you're leaving on the table here when you're not raising these rents to market. See? So again, consulting and helping them understand that in advance is really important. All right, so that's it on how to determine value. I think I covered everything there, didn't I, Stephen? I imagine there's questions about that. I imagine there's probably some confusion about that. I would say hang with Stephen during lunch if you can, and let him help you with this math and how this goes, and it'll answer a lot of your questions that you probably are sitting on right now. Okay, so let's see here. Where is the homework in here now for them to do during lunch? Stephen, did you just give that to them?
Yeah, I have the slides. We're gonna be putting it on the giveaway sheet. We're uploading that.
Okay.
Then for people to be able to go back to it later, I can give those slides.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do lunch, and Stephen is going to hang out with you during lunch, and he's going to give you some exercises that you can work on for math and formulas, and he'll walk you through it. He'll help you. If you can stay during lunch, then he'll probably step away and get some food or something and come back. I'll leave that up to him, but he's going to do that. So if you can hang during lunch, great. If you can't, it's okay. Maybe just catch the 1 day or come back and hit the recording of this 3 day. If you don't care about math and formulas and exercises, Alex, I see you putting something in the chat. Do you want to say anything before they go to lunch? You there, Alex?
Hey, Michael. Yeah, my mic button got stuck for a second. So I just made an edit to that giveaway doc that we shared before. So at the very bottom, that last bullet point is the homework link for today's lunch session. So y'all are good to go on that.
Oh, nice. Great job, Alex. We didn't think
Yeah,
about that.
no, sure
So
thing.
excellent job. Alex and the team here, man, you guys just are so awesome. In fact, everybody give Alex and the EXP team a huge round of applause. You have no idea how hard they work and how much time they put into this. You guys give them a round of applause, please. They work really hard to put this together for you and try to make it as smooth as possible for you. All right, so that document, you click it, and it's got some things on there that they have shared for you, and it also has the homework on there for you to do during lunch that Stephen will walk you through. If you want to do lunch, if you exercises with Stephen, hang around. If you don't care, it is 10:35 Pacific Standard Time. Let's do a short lunch of 11:30. I guess that's a full lunch, isn't it? We'll just give the goal for the full lunch. 11:30. It gives you a full hour. 11:30 Pacific Standard Time. We'll start the class back up at 11:30 Pacific Standard Time. Stephen will take over from here, and he'll be doing the math and telling you what to do during lunch. And if you care about that, great. If you don't care about that, go to lunch. We'll see you back here at 11:35, 11:30 Pacific Standard Time. Stephen?
Yep, it's 10:36 by my clock. I'm gonna give everybody a minute to kind of grab their lunch, if that's okay. We'll come back at 11, and I'll go through this this exercise here on the screen. Good to go.
Good to go. And then if you guys put some questions in Vivox, I'll be sure to take a look at those with Stephen, and we'll answer some of those questions when we come back.
Sweet. See you guys in a couple minutes. It's 10:37. I will be back at 11. I'll give you guys a 5-minute warning before I start. You, Chief?
Yeah, I'm gonna check my screen share here real quick and then go. Okay, now it's working.
You'll be able to leave it up for me.
Okay, see now it's cutting it off again. All right, I'll be right back.
6-minute warning. We'll be starting the math help portion in about 6 minutes. Two-minute warning. 2-minute warning. We will be starting the math help, homework help in 2 minutes. All right, you guys, I'm gonna get started here. Not sure why that screen is up. Michael, did you change the share? There we go. Thank you kindly. There is my pointer. Okay, you guys, so we sent you a couple things on that giveaway. It's a PDF of not only one of the exercises we reviewed along with the answers, as well as the setup for these two problems. Are you not hearing me? Somebody from EXP, give me a thumbs up or let me know. Okay, heard loud and clear. Okay, so on your homework, we have a couple of two problems. One with a sales price of 1.5 and the other with a sales price of 1.7. Now, what I'm not going to do is go through the actual example for you. It has a couple different placeholders for you, 25% down on the sales price, things like that. We're going to work all that math out here on this sheet because it feels like there's a lot of questions around the definitions and the math. So I want to give you a quick bit of assistance with this. Whenever you're doing the math, you want to pull out that handout or part of your book. I believe it's page 21 and 20 that has the glossary of terms and the definitions. If your screen is blank, I'm seeing my screen, so go ahead and refresh on your side and it should pop my screen back up for you. But that glossary of terms, there you go, 6 and 7. Thank you. Page 6 and 7 is where the glossary of terms is, and that has all the definitions and calculations and formulas that you'll need to do this math. We don't want to try to remember all this stuff in our head. We want to go back to the glossary of terms. So as I'm going through this, I'm going to have my book up, and we'll just kind of take this step by step. But whenever we're analyzing a deal, we always start at the price. Always start at the price. See, there's some issue with the download. I'm going to let my handy helpers help me with that. I'm going to go along with the math. So if you're trying to get the handout, something like that, we can get that to you. Don't worry about that. Focus on what I'm doing up here on the screen so you can stay along with us and you can at least understand what it is that we're trying to do. So we start with the sales price. Sales price is 1.5. They're requesting or suggesting a 25% down payment. So we're just going to, what I like to do is I like to put that 25% over here and maybe in parentheses so I know that it's 25%. Multiply it by my 1.5 and I get 380,488. To get my first trust deed, lot of questions about TD. What does that stand for? What does that mean? Trust deed, I know we had a lot of states on here. Not everybody has trust deeds, but you can also replace this with, you can just write loan here. This is your loan amount. You take your sales price, you subtract your down payment. What are you left with? You're left with your loan amount. Now we're going to amortize this at 6% over 30 years to get our debt service payment. If you want everybody to know that you're new to commercial, go ahead and call it a mortgage payment. But since you're all snazzy and commercial, we want to get used to using the language, using it as often as we possibly can. So this is our debt service payment. A lot of questions on how to calculate this, where to get, or what was the other question? What app is Michael using? How are you doing this? You're going to need a financial calculator. There are tons of apps on Amazon and Apple. We're not going to recommend one. Find a financial calculator that gives you the annualized payment. I noticed that when I was looking at some of the apps out there, they weren't giving me the annualized payment. All of these numbers are annualized. It's a 1-year snapshot of this property. So when you're looking for those debt service payments, you want to make sure that they're annualized. So we're doing our loan amount, 1.1 at 6% for 30 years to get our initial debt service payment for that year, 82,124. Again, a lot of questions on SGI. What does that mean? And again, I'm not going to recommend an app, Benny. You're going to have to just go on there and find one. There's tons of them. So that's why I'm not going to recommend one, because there's probably a better one than the one I have. So SGI, again, stands for Scheduled Gross Income. Should be in your book, SGI. If it's not in your book, go ahead and write it down. Scheduled Gross Income. That's all the rents, all the income on the property added up. Now we can start dissecting that. I know there are going to be a lot of questions. Do you include this? Do you include that? We can talk about that for hours, but we're going to suffice it to say that this is all of our rents. If they have something that's going to be included in the deal, it's going to be in there. If it's not included in the deal, it's not in there. So this is all of our income. Here is the SGI. Now we're using 3% mainly because I want my math to look pretty. But when we're talking about vacancies and expense factors, who do we talk to in order to find out what vacancy and expense factor we're using? Yes, our lenders. Is there a blank form? I might have included one in the handout that I gave you, but if not, then I don't have one for you right now. No, I don't have a blank one. So yes, we're going to ask our lenders about vacancy and expense factors because they change. There are two things that change our vacancy and expense factors, and that is area and product type. So we're using 3% on this one. We're going to take that 3%, multiply it by the SGI of 153,732. And we're going to take that total and enter it here as the vacancy factor. So 3% of 153 is 4,612. And then it's in parentheses because we're subtracting it. Make sure you add parentheses or a subtraction mark, something that annotates what you're doing. So you know what it is that what sort of math problem you're doing, or you'll forget. 153 minus 4,000 equals our GOI, or gross operating income. Our gross operating income of 149. 120. Now we're taking the expense factor of 35% of our GOI. 35% times 149 equals 52,192. 149 minus our expenses of 52,192 equals our NOI of 96,928. To factor our cash flow, and this is actually a typo. I want to fix this. Okay, everybody listen up real quick. There's a typo in your book under the definition for cash flow. And I'm going to need a helper real quick to help me out by typing this in the chat, just so everybody has the correct definition. The correct definition for cash flow should be NOI minus the debt service. So NOI minus the debt service equals our cash flow. Thank you, Dana. NOI minus debt service equals our cash flow. To calculate the debt coverage ratio, excuse me. We're just going to divide those two numbers. We're going to take the NOI and we're going to divide it by our debt service to get our debt coverage ratio. And the minimum debt coverage ratio, I will explain this, but the minimum debt coverage ratio is what? $1.25. Yes, and if you're not seeing my screen, refresh my screen on your end using the widget inside of the world here, not just refreshing your computer screen, and it should come up. So yes, 1.25 or higher. A lot of questions on what that means. There's just think of it this way. There's a pyramid of risk, pyramid with multifamily at the bottom. At the very top of the pyramid would be cash flow. All the other product types are in the middle. all the other product types, retail, hospitality, everything else is in the middle. So the lowest debt coverage ratio that you can have, or the minimum debt coverage ratio that you can have, would be on multifamily, and that's 1.25. Any other product type is going to require a higher debt coverage ratio. That's how I remember it. I hope that makes sense for you guys. So that's how we calculate our debt coverage ratio and our cash flow. Again, if we can't remember how to calculate the debt coverage and the cash flow, we're going to go back to our glossary of terms, and we're going to use that to help us figure out the calculation. Now, there are some questions on this rate of return, cash on cash. Now, this is at the top of page 7 for everybody's reference. I don't know why, but it seems like you just miss it when we look at that page. It even happens to me sometimes, but I know it's at the top of page 7. Cash on cash means cash on cash. How much money did you put in? Our down payment, how much money are we getting out? So cash on cash return. To calculate our rate of return, our return on investment, our return on investment, we're going to divide our cash flow by our down payment. So that means we're going to divide our little number, the 14,804, by the down payment of 380,478, and that's going to give us a rate of return in your calculator as 0.0389. We're going to convert that to a percentage. We're going to move the decimal place over twice or multiply it by 100, and we're not going to change the page. There we go. And our rate of return on this property, our return on investment, stuck in my head, return on investment is 3.89%. Now that we have our price, our SGI, and our NOI, we can calculate, and I will repeat again, we're going to do a whole nother problem, but I will repeat it again. Now that we have our price, our SGI, and our NOI, we can figure out our gross rent multiplier and our cap rate. On page 7, there are 2 ways of determining value: NOI divided by cap and SGI times GRM, scheduled gross income times the gross rent multiplier. So if you have 2 of these equations, or 2 of these factors or numbers, you can find the other one. So we have the price and the SGI. Rents, or the income on the property. We had a rent roll. We'd be able to add up all of the income, or all of the rents, and get our total scheduled gross income for that. That's how we calculate, or how we come up with the scheduled gross income. Repeat the gross rent multiplier. Gross rent multiplier that you have there, because I believe you might have a typo, and we're going to fix that. How do we come up with a cap rate? Let's do this together. Everybody grab your calculators. We're going to calculate our cap rate. So we're going to take our sales price of $1,521,947. We're going to divide that by our NOI. What do you get? Or I'm sorry, we're going to divide that by our SGI. Oh, well, when you do it that way, you come up with the cap rate. That's right, Key. There you go, Shimmy. Ron. Remember, your GRM is not a percentage. Your cap rate is a percentage. All right, let's slow down. A lot of chat going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through that problem again. How does that sound? but just go through it again. Yeah. All right, I'll go through it again and I'll go slow. So you tell me, where do we start? Whenever we're analyzing a deal for the buyer, where do we start? Price. I'm gonna start at the price. So the price is 1.5, 1,521,947. Our down payment suggested is 25%. 25% times our 1.5 gives us our down payment of $380,487. To calculate our loan amount, or our first trust deed, those are interchangeable. First trust deed, loan amount. We're going to take our price of 1.5 and we're going to subtract our down payment. Subtract our down payment to get our loan amount of $1,141,460. Amortizing this loan at 6% over 30 years to calculate our debt service payment. Adding up all of our income for the property, multiplying it by 12 to get our SGI, taking the income that we've been given of 153,732. We're using 3% for vacancies, 35% for expenses. So 3% of 153,732 is $4,612. Repeat the last, please. We're going to take our income, add it up, multiply it by 12 to get our SGI, scheduled gross income. 3% for vacancies. We're only using that for this example. That's where I got it. But where do we get vacancy and expense factors? We get those from lenders when we're analyzing the deal for the buyer. Because we're analyzing the deal for the buyer, there's this big old loan here. Somebody needs to approve it. It's the lender who's going to give it. So the lender wants to look at this deal as well. So we're analyzing this deal for the buyer through the eyes of the lender. 3% for vacancies, 153, or 3% of 153 is 4,612. We're subtracting 153 minus 4,612 equals our gross operating income of 149. SGI stands for scheduled gross income. It's also in on page 6 or 7 of your book. I'll show you all the definitions. Gross operating income is what GOI stands for, 149,120 minus our expenses of 35%. That's expenses 35% of 149 equals $52,192. 149 minus 52 equals $96,928. If we subtract our debt service from our NOI, we will get our cash flow, 96,928 minus 82,121 equals our cash flow. We divide our NOI by our debt service, and we get our debt coverage ratio of 1.18. I'm sorry, James, I didn't provide a blank form. There should be some in your book, or you can just write these out. I've seen deals be analyzed on napkins, you guys. So don't worry so much. I want to make sure you can put it on some paper that you're going to keep with your hand out. I just want you to get through working through these numbers. We'll get you the book if you don't have it. Rate of return, money in, cash on cash return. I'm sorry, money in is our down payment, money out. So we're going to divide our cash flow, $14,804, by our down payment, $380,000, to give us our return, 3.89%. Cash on cash return, cash flow divided by down payment equals our return on investment. And Richard, that is coming up later in the class. So I'm not answering those questions, not ignoring you. It's just not time for that yet. We just want to focus on the math. I want to make sure you guys can do this. Questions specifically on calculations. Where would you go to find the calculation? How do you get the amounts for debt service? With a financial calculator. You need a financial calculator. You can, I believe some of the associations have qualifiers. You need a way, or you can talk to a lender. You need to have a way to, or you should have a way to calculate loans. How do you get the SGI? We're going to get the rent roll, or we're going to add up all the rents on that property, total them up for the month, multiply that monthly by 12 to get an annual income for the property. How do we get 82? I just answered that. That's the debt service payment financial calculator. Formula for cash on cash is at the top of page 7, return on investment. Michael will go through how to determine if your caps are on market or not. No, Maria, we sent this out. This is in the on the handout. Expenses of 59,887. 171 minus 59 equals our NOI of 111,220. We are going to subtract 94,232 from 111,220 to get our cash flow, 16,987. We can divide our NOI and our debt service to get our debt coverage ratio. Stays the same at 1.18. Our cash on cash return, money in, cash on cash, CC, return on investment, cash on cash. That's all that stuff that's being said with these acronyms and abbreviations in this assumptions column. We're going to take our down payment and our cash flow, and we're going to divide cash flow divided by down payment, 16,988 divided by 436,590 equals our return on investment, 3.89%, or 0.0389 in your calculator. Make sure that your returns and your cap rates are percentages. Now that we have our price, our SGI, and our NOI, we can calculate our gross rent multiplier and our cap rate. Going back to the chat, if rents go up, wouldn't you expect a potentially higher vacancy? Potentially, but that's not what we're looking at. We're analyzing the deal, just focusing on these numbers, not worrying about people are moving out, people are moving in, there's construction loan, paying for the drone. We just want to focus on these numbers because right now we're just going over the mechanics of the numbers. All those things that you're bringing up, absolutely. You could and you might, you would, but those are just longer discussions, and I don't want those white rabbits to kind of throw you off of what we're trying to go through right now. So that's why I'm trying to stay away from that. Say cash flow again, please. Dave, cash flow, the definition for cash flow or the formula for cash flow? The formula to calculate cash flow is our NOI minus our debt service. If you go to the formulas page in your book, and I believe the cash flow, the cash flow definition is incorrect in your book. So you want to change that. Everybody wants to change that. The correct definition for cash flow is NOI, net operating income, minus our debt service. So how do you calculate SGI? You don't. You're going to add up all the rents, multiply them by 12 if you have to, but right now we're just getting all the rents and adding them up. That's our, again, these are annual numbers. But it's not a formula. The SGI isn't a formula that we're giving you. There's just a lot of stuff going on, Crystal, but I feel you. We got this. We just all need to be patient with one another. Michael should be back any moment, so you won't have to listen to me much longer. Last minute questions, you guys. I want to make sure that you understand this math. I will be sticking around and helping out. Are you saying the page is wrong? No, I'm not saying that page 7 is wrong. Wait, are you saying that page 7 is wrong? Oh, the definition? Yes, the definition is a typo that we're trying to correct. Cash flow on page 7, the definition there should be NOI minus the debt service. I'm so sorry, Nick. I'm trying to slow down for you, brother, but we'll just keep wash, rinse, and repeat. You know, it's like learning a new language. First day, it's going to sound like everybody's going super fast, but pretty soon you start catching on. We just need to be around it more. We'll get you caught up, though. How do you get the percentage for GRM? GRM is not a percentage, but what we're going to do is we're going to divide. We have our price and we have our SGI, Joseph. So our price is $1,521,947. I want you to divide that by 153,732 and type in the chat what you get. Skipping. Yeah, I'm trying to read the chat now. Yep, all the formulas there are correct, Maria, except that one, cash flow. cash flow NOI minus debt service is what it should say. SGI, 153,732. Expense, vacancy expense of 3%. 3% times 153 equals 4612. 153 SGI minus vacancy 46 equals the GOI. Jenny, does that help? I don't have an Excel sheet to share. Got to convert that, Robin. Going to come up as a decimal. You got to make it a percentage. Dave, you're going to find the return on investment formula at the top of page 7. Not sure what you mean by that, Marhan or Maran. Yes, the SGI is being given to you, Michelle. What are you getting, Noreen, when you type it in? Put your formula in the chat for me. That would depend on the loan, Yvonne. Oh, you got it? Good to go. All right, you guys. Looks like Michael's back. I don't have my screen up, so I'm going to let him take over. I really do hope this helped.
Hey, Steven, keep going for a minute.
That's why, Noreen. I don't. Yeah, I'm listening, Chief.
Keep going for a minute because I'm trying to get this share screen.
Okay. Okay, Noreen. And so when you put that into your calculator, your NOI divided by your sales price, what are you getting as your answer? Oh yeah, that's an issue. Try it. You have it written correctly, Noreen, so I'm not understanding why. Try typing it in with me. Open up your calculator. 111220 divided by 1746360 equals, what I get is 0.06368675. So I'm just going to move that decimal place over twice. I'm going to pull out the 6.36. I'm going to round that 6 up to a 7 and get a 6.37% for my NOI. That help, Noreen? Hope so. Axel, saw my Excel sheet change the percentage to 3 for the example. Yeah, we're using 3% for this example. Michael's almost back and he's going to explain why. Shadon, cash flow equals NOI minus debt service. sometimes, Noreen, you have to clear out your calculator. Sometimes you'll have things saved in your memory. So make sure you're clearing everything out. Not sure what's wrong with your screen, Joven. What are you seeing? You should see suggest print course materials. Not all slides are in course. That's what I'm seeing. Not a problem. You're welcome, Noreen. Cash flow equals NOI minus debt service. Yes, Letty. Thank you so much. What is GRM used for exactly? One of the things that we say is GRM is used as a ballpark, kind of ballpark your price or your value. If you're looking at something quick and you need to kind of estimate how much it might be, use the GRM. SGI minus expenses plus vacancies equals NOI. Yeah, absolutely. That's another way of looking at it. Key, how to calculate first payment. We're going to take, Jackie, you're going to take your sales price. You're going to subtract the down payment and you'll be left with a loan amount. Right? And then you're going to get a financial calculator and you're going to put in your terms and it will show you what the payment is on the first. That's how you would do that. How to calculate CC. Freddie, I need you to go to page 7. At the top of page 7, you're going to see a definition for ROI. I want you to make sure that you put CC there because ROI is also cash on cash return or CC. When an investor asks what will his return on investment be on the property, what would you say based on this example? What is the rate of return in this example? They're at the bottom of the page, the CC. Oh, let me turn off my, sorry about that, Chief. Oh, come on. Go sit down before I hurt myself. Stay here and answer questions, you guys. See. There we go. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I calculate CC, I just answer that. Jenny, isn't it also used as a number of years you break even? I believe you're talking about the GRM, Jenny, but yeah, you break even, but what does the GRM not take into consideration? Vacancies and expenses, right? Sorry, technical issues. How do I calculate the NOI? You're going to take your gross operating income and subtract your expenses. Thank you, Letty. See that you put that in the chat. Screens are messed up. No, Michael's going through the presentation. I'm not showing anything right now. We're just answering questions. What was the answer for ROI, return on investment? I think you mean the actual number. The number was 3.8 or yeah, 3.89% for return on investment. Okay, issue with the cap rate in the sheet says 1.71808 and that equals but it should be. Oh, sorry about that, Robin, but we don't count change. It's just $1. I'm going to address the technical issues I've been having. Jenny, that's the debt service payment. I'm going to get that with a financial calculator. Yeah, we don't deal with change. I like commas. Restart here in a second. I want to make sure I get to the rest of these math questions so Michael doesn't get bombarded. I think we got them all. Is there a spreadsheet to do all these calculations for you when you input? Yeah, we have the easy way. There's a lot of different tools that you can use out there, but right now we're just trying to show you how to do the math. NOI is SGI, vacancies and expense, or GOI minus expenses. Yes, Evan. Okay.
Ready when you are, Chief.
Apps for the amortization calculators vary. Better suggestions would have been appreciated. I understand there's just a lot of tools. Chief, it's all you.
Awesome. How'd that go?
Not sure. I had fun.
Nice. Is the feedback just because your mic is on? Must be. Okay.
That was correct.
Okay. All right. So Alex and Natalie, or whoever's in the room, the screen share, I was in here last night. I was in here Saturday. It was working great. And then today it's not for some reason. So maybe at the end, and even the crank wheel I'm having issues with. So maybe at the end of the class, if you all don't mind and have a minute or two, help me out. Maybe we troubleshoot at the end of class. It'd be great. All right. Well, good. Well, hopefully the math was good for you guys. Hopefully that helped you to. Hey, Stephen, tell them what you did when you first came to our team to learn math. Thanks,
You
Alex.
love this story.
I do.
I know you do. So you guys, with those sheets, that sheet that you were looking at, what would happen was Michael had me on the team. I would come in to do my cold calling in the morning, and before I started my calls, there would be 5 different property addresses on that sheet, and so I would need to look up all 5 of those properties and break them down by current market, and then we do like a third column and just kind of change the numbers up. But I did that every day, Monday through Saturday, for I don't even remember how long, but it was a while, and got really good at this. So one of my big pieces of advice, you guys, is just find a way to incorporate it. You don't need to go crazy like I did. Well, that was actually crazy like Michael made me. But what you can do is just incorporate it in part of your day. Analyze a deal. We'll go over that more later. But that's how I got really good at it, Chief.
Yeah. See, and I just like it better, when they hear it from somebody else's, instead of me. So that's why I do that a lot, is have you share some of these things. Stephen is also my nephew, you guys. And so Stephen, when we first started in residential real estate, we had him helping us out with some of our child labor that we needed with pumpkins and plants and the basic farming stuff. We did some really heavy farming. And so he's got a lot of background, a lot of
I think I have a case with that, Chief. So
Yes.
if anybody has any information that they want to send me on how I can get some of those years back, I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, no, statutes of limitations. Sorry about that. But no, so there's a lot of stories, there's a lot of history there. And if you ever get a chance to talk to Stephen, he could share with you a lot of things that we just don't talk about in classes and have a chance to get to. But he's been around for a long, long time and seen my failures and our failures and our successes as well. So what you want to consider doing is the things that we talk about, you guys. I don't say it just to say it. Like, take the 1-day class. Um, I keep saying listen to the recording, so my apologies about that. I thought they were going to, so there's not a recording, so you can't listen to this recording, but you can take this class again, right? It's free. You can keep coming back as many times as you want. How many of you are second or third time attendees to this class in here? Give me a yes in the chat and raise your hand in the room if you've been here, if this is your second or third time or more. So you'll see, there's a good handful of people who are raising their hands and putting yes. And the reasons that you do that, I'm guessing, is because you want to master. You want to get really good at it, and that's how you do it. Have you ever seen a movie and went and watched the movie again? I was thinking about this last night because I watched something again. I don't remember what it was now, but and I caught it the second time or third time, maybe even. And then why do we do that? Why do we watch a movie a second, third, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times? It's because it's good movies, right? That we do that. We like the movie, but we also catch things that we didn't catch that first time around or we didn't remember. So it's not realistic to think that you can take a 3-day class like this and walk away and remember and retain it. It's just not. It's not possible, especially when it's virtual, because you're missing a lot of the different various ways that we learn. So come back and take it again, and that's okay. Get really good at this. So that's how you do it. And then along the way, you pull up a property off of LoopNet, off of CoStar, off of Crexi, and you just start playing with numbers. Hey, look what happens to cap rate when I raise the price. Look what happens to the gross rate multiplier when I lower the price. You just start messing with these numbers and moving them around, and that's how you get really good with it. And that's why I had Stephen do that every single day, because that's how you get really good. All right, so think about this, folks. Think about you end the class. It's December, this week, the 10th, and then December's not over. But is it realistic to think that you can get a deal? How many of you think you could go out there, implement these strategies or some of these systems and techniques we're talking about, and get yourself a deal in the next 30 days? Give me a yes in the chat if you think you can get a deal implementing some of these strategies. You haven't really heard many yet in the next 30 days. And I see a lot of hands up and a lot of people type in yes that you can. I believe you can as well if you follow some of these suggestions. If you don't, well, I can't help you, right? But if you do follow some of these suggestions, I can pretty much guarantee you will get a deal in the next 30 days. I'm the type of guy that just says, look, let me get you a deal. I don't care if you're doing residential, I'll help you get a residential deal. If you want to do commercial, I'll help you get a commercial deal. And by the way, out of area owners, 2 to 4 units, those are residential properties, but they're investment properties. And there's a nice niche to work those types of properties. I know a lot of people who do those niches and they do extremely well. And it's okay. They still help people achieve their goals and they still pay commissions, right? So a lot of what we're seeing will apply to that marketplace as well. So think about, okay, look, I'm going to end the class. I'm going to focus. I'm going to pay attention. I'm going to actually implement some of the things that were being suggested here today. And why do I say it like that? Because, well, I'll say it to you like this. What percentage of this room do you think will implement a lot of the things that we talk about? What percentage of this room do you think will implement a lot of the things we talk about? And you know the numbers. Look at that. They're in the chat. 10, 20, 1%, 5%. They're low. 100% on a dream world day, right? We know 100% is not going to happen, most likely. So it's not so much me training you and us teaching you and giving you these nuggets. It's how do we get people into action, right? That's where the gold is. As for me as a trainer and a coach, the gold is when I can figure out how to get people to implement it's over, right? It's not, how do I teach and train? It's how do I teach them to implement? It's the same problem, by the way, we have all the time. Stephen and I, especially, we'll go around. There's not a conversation that we have where we don't come up with an idea. Oh, we should do this and we do that. It's like we have these ideas right and left, but the challenging part is implementing it. So if you'll implement some of these ideas that you learn in this class, you can absolutely get a deal in the next 30 days. So let's say average sales price, let's just say we'll pick a number of 2 million at 2.25% or 2.5%. Okay. Average 2 million, 2.5% is a $50,000 commission. So you end the class, you implement some of these strategy techniques. It is January, by January 10th, you have landed your first or another transaction, and it's a $50,000 commission, and it's going to go into escrow, or not every state has escrows, but it'll go under contract, and then it'll close in the next, say, 30, 60 days. So 30 days to get it, January 10th, and then January and February, March. By March, it's closed. So by March, you've got $50,000. That's a 60-day closing. Okay. Sound realistic? Yeah. Could be sooner. It could be longer, depending on the types of transaction. But you've got a $50,000 commission in that first quarter of March. And then in January, you put another deal in escrow, and it's another $50,000. And that closes right around March, April. So by the end of the first quarter, you could realistically be in a position where you've got $100,000 of GCI right out of the gates, on top of everything else that you've got going. How does that sound to you? Does that sound good? The alternative, which I've lived numerous times for years, my alternative was my alternative. For years, I was broke in December, broke in November, and then because I really was not doing a whole lot in November, December, I came out of January with nothing in my pipeline. And you know what that's like. So then you're into January, into February. That's no fun. That's terrible. I mean, there have been plenty of Christmases and holiday seasons when I haven't had any money to buy my family gifts. And that sucks. I'll just say it. That sucks. Been there, done that, guys, and that's no fun. And what we're talking about here is not living life like that. We're talking about switching things around, and there's some minor things that you can do, and you can implement some of these techniques and strategies, and you will never ever have a life like that again. So keep that in mind. If you focus and concentrate, take this stuff serious, and most importantly, implement some of the things we're suggesting, you can absolutely have the life that you want to live. Okay, so we are on page 26 now in the book, and it should be showing up on your screen, the definition of a cap rate. So this right here is Investopedia. And Investopedia, this is why there's a lot of confusion around the cap rate because of things like this. If you look at this definition on Investopedia, it says right here that it's a rate of return on a real estate investment property based on the expected income that the property will generate. Cap rate is used to estimate the investor's potential return on his or her investment. This is done by dividing the income by the property by the total value of the property. This cap rate is used to estimate the investor's potential return on his. That's not a correct definition of a cap rate. And this is from Investopedia. In my opinion, here is the correct definition. A percentage that relates the value of an income producing property to its future income. See, the cap rate is a value indicator. It's a percentage that relates the value of an income producing property to its future income. It's a 1-year snapshot based on the income that it's generating right now. What it's not is a estimate of the return. What this is saying here, it's an estimate of the investor's potential return. That's not necessarily true. And here's why I say this. Let me show you. Let me go back to one of these slides here and show you. When we started talking about cap rate here, we said we pull the comps for 3 things: ROI, GRM, and cap. When I said we pull the cap rates from comps, I didn't say anything about a return, that number had anything to do with return. All I said was it's a value indicator, right? Because we're going to take our NOI and we're going to determine the value based on that cap rate. See? So it's a value indicator. But if we want to start talking return, we need to stick with the ROI. The ROI is the return. The cap is a value indicator. Now, what causes the confusion, I think, in a lot of cases is when you pay cash. When you pay cash, the cap rate becomes the return. So follow me on this. If I took this column 1 and said, okay, it's $1.5 million and I'm going to pay all cash, I wouldn't have a down payment. I mean, my down payment, I'm sorry, would be $1.5 million, 21. The formula for return on investment is cash flow divided by sales price. I'm sorry, cash flow divided by down payment. Sorry. The formula for return on investment is cash flow divided by down payment, right? So if I paid all cash, then I wouldn't have any financing here, see? And so my NOI would become my cash flow because I'm paying all cash, see? And so if my NOI becomes my cash flow, then that formula is the same. Cash flow divided by down payment is the same as NOI divided by sales price. Okay, so that's where the confusion comes in. Think of the return on investment as below the line. So when I had my franchise, we had above the line and below the line. Above the line were expenses that you were allowed to expense through your company and your corporation. Below the line were expenses like the owner's car, the owner's boat, the owner's plane, where they weren't allowed to expense those through the P&L of the company, but you could expense it on your tax return. So think of below the line as after financing, and think of above the line with just the numbers, the income, the scheduled gross income and the vacancy and the expenses and the NOI. Okay, so the cap rate only has to do with the NOI and the income of the asset, where the return has to do with leverage, financing the deal. So when I pay all cash, the cap rate becomes my return on investment. Now, when somebody first said this to me in a class, I was like, what? I'm not following that. What I had to do was similar to what we had Stephen do, is I just took a spreadsheet, a piece of paper, and I started playing with numbers. And I started saying, oh, wow, look what happens when I raise the price. Look what happens when I lower the price. Look what happens when I pay all cash. See, and that's how I started going, oh, yeah, okay, I get it. I see it. I see why you're saying that now. That's why we suggest you do that and keep practicing and playing with these numbers. All right, so the cap rate is a value indicator. This screen here shows you what happens when we raise the value. We raise the price, the cap rate goes down. So if I turn around, if there was a way for my avatar to put my arm up and my other arm down, if I'm standing with my two arms out by my side and I raise my left arm, my right arm would lower. And if I raise my right arm, my left arm would lower. So that's what's happening here. Cap rate goes up, price goes down. Price goes up, value, cap rate goes down. So it's just a visual for you to remember what happens with the cap rate and the price. Okay, this page, now on page 29, I'm showing you some comps, okay? So there's comps. Where do we get comps in commercial real estate? Tomorrow is Tools Day in the afternoon. What I'm going to do is go through, we got a couple of really busy days, jam-packed days left after today. And tomorrow I'm going to get into the tools, and the tools we'll start talking about what the tools are and what you use them for. And I'll talk about it when I have them on the screen. But because I'm talking about comps right now, I'm going to go into this a little bit with you. So we pull comps in commercial real estate, not from the MLS necessarily, because the MLS is mostly residential. And remember, your full-time commercial firms are not members of MLS at all, so they're not going to have data there, right? So we pull comps from CoStar, is probably one of the biggest ones that we use. eXp Commercial has the Dang it, I just lost it. The name of is a really cool tool. Help me out if somebody could help me out with what I'm thinking of. Enriched data. Enriched data. Thank you, Benny. Enriched data. Oh, man, I'm real excited about what they're doing there with that enriched data tool. And from what I've seen and my questions and when I vetted it, I think it's a home run. So that's a tool for getting comps in commercial real estate. And by the way, eXp Commercial owns it. So it's all about the data in the future, guys and gals. So owning something that's going to be a massive data platform, just think of the value. That's just so smart. So those would be two really great tools for comps for commercial. The third one would be REIS, REIS in some markets. Okay. So I'll circle back to that dialogue when I have the screen up, the slide up with the names in front of you, and it's in your book. We'll go through that tomorrow. But I wanted to just mention that CoStar, since we're doing this, here's some comps on CoStar I wanted to show you. And CoStar, love them or hate them, they have a product where they go out and they research closings and active listings, and then they track it and they will verify it. They'll call, they'll email, hey, is that correct? It looks like you sold the property for $1.5 million. Is that true? Yes. It looks like the income was this much. Was that correct? Yes. It looks like the vacancy factor was that. Is that correct? Yes. Once they confirm it, then they mark it confirmed. You can see where I'm pointing here, confirmed. And then when somebody else logs in to view the comp, they can see that this is a confirmed comp. So the tool is pretty good. The data is pretty good. They've been around for a long time, so they have a lot of data and control the data. And the downside to working with them is that they're just not very user-friendly, unfortunately. I'm sorry if there's any CoStar reps in the room. Don't mean to offend anybody, but maybe work on it a little bit. Because it's a monopoly. Basically, they have the data and they own it all, and they're really the biggest 1,000-pound gorilla out there. And so as a result, they're not real friendly in terms of how they operate with their customers. That's the downside. And talk to commercial agents about it, and you'll hear these conversations and these gripes if you haven't heard it already. As an owner, I can tell you it was really frustrating working with them as an owner. They like to work only with owners. They don't like to work with independent agents. They just want, I shouldn't say independent, they don't want to work with individual agents. They only want independent brokers or owners so they can get to the whole roster, basically. So it makes it a little difficult to work with them. But it is a good product. It is a good tool. Now, what you're seeing here is you're seeing that this is a confirmed comp. What I'm showing you is that even when it's a confirmed comp at CoStar or wherever you pull it, it's not always going to be 100%. This is showing a 6% cap, right, for this closing. Okay, so when I go to the next page, let's look at some numbers. And you can see here that the income, 119,000. Hold on just a second, I need to go to my other screen so I can see that. Boom. 119,000 SGI, no vacancy factor. Is that correct? No vacancy factor? No, that's not correct, right? Should be a vacancy factor there, shouldn't there be? And then the expenses accordingly to get to your net operating income. So right away, I'm questioning this net operating income because there's no vacancy factor, okay? But let's just say you don't question it and you calculate the cap rate. Then the formula for, what is the formula to determine the cap rate? The formula to determine the cap rate is NOI divided by sales price, correct? So everybody take your calculator and take the NOI of 80,250 divided by the sales price. 80,250 divided by the sales price, and tell me what your cap rate is. Because according to CoStar, it's 6%. Yeah, 5.35. Okay, so is that a 6 cap? No, it's not a 6 cap. It's a 5.35. And then if you go to the next screen and do this the correct way, where we add the vacancy factor in there, you can see here's the correct way to do this. So now we have 119,000 correct NOI, I'm sorry, correct vacancy factors. We subtract it, gives us our 113. We multiply that times 35%. The true NOI, if we do it the correct way, is 73,865. So take the actual NOI, 73,865, and divide it by 1,000,005, and what do you get? That's right, you get a 4.9. So see how that is not necessarily a 6 cap? I just saw Ryan, my buddy Ryan. Was that you I just saw in here, Ryan? Ryan is with the for 2021. Does that sound about right, Ryan? A lot of volume. Good job. Yeah, so there, yeah, that's correct. Hey, that's awesome. A good contact for you guys in Orange County, California. Thanks for reaching out and saying hello. So the cap rate's 4.9, folks. It's not 6, and that's the message here. So the point is, what you should consider doing is pulling out the comps and going through each one on your own and use apples to apples. What does that mean? It means take the scheduled gross income, multiply it times 5%, multiply it times 35%, unless it's a different product type, right, or a different area, and when those vacancy and expense factors change, and apply that to the comps to get your cap that you pull from each comp. So I'm going to do this on each comp. I'm going to go through the math, and I'm going to pull 4.9, 4.9, 4.9, and then I'm going to apply the 4.9 to the subject property to determine the value. If I didn't do this and I just went off of CoStar and I would took a 6, I would have used a 6 cap to determine the value instead of a 4.9, and I would have been short value of about $200 and something thousand on this deal. Is $200 and something thousand important to an owner, you think? Yeah, very important, right? So hopefully you're understanding here the importance of doing the math correctly and doing the math on each one of these comps. All right, so this is a pausing point for me to look through VBOX. Let me just talk about determining value, the cap rate, how you determine value. I like to kind of pause for a minute and make sure people are with me on this part, because you need to be able to determine the value of commercial properties. Okay, so how are you feeling? Stephen, any questions on, there's the VBOX app link again in the chat right there. Stephen, any questions on, hey, I'm struggling with determining value, or can you go over this about determining value?
Not that question specifically, Chief, but how many comps should you pull?
Just like residential, 3 to 5, as long as the data is there, you should be okay. And it's good data that's comparable.
So the vacancy used on is at a 5% rate, or so even on a if the property has no vacancies?
So that's a good question. When you're looking at a property, the investor is certainly going to want to see the history and the data, right, and the operating data. The lender is going to require it. If you can't get the history meaning the income, rent rolls, copies of leases, expenses, that's history. If you can't provide that to the lender, they're not going to do the loan. REOs, typically all cash, right? No financing because there's no history. So history is important to the lender, it's required. History is also important to a buyer. If you're buying, you want to kind of do your due diligence, you're going to want to know all this stuff. So you look at the history of an asset and you see, okay, wow, the vacancies are really high in this property. It's operating at 15% vacancy factor historically over the past 2 years. What is the lender going to require you to use when you analyze that property when it's historically operating at 15% vacancy? They're probably going to say, we're going to analyze this using a 15% vacancy. On the other hand, we pull the history and go through it. And historically, it's operating at a 2% vacancy factor, let's say. What's the lender going to require? Probably 5%, right? See, because see how they're going to be conservative no matter what? They're going to be conservative. But so looking at the history is important. Now, if it's completely empty, Houston, we have a problem, because if it's completely empty, there's no income. So no financing on that deal, most likely, unless there's some sort of answer to how that's going to be occupied or filled. So if we're using the income approach, it could be really problematic if it's been sitting there empty. This comes up all the time. Michael, I've got this deal, I've got this listing coming up, it's completely empty. It comes up all the time. It's a problem for an investor loan because there's no history, there's no income. You've got to look at that most likely in terms of SBA financing an owner user, because that's how you get around it. That's one way to get around it, is you get an owner user in there, and SBA will do an SBA loan with 51%, where they're occupying 51%. Now they're going to go off of the borrower now mostly instead of the asset, though. Just remember that. But that's how you get around it. So when it's vacant, you've got some problems. So hopefully that answered the question about SBA Small Business Administration. Hopefully that answers questions about, do I look at the actual history and go by the actual history and vacancy and actual expenses? Hopefully that answers any and all of that, which is you're using a combination like any investor would. They're gonna look and see what has been happening, and they're gonna look and see, here's what I think I can do, and somewhere in the middle is what a lender will do. So hopefully that answers all those questions about that. How you feeling on determining value, folks? Turn around and see the audience. Raise your hand if you're struggling determining value. Okay, but it looks like you realize that I just need to practice, right? And so that's good. That's not struggling. That's normal, right? If you're just realizing, no, I think I got it, but I need to practice, that's good. That's absolutely a great thing. That's what we want everybody to do until you can whip out these sheets in minutes. By the way, a couple of times I've seen people saying things like, hey, spreadsheets, can I create? Yeah. We've got spreadsheets. We use software all the time. That's the reality, is that we're not going to sit here and use a bunch of calculators and napkins, guys. Is find other income. So this is called forced appreciation. Forced appreciation. This came from investors. We had the ability years ago to buy properties and then just turn around and flip them. We could buy them at a margin low enough to where we could just turn around and flip the properties. And then the market just got so hot that it became harder and harder to find properties with a margin large enough for us to turn around and flip them. So we started saying, how else can we do this? Well, we can control the operations. We can't control the market. So if we look at the operations, we could force the value up through the operations. So when we increase the net operating income, we're increasing the income, which increases the value, as we talked about earlier. And there's 4 ways to do it. One is raising rents. I remember this as ROI, R-O-E-I, ROI, R-O-E-I, raise rents, increase occupancy, decrease expenses, find other income. Raising rents is self-explanatory. As long as there's no rent control, you can just raise those rents. Increasing occupancy. In some areas, some parts of the United States, occupancy levels are going to run low, right? So, maybe in some areas you're running at 70% occupancy level. So you get it to 85% occupancy level, and that's going to increase the NOI. Or you go from 90 to 95. You decrease expenses. What are some ways to decrease expenses? Lots of ways to do that. Changing the property manager out to a good high-performing property manager. Going from master meter to separately metered, and putting a RUB system in place would lower expenses. Utilities, looking at operating better green type buildings, lots of ways to lower expenses, finding other income. We talked about what's other income earlier today and how you might do that, getting creative with other income. I had a property I sold and we were doing a walkthrough and I was representing the owner, the listing agent, and there was a buyer and a buyer agent, and the property had like a fallout shelter underneath it in this basement, underneath the entire building. It was just huge. And as we're walking through it, I looked over at the buyer and I could see he had a schematics and he had a drawing. And I said, what are you doing? What are you going to do, if you don't mind me asking? He said, oh, I'm going to put storage throughout this whole entire area. And I thought, oh my gosh, what a home run, because it was just a few blocks from the beach, and storage, the value of that was just a great idea. And so all of a sudden he found other income, and that increased his net operating income. So you could use one or more of these methods or strategies to increase the net operating income. We know that a short and sweet way to determine value is by taking the NOI, dividing it by a cap rate. In this example, it's a 10 cap. Now, I know there's not a lot of 10 caps out there, or if any, but just to keep the math simple, $100,000 divided by 10 cap, what's my value when I do that? $1 million, right? 100,000 divided by 10 equals $1 million. But what if I used one or more of those methods and strategies to increase my net operating income? So maybe I lowered the expenses, maybe I increased the occupancy, maybe I found some other income, maybe I could raise the rents a little bit. And when I did that, I pushed my NOI all the way up to $200,000 when I did that. Okay, I can't control the market. The market's caps are 10. I can't do anything about that, but I just increased the value to $2 million, didn't I? Not by the market, but by the operations. Because when I push that, do the math, it's now a $2 million deal. Now keep in mind that in the markets that we're in, most markets are out there are closer to 5 caps and 6 caps. So I only need to increase the NOI by $50,000 instead of increasing it by 100,000. I only need to go from 100 instead of going from 100 to 200. I only need to go from 100 to 150 in a 5 cap market to make that same $1 million. So small changes in the NOI can have really significant, huge impact on the value. If it takes an investor a year to increase the NOI from 100,000 to 200,000 and make $1 million, is it worth it? If it takes the investor 2 years to increase the NOI and make $1 million, is it worth it? If it takes the investor their entire life to make $1 million, is it worth it? And the answer is probably yes for most people. For most people, if they can just make $1 million by doing that, by increasing the operations, no matter how long it takes, it's going to be worth it. This is a great conversation to have. It's a great script to use when you're approaching investors because it's not talked about much. What would happen if you just started talking to investors and you said, hey, have you ever thought about looking at properties from the standpoint of forced appreciation? What are they going to say? And have you ever heard anybody use a script like that? So it's something that really is effective, and it's something you should consider. And it's one of those things where when I say, hopefully we can get you to implement some of these things, there's one of them. Now on this slide here, we are on page 32. And this is showing you I'm going to show you the 3 different types of returns. So there's 3 different types of return on investment. Write this down, make a note, 3 different types of ROI, return on investment: before tax, after tax, internal rate of return. Before tax, after tax, internal rate of return. Those are the 3 different types of return on investment. Before tax is how much money did I put into the deal and what's the return on the money that I put in. That's called cash on cash, CC. You've probably noticed that on spreadsheets and setup packages that'll say CC sometimes, and that's just cash on cash. It's just what's my return on the money I put into the deal before taxes. And then you have return on investment after taxes, which I'm going to show you right now. And then you have IRR, which is internal rate of return. Internal rate of return takes into consideration all the gains and all the losses the entire time they owned the asset. Now, when we're doing these classes, we are doing our intro course, like our 1-day and our 3-day course. They are there, by the way, on this screen here, and it's also in your book on page 84, 3 different types of return on investment: before tax, after tax, IRR. I just wanted to point that out to you. So when we're doing our classes, we have different conversations based on the class that we're doing. Here in this example, it's an introductory course. So we're talking before tax, CC, and after tax, CC. The 1-day course that we do next month, is only really just before tax, CC. This 3-day, we start talking before tax and after tax. The advanced course we're doing next week, we start talking about IRR and time value of money. Okay, so there's 3 different types of returns, and we cover them depending on the class that we're doing. All I'm going to do right now is I'm going to blow up the center, and I'm going to blow up the bottom. I'm going to blow up the center, and I'm going to blow up the bottom. Okay, so right now you're looking at the center. This is the return on investment before taxes. And when this hit me, it was years ago. I was typing up an offer, and the investor was crunching the numbers right in front of me as I was writing up the offer, typing it into zip forms. And I could see him out of the corner of my eye crunching these numbers, and he's kind of shaking his head like, what's the matter with this thing? Why am I doing this? And he even stopped me. He said, wait a minute, Michael, right in the middle of the offer. And he said, Michael, wait a minute. Why am I doing this? It's 2%. Why am I buying this deal? Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? If you don't have an answer to that, what's probably going to happen? That investor's probably going to walk, right? So what would your answer be? So my answer was, oh, I get it. I understand it's only 2%. But remember the benefits of owning real estate. The benefits of owning real estate are taxes saved, interest paid, principal reduction, and depreciation. Take those things into consideration. You can see your return is actually much, much higher. Here, let me show you. So here on the screen that we're looking at right now, here's the benefits of owning real estate. Make a note of that. And this is also in your book. Page 85 in your book. These are the benefits of owning real estate. Okay, now you can see that principal reduction, interest paid, taxes saved, depreciation, these are all benefits of owning real estate. And of course, appreciation when you have it is also a benefit of owning real estate. Oh, I see what I did. My bad. I'm messing you guys up. I inserted some slides, but not into the book. My bad. So this slide right here is not in your book. So take a snapshot of this, write it down. Did you get it? Benefits of owning real estate: principal reduction, interest paid, taxes saved, depreciation, and of course, appreciation. The problem with appreciation is we don't always have it, do we? How many of you were around in 2008? Did we have appreciation everywhere in 2008? No. Did we always have appreciation during COVID in every market and every product type? No. We don't always have appreciation. So you can't bank on it, but you can bank on these other benefits, guys and gals, because these are the benefits we have as long as we don't get rid of them. The administrations don't get rid of them. We have these benefits that we can count on. And by the way, these are the things that we should be talking about at the commercial level. We should be talking about these benefits because a lot of people don't understand these benefits. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how it impacts the deal. So there's 3 different types of return on investment. These are the benefits of owning real estate. All the above. If you had a question, let's just say that maybe you had a question and maybe it was on a test or something and it said, what are the benefits of owning real estate? Would all the above be the correct answer? Yes, all the above would be the correct answer. These are all benefits of owning real estate. Thank you, Stephen, for dropping that in the chat. Okay, so I'm just going to show you how we look at the benefits of owning real estate and how they impact the deal. So you can see 2% is before taxes, cash on cash, okay? So what we do, and let me pause for a minute and share and say this to you. So tomorrow morning, when we start, first thing at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, we're going to start right on time tomorrow, and we're going to roll right into numbers first thing in the morning for all my math people. For everyone who loves math and formulas and calculations, we're going to get it done first thing in the morning when you're fresh and right out of the gates. For some of you, it's not so much first thing in the morning, but it's first part of the class, okay? We're going to roll through the numbers. If you're late in the morning or you miss the morning, you're going to be lost pretty much the entire rest of the class. So don't miss tomorrow morning. Be here on time. So when I go through this with you, you're understanding it, because it's complicated. Even if you're an experienced commercial agent, trust me, it's complicated. Or at least a good refresher for you, if nothing else. My experience has been that it's going to be more than a refresher for even the experienced commercial agent tomorrow morning segment. But I'm going to do this on the seller side of the transaction. So if you're not following me right now with it, it's okay. My goal is not really to help you understand the math right now. My goal is to help you understand help you understand. I'm losing my words here. I got like 2 hours of sleep last night. I just tossed and turned. So I apologize. My brain is not quite as sharp as normal.
I call it the mechanics, Chief.
Yeah, there you go. The mechanics. Just trying to get you to understand the concepts, the mechanics. Math will be in the morning. We'll do the math and we'll help you understand the math of this right here in the morning. And we'll give you exercises and same thing, give you homework, help you during lunch, all of it. So I'm not trying to teach you this math, just trying to get you the mechanics of it and the content. All right, so we take the NOI. Everybody in the class should now understand how to get to NOI and feel good about that. And if not, what do? We practice. We go to the one day in January. We come back. We take the class again. We take the NOI. We subtract the interest paid. Whenever somebody gets a loan on a property, you can turn around and determine how much of that loan is going towards principal and how much is going towards interest in any given year. So all I'm doing, you can pull year 1, year 5, year 7. All we're doing is we're saying, hey, in year 1, the interest is going to be $52,000 on this deal. Okay, that's the interest paid. We calculate the depreciation. Do we depreciate the land or the building? The building. Very good. We depreciate the building. So we're going to use the straight line method, which is what the SL stands for. I'm going to depreciate the property over 27.5 years. Multifamily, residential, 27.5 years. Residential, 27.5 years. Commercial, 39 years. Once we do that, now we can calculate the taxable income. Because we have a taxable income, we have a taxes that in this case has been saved. So what we're going to do is pop the taxes that have been saved back up above here. So the taxes saved go here. The principal reductions is the amount of money that's paid towards the principal reduction in year 1. And we're going to pop that there. And now we have our total after-tax return. Tomorrow, we'll talk about how we get these numbers and where we get these numbers, but I'm just teaching you the concept right now, that's all. And now that we have our total after-tax return, you can see the return is actually almost 7.97. So when the investor said, Michael, 2%, what in the world, why am I doing this? Well, remember, sir, the benefits of owning real estate, the taxes saved, interest paid, principal reduction, depreciation. You can see when you take those things into consideration, your return is actually almost 8. How do you feel now about buying this property? And that particular investor said, oh yeah, that's right. I knew all that, Michael. Keep going. And they had me keep continuing on with the offer and we closed, okay? So that's just showing you the benefits of owning real estate and how it impacts the deal. And you should always really use after-tax returns when you're portraying a property so that you can give them a better idea of their return, not just CC. Now your your experienced investors, your REITs, they only deal with IRR pretty much, in the internal rate of return. And we'll talk about that and show you that in the advanced course that we're doing next week. So just keep those things in mind, okay? Was that helpful for you guys? Nice. All right, cool. And then everything I just went through, other than what Stephen dropped in the chat, is in your book on the page 31, 32, and 33. It's all right there. Do I see Robert Kramer in the house? Hey, Robert, if you are here, why don't you say hello real quick? Oh, we got to unlock his mic. Can we unlock Robert Kramer's mic for a minute?
Here we go. Got it.
Hey, good to see you, Robert. So Robert is our partner now. Robert owned and operated Learn Commercial. A lot of you guys know Robert. He's a great guy. He's real active in Dallas, boots on the ground. He deals right and left. Just a great guy. And we started talking about over a year ago, and we ended up partnering together this last year, and we merged our companies. And now we have this massive library that we've created where we combine his content and all of our content, and we're doing these group coaching calls, and we've got a really cool plan that on how we can help people at an extremely high level. And both of us are real excited. All of us are real excited. And so Robert's here today. So let's give Robert just a couple minutes to say hello and talk about whatever he's working on or whatever you want to share this morning, afternoon. Robert, take it away.
Hey, great. Thanks, Mike. And yeah, it's been a fantastic merger, so to speak, with this library. I mean, I launched Learn Commercial a year ago, August, and meeting Michael, we just joined forces, and we're really going to blow this thing out of the water. It's been fantastic so far, and can't wait till the start and finish of next year. We're going to double up at least. So, but yeah, I mean, the market is going kind of crazy. We go over a lot of market stats. In fact, we just finished our call. We have calls on Monday, and today I went over 2 obstacle transactions that I've never had the opportunity to experience before. One being a 25-year lease with a 6-year rent holiday on the back end, and another where the assumable debt was so high on 4 Walmarts that the debt doesn't make sense unless you hold it for 20 years. So there's a lot of unique things happening on large transactions. I mean, the first was 132 million Home Depot distribution center. In fact, you can check it out. It's online in Toledo, Ohio. It's got 6 years of free base rent on the back end of the lease. So today we just had those kind of conversations, and that's what we do with Learn Commercial. So we have Michael talking on 1, I'm taking 2, and then we have a 3rd open call. And what we do is we talk about these strange transactions, obstacles in the marketplace, how to win, goal setting. I mean, it's been a great ride. And you know, the reason I created it and glad we merged was I didn't find anything like this in the marketplace, and I needed it when I got started. You know, thankfully EXP came around, so I joined EXP, and then I wanted to create that. So not only does EXP provide an amazing opportunity for all of us, fantastic resources, guidance, and now we have an opportunity through your 3-day, your advanced class, and our new Learn Commercial library to really accelerate our growth and fast track our success. Where I don't know if you guys realize, but if you did this 10, 15 years ago, there was not a lot of help, right? There's very, very few outside of CCIM and the CCIM designation. I got my real estate degree, and outside of that, it was just tough to, how do I scale? How do I launch? How do I fast track my business so I'm not just trying to get help a year in with not a lot of transactions? So it was a struggle starting off, and that's why I'm so thankful that we are here today with this technology, and it's just created a powerhouse, and I'm super pumped. Thank you all for doing the 3-day. I'm so excited for all of y'all in the room for joining Michael on this 3-day. And yeah, if y'all have any questions, feel free and message me. I'll put my email in the chat. You message Michael, just ask about it, or you can just go to learncommercial.com. Check it out. Love to have you, but enjoy this 3-day class. I'll probably pop in tomorrow and go over a specific transaction or some maybe dive into something a little more unique I can talk about for 10 minutes or so. But I'll be popping in. Send me a message, send Michael a message. Hey, Mike, I really appreciate you allowing me to talk for a moment on stage. I'll let y'all get back to it. Have a great class, everyone, a great week, and let's make it this end of this year fantastic because we're almost there.
Nice. Hey,
Mike.
thanks, Robert. Great job.
You got it, buddy.
Robert he's so cool. I like Robert a lot, and he's very knowledgeable and a tremendous asset. And I'm glad we got the opportunity to partner together. And we finally got together in August, I guess it was, in Dallas. We went out to dinner and had a nice dinner and a glass of wine or two or three, and had a good time. It was nice hanging out with him and Keith and everybody. So I see a couple questions. So a couple things. Tomorrow, what we'll do, you guys and gals, is tomorrow at lunchtime, we will drop a link for a Zoom, and we'll go through the various coaching packages that we have, that we offer, one of which is this library that and the group coaching that we do with Robert. So we'll get you all that information tomorrow. And I believe Wednesday we're doing the same thing during our lunch break. We don't want to take the time during the class to do that. So make a note, during lunch, that we'll pop over to Zoom and we'll share that information with you. On day 3, we'll get you the information on the advanced course. I saw a couple of people ask about that. So we'll get you, as long as you're here for all 3 days and going to be attending, you'll get all the information on how you can take advantage of all these opportunities that are out there in the future for you. So great job, Robert. Thank you so much for sharing that information. All right. Let's do this. Now, this is a test. Oh my gosh, it's a test. Oh my gracious, what a test. But don't worry, the test is not for anything at all other than just your basic knowledge of how you grasped, how you retained what we talked about this morning. I'm going to give you one because the very first one people don't always get. But if you've got a, where do you go? Well, I kept saying it when you're doing your math and your formulas and calculations. Where do you want to go if you can't remember a calculation? Glossary of terms. Okay, so there's that. That's an easy one. That's the very first one, glossary of terms. Okay, so in your book on page 34, there's 25 questions. Start taking the test. And again, this isn't for your designation or anything, so don't stress. And if you don't want to take the test, don't take the test. I don't care. Go from page 34 to 38, 34 to 38, page 34 to 38, and it's 25 questions. Go. All you do is just answer them. Take the test, take a few minutes here, take the test, and then I'll go through it with everybody, okay? Test is in your book, page 34 to page 38. What number are you on? Great, thanks. Give us a done when you're done. Okay, let's go ahead and go through it. Looks like most are done or close to. So number one, whenever I get a lead and I need to analyze income property, I should remember to always refer back to my workbook for B, like boy, glossary of terms. Boy, would I be upset if somebody missed that one, huh? Especially when I gave you the ad. Look at that. You guys are putting in some different answers. I even told you right before we did this. That's so funny. This is what happens. I think people get distracted. They're typing or they're multitasking and they're not listening all the time, I think. Number two, when I see a property for sale and want more information, I should call the listing broker and ask for C, like Charlie, setup package, right? Call and ask for a setup. Or what else could I call and ask for? A prospectus. I could call and ask for a marketing package or an OM. Those would all fly. Number three, what is the single most important factor in determining the value of income property? C, the income that it generates. Four, what document in the setup package shows the present income of the property? D, rent roll. D like Delta, rent roll. 5, what's my next step to determine if the income being portrayed in the is market or not? How do I know if there's upside? D, do a rent survey or a lease survey. That's how I'm going to determine if there's upside on that property or if I could raise those rents. Number 6, how do I determine gross rent multiplier? B, sales price divided by SGI. B, sales price divided by SGI. 7, who determines the standard market factors for vacancy and expenses? D, the lender. 8, the typical market expenses factor for a multifamily income property is B, 35%. What does ROI stand for and what is the formula? Number 10. C, return on investment cash flow divided by down payment. 11, when determining value using the income approach, I pull comps to determine these factors. What 3 factors are they? B, GRM, cap, ROI. Did I skip one? The typical market vacancy factor for multifamily, number 9, I skipped. What's the answer? Number 9? 5%. A, 5%. Again, 10 was C. Cash flow divided by net payment. 11. What were three things we pull comps for? Number 11? B, GRM cap ROI. GRM cap ROI. By the way, I said you pull 3 things for comps, GRM cap ROI, and I went into the GRM and the cap rate with you. The ROI is looked at, just think of it like this. So if I am collecting rents in that, remember I said Santa Monica. So let's say I'm in Santa Monica, and you kind of imagine if I own property near the pier or near the ocean, that's considered a pretty good area most of the time. And so my collecting rents on that deal, on that asset, it's relatively easy, right? It should be, in theory, not real hard to collect those rents. Okay. Now let's say I'm getting a 5% return on my money, 5%, collecting 100,000 a month. You know, life's pretty good. I'm kicking back on the pier and watching people surf most of the day and just taking it easy, collecting my rents, right? Now, let's say that I fly to the worst neighborhood you could possibly imagine, or I drive to the worst neighborhood you could possibly imagine. I mean, I've got to go collect rents with an Uzi in this neighborhood, right? And if I do that, is my expected return going to be the same as what I just said, where I'm kicking back on the Santa Monica beach, 5%? Probably not, right? It's probably going to be more, yeah, I should be getting a much better return because my risk is much higher. So those are the things that people look at. Number 12, when I'm on the phone or internet with a potential client, my number one goal is D, get an appointment. 13, what are my primary objectives when I meet with an investor face to face? 16, which of the following are accurate ways to determine real estate values? Very good. E, all the above. 17, when I analyze income property using the income approach versus the comparable approach, when do I analyze income property using the income approach versus the comparable approach? 17. The 25 homes, what can we sell them for or rent them for when we're done? How much does it cost, construction costs, holding costs, and what's the profit I want to make on that vacant lot? And that's the value, right? Talked about that. That's the cost approach. But as soon as I say, how much money am I going to make from this property, I'm probably going to turn around and say, and what is my return on investment? See, so as soon as I say, how much money do I want to make from this project? Let's say I want to make $1 million. Okay, great. And what's my return on what I put in? Now I'm using the market shifted. It almost felt like somebody flipped the switch and shut it all. And nothing was moving. And we were sitting on these properties that just weren't selling. And all the owners, we had 35 listings. None of them were moving. And all the owners were calling, emailing, what's going on? You know, why are you not selling this thing? What are you doing? And it was terrible. So, and a lot of these properties, what we were doing was we were list a lot of these mixed use properties. So a mixed use property, here's an example. The owner would sell, and the owner lives in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. And then the husband runs a barber shop, and the barber shop is in the front, and it's a little retail property that he leases to himself. And his wife does a nail shop right next door to him, and they live together in the back of the house, and they lease that space to themselves. And they also have a cousin, and the cousin runs the grocery store that lives in the front, and the cousin lives in the 3 units in the back with their families. Okay, so when these guys sell, they're moving everybody out. It's all going to be empty, all the store back, and they had a cousin that wanted to run the grocery store and live in their 3 units with their family. That's the perfect buyer. But how many buyers are out there looking for that? Well, it's a needle in a haystack, see? But if you find that buyer is probably going to pay market, if not even more, because they're going to be like, wow, I've been looking everywhere to find this property. But when we list properties and we're a listing agent, do we want to price it based on a needle in the haystack? No, you want to price the thing to sell. What does an investor care about on this type of property? What are they looking for instead of an owner user? They're looking for cap rate that makes sense, income that makes sense. You've heard this. Oh, I'm looking for something that makes sense, right? That means it has to stay in line with market. So if you price that deal, that property, based on the income approach that investors are willing to pay in the area, you're going to sell it. And then if you find the buyer that's the needle in the haystack, guess what? They're probably going to pay more for it. They'll bid it up. So everybody wins. But most importantly, we don't want to sit on inventory and have it not sell. That's no fun. And if you've ever done that, you know what I mean. So that's why I did this. This is, again, it's kind of a trick question because, a church, for those who've ever done churches, they know this, or if you've ever looked at a church, you're probably going to look to commercial real estate. Was I time blocked 2 hours a day for commercial real estate because I was a residential agent. I was doing 100 deals a year, and Stephen was going to come onto my team, and he was going to take over the residential division because I was so tired of residential real estate. I wanted to do commercial only. I was real excited about commercial real estate. That's all I wanted to do. But we also had 100 deals in residential. We didn't want to give it up, right, and let it go. So the plan was Stephen come on, take over the residential stuff. But it took a while for us to implement that plan. We couldn't quite just do it right away, right? So I only had a couple hours a day for my commercial business, and all I did is I time blocked. So I'm very disciplined with time and time blocking and sticking to a plan and a schedule. And I suggest you do as well, especially if you're really busy and you have lots of things that you're working on. The time blocking is just absolutely the way to do it. 21, if an investor is paying all cash for the property, they can almost double their return on investment by, I don't know that I talked about this much, but we have a slide that we can show you. It's called the driver scenario, where we're showing if you leverage the deal 50%, you'll double your return in a lot of cases when you do that versus paying all cash. And if there's interest, I could find that slide and show it to you. 22, the benefits of owning income producing real estate are all the above. 23, E, all the above. 23, the reason I may want to consider carving out time for working with investors is 23, all the above. Did I skip one? 21? 21 is C. C, leveraging financing 50%. 24, the reason that an investor would possibly not want to sign a confidentiality agreement with you is all the above. If an investor won't sign that light ask, it could be they don't trust you. They don't, they just don't, they're not sure, right? That's always a reason why people don't move forward, or could be a reason why people don't sign, or they're not acknowledging, or they're sitting back, their arms crossed, body language. It could, that could always be that they don't trust you, or you haven't built enough rapport with them, right? I mean, come on, guys. Let's face it. Does everybody trust a real estate agent right out of the gates with everything? No. You've got to build that. You've got to get up. You've got to work that relationship to build that trust. 25, the seller is, so that's why it's all the above those. They might not trust you. They may plan to just simply go around you. Maybe you don't know what their goals are. Maybe you haven't gone through that with them, and they don't feel like you are looking out for their best interests. Maybe you haven't educated. Maybe you just don't understand it. There's language in that confidentiality agreement that I could show you that's confusing, that comes up as objections. So it could be any of those or all of those. 25, what's the answer to number 25? C, 18,000. Great job. So add those up, total them up, And you should, there's 25 questions, so you can miss up to, what is that, 7 to get 30%. You got to pass with 70%. 70%. So 7, if you miss 7 or more and failed that test, what does that mean? It means you should go to the one-day class, is exactly what that means, because there's no reason you should miss 7 or more when we went through this morning like we did. But go to the one-day class for sure. If you did miss 7 or more, realistically, you should maybe miss maybe 1, 2, 3, because there were some trick questions in there. So if you miss 1, 2, 3, that's fine, because they were trick questions a little bit. But that should be about it. And it just gives you an idea of where you're at with what we've gone through so far. Stephen put all the answers in there. Nice job, Stephen. All right, so good job on that. Hopefully that was helpful. And hopefully you feel good about the outcome and how you did on your test. It is 1:07. Let's answer a couple questions, Stephen. Questions in the VBox that we'll answer, and then we'll take a break here in a minute.
Okay, we actually, Chief, I'm gonna go through some questions that have been sitting here for a little bit.
Okay.
How do you find access commercial properties within your market or your local market without having the MLS? When are you gonna be covering that?
Go over, I'm sorry, I was reading and multitasking here.
How do you find and access commercial properties within your local market without the MLS? We're gonna go over that. When?
How do you find properties without the MLS? Well, we don't use the MLS. You use, so tomorrow when we get into tools and commercial, I'll show you where we pull properties for sale. That's what I think you're asking, is where we find these properties for sale. So tomorrow I'll show you a slide. It'll have, I think about 10 different sources on there for properties for sale.
Okay. Then, this question keeps on coming up. You have not talked about compounding annually or semi-annually when we say 6% on the debt service, on the terms for the loan, for the debt service payment. Are we compounding annually or semi-annually?
Not sure I understand that question.
Come
So
up a couple times.
compounding, yeah, so we're just amortizing the loan to get the debt service payment. That's all we've really talked about. And then we've talked about taking the principal and interest paid on that loan in any given year. We touched on that just briefly, but we're really going to get into that in the morning. But there's nothing about compounding anywhere. So I'm not really sure I understand that question.
Can you go over question 25 again?
Okay, so the seller's carrying, the price is $1 million. Price is $1 million. Seller's carrying 20%. So how much is the note on my second? The note on my second is 200,000, because 20% of $1 million is 200,000. So you just take a percentage, $1 million times 20%, 200,000. And then it's simple interest only, unless that's what this gentleman's referring to with the compounding question. This is interest only. Okay, so all we're doing is we're saying if the note is 200,000 and the interest rate is 9%, 200,000 times 9% equals 18,000. And that's the annual interest only payment on that note.
Okay. Here's one. Does the certification you're providing have any actual recognition, credibility, or import in the industry? Not an obnoxious question. It's a real question.
No, it's a great question. It's a valid question. So let's talk about that. So you have CCIM, which a lot of you are familiar with and have heard of, right? CCIM is owned by NAR. Okay, so NAR is never going to incorporate, adopt any kind of competition that's going to directly compete against them. why would they do that, right? It doesn't make any sense. So when we try to get adoption or incorporation, we just hit walls at some point. Somebody realizes, oh, you're going to compete with us, and we don't want that, right? So we started these designations years ago, back in about 2013, and there's no real way that I can think of for us to get it incorporated or adopted other than what we're doing right now, which is just get the word out, let people get certified, make the certifications valuable, meaning don't let everybody run around with one just because they showed up and don't know what they're doing. Make them earn their designation by knowing what they're doing and demonstrate that. And so make the designations valuable. And what's happening now is it's getting a lot of credibility. The word of mouth is spreading. A lot of people are getting their designations and earning them and using them. And most importantly, they're implementing them into their marketing strategies. And I see them all over the place on emails, on websites, on marketing pieces now. So it's really starting to gain a lot of steam in the industry. So hopefully that kind of answers that question.
Actually, I got 2 more for you, Chief.
For those of you who don't care about questions, let's come back at 1:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, but I'll hang out and answer just a couple more questions if you'd like.
Chief, the CE question has come up a couple of times. Is this for CE credits?
Why don't you answer that, Stephen? Because that's something that you're really, really steamrolling on. You want to talk about it?
Absolutely. So you guys, this class today is not being offered for CE credits. This is a training class for you to get your designations and get out there doing the business. If you are looking for CE credits, I'm working on classes with associations throughout the US. We a couple of years ago, Chief, we only had CE credit in a couple of states, and now we're well over 9 for both the 1 day and the 3 day, and then we have over half the US that we're getting designations, or getting our designations and our classes approved for CE credit. So it is coming to a state near you. We're doing those classes with the associations though. So if you are looking for CE credits, that's where you want to look for our classes. We'll also be posting those on our website as they come up next year. Expect a lot of our classes to be broken up by time zone and by the specific association that we're doing it with. At the beginning of the year, we're already working on a West Coast 3 day that will be headed by Oregon and Washington, California, and we're going to grab a couple more states. So I'll keep you guys posted. The answers for the one this test should be in the chat. I think I see you guys reposting them.
Anything else, Chief?
How is the NCREA different / better than CAA?
CA what?
CAA. I think they mean CAB. I'm not sure. It says CCA.
Oh, CCA, I think is the NCCA, the Northern Commercial, I think is what they're referring to. And I don't know. I mean, it's, look, any training is good training. I'm an advocate of training. I'm certainly not going to suggest nobody take somebody's trainings. I don't care who it is. If take trainings, it's important. And the other thing about that is not everybody meshes with everybody, right? I mean, some of you guys may be hearing me going, I don't like this guy. I just can't get along with him, or it's just not my style. That's okay, right? I mean, I get that. And where others may be saying, wow, I really like this style, this no BS, get down to business style. Stephen has a different style, right, than I do, complete opposite. So there's that, and there's costs, there's expenses, that you got to look at in terms of what you get for your bang for your buck kind of thing. So there's that too. But any course that it's been mentioned so far, that I think if that's the one that is in Northern California that you're referring to, it's good stuff.
I think there's some confusion, Chief, on question 15. The question here is, can you explain why 15? Why in 15 the answer is none? Cap regarding a cap rate regarding better is the deal. I'm not sure what he means by that.
The better the deal for the buyer, the higher the cap rate. So the better the deal for that buyer is, the higher that cap. The higher the cap, usually the higher the value.
Okay.
I'm sorry, higher the cap, the lower the value typically. How's this going for you guys? We're 3/4 of the way through. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if you're liking this. Give me a hands up in the auditorium if this is going well for you, if you see yourself implementing some of these things and making some money next year. It's 2022, man. It's time to get out there and freaking crush it. COVID, no COVID, Delta, no Delta, Omicron, whatever. Let's make it happen. All right. Let's get out there and make all your dreams come true in 2022. Hey, I just thought of that. Make all your dreams come true in 2022. Break time. We'll see you back here at 1:30 Pacific Standard Time. 1:30 Pacific Standard Time. All right, here we go. Stephen, anything pressing?
Hey, Chief, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, there was questions on the test. We got the answers out. I think I missed 15 and it put the answers incorrectly. So I fixed that. But what page can I find value approach, cost, income, and comparable approach? It's not in the book. That was something that Michael shared. Yeah, Chief, I think you're good. I'm gonna keep looking through here.
Can somebody tell Dennis how to save the chat? Good to see you, Dennis. Dennis is one of my buddies, coaching members up in San Jose area in California. Experienced investor, good guy to know. There's a technique to that. I don't remember what it is. I'm sorry. Right click in the chat. There you go. Yeah, take screenshots, you guys and gals. We don't send out the slides. So if it's not in your book, you want to take a screenshot. Oh, there you go. JC. JC must be part of staff.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah.
In determining expenses, NOI and CPI, depreciation is not considered, correct?
Read it again.
In determining expenses, NOI and CPI, depreciation is not considered, correct?
That's kind of a weird question. I think I'd want somebody to clarify. Consumer price index. I assume that's what you're just calling CPI. I'm not sure what that question really is. Yeah, JC is a university assistant.
I'll let you address this question. It keeps being asked repeatedly. Please give an example from the sheet we went over to calculate the debt service. My numbers are not adding up with a financial calculator.
Yeah, we'd have to look and see what you're doing when you're calculating your. She said that she's referring to the debt service, Stephen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure what you're using or what you're doing, so it's hard for me to about it.
And Chief, can you explain how leveraging financing 50% doubles the ROI?
Yeah, I'll find that slide because it's it's better if I showed you the slide. So if Stephen, if you remind me to pull that up tonight after class, I'll pull it up and then I'll have it for him tomorrow, and we'll show you the driver scenario. I don't think it's anywhere in here, is it? I can remember. I don't remember. I don't think it's in here. So I'll just pull it up if we remember.
Okay. And then what is principal reduction?
Principal reduction. So when you get a loan, whether it's a car or house or whatever, and you're amortizing the loan, a certain amount of that loan is going towards principal reduction, and a certain amount is going towards interest. The interest is just all to the person who gave you the credit, and the principal reduction goes to paying down the balance due on that item.
I know we're going to be going through this tomorrow, but the taxes saved, 5,407. Where did that number come from?
So when we amortize, mortgage payment. Tomorrow, we'll get into this heavy tomorrow on how you get those numbers. But you can calculate it or use a mortgage. I said mortgage payment. What am I thinking of, Stephen?
For taxes saved, we're going to do the math tomorrow.
Yeah, where are we getting our principal reduction and interest paid?
Mortgage statement.
Mortgage statement. There you go. My
Yeah.
brain is really slow right now. So
That's why we got
tomorrow,
two of you in here.
yeah, tomorrow we'll get into that real heavy, you guys. We'll go into that tomorrow, that whole part. Okay, so I'm going to keep going. Good stuff, though. Good questions. And we'll stop again at the end of the class today, and I'll, answer some questions that might be in there as well. Hey, Stephen, we still have our podcast on the bottom of the website, right?
As of today, they should still be there.
Okay, we're in the process of updating our website because of Robert and Learn Commercial and the merger. So we're revamping that website. So that's why I'm said that. But I want to share with you just quickly a couple things. One is how many of you have an interest, you think, in door knocking for commercial real estate? Show of hands, give me a yes in the chat. Do you think you have an interest in door knocking in commercial real estate? Yeah, so lots of yeses there. That's good. Lots of hands up. That's great. And then the question becomes, whoa, yeah, I'd love to, but how does that work? How do you do it, right? And so what we did was, first of all, I had this lender that approached me, and they kept coming at me and saying, hey, can we do your business? Can we do your business? And I just kept saying, no, no thanks, no thanks. And they got to me one time and caught me in the lobby when he was walking through, and he said, by the way, we don't have a cap on our referral fees. And so I turned to him and I said, what? He said, we don't have a cap on our referral fees. We'll pay you whatever, the maximum amounts. And I said, no way. And so when you have, remember, 1 to 4 residential, governed by RESPA, 5 and up, commercial, not governed by RESPA. So you can legally receive referral fees and rebates on loans that are done. A lot of lenders, though, will cap the amount. So they'll say, we'll pay you up to 1% of the loan amount, but we'll cap it at 15,000, or we'll cap it at 10, for example, thousand. And what this lender was saying was, we don't have caps on our referral fees. So I said, you don't have caps on your referral fees. If I do a $4 million loan, then that means that's a $40,000 payout on a referral fee. That's not capped. And he said, no. And so I didn't believe him. And he said, look, I'll introduce you to the owner. Come down to Irvine, spend an hour down there with us, and we'll show you how our program works. So I drove down to Irvine, and the owner had, big screens, like 3-4 big screens, up, and they were going through these presentations. And he's basically showing me that they do these SBA loans, and they do them in volume. And because they do them in volume, they are able to have referral fees to their brokers that they pay out with no caps on them, and they can still offer the best rate and terms to the client. So sometimes they'll pass that referral fee or that rebate fee on to your client, which you don't want that, and neither does the client. So they weren't doing that. They're saying, no, well, we can pay and still offer the best rate and terms. Well, I rescheduled some of my meetings that afternoon because I only had an hour, and I ended up staying down there for half a day, and they schooled me on SBA and how it worked, so that I was able to have some basic conversations with tenants and owners about SBA. I'm not an expert by any means, but just have some basic conversations. And then when we got deep into it, we'd refer them to the lender. But what I did is I took that information, that knowledge, and I started knocking doors in and around Long Beach and Signal Hill, California, for industrial properties. And I would walk into a property, and there's research, there's a process with this that I don't have time to go into right now, but there's a research and there's a process that you want to consider. And I was doing that, and I was knocking these doors for industrial tenants, and I was showing them. I'd walk in with one of those rent versus own analyses, and it would show them, gosh, you could own this property that you're renting or leasing right now, and your payment's going to be pretty much the same, and it could be your own building with maybe 10-15% down. And most of the tenants were just blown away by it and interested. And then we'd get them to the SBA lender, get them pre-qualified, and then we were double ending these properties right and left. It was just incredible. And we were getting the rebates on top of the commissions, and it was an absolute home run. So a couple things on that. What do you think it's like knocking doors for industrial properties. Are you dressed up in a suit and tie, you think? Are you, if we're ladies, are we wearing high heels and skirts? You know, think about, so when you're looking at, hey, what product types do I want to consider or look at or think about that for a minute, because each product type has a different, a different person, a different style, in a lot of cases. If you look at multifamily, you're gonna have suits and ties a lot of times, especially the bigger stuff. But you could have, like, a lot of my guys and gals wear shorts and beach wear, right? Because I'm in California, so you could have a little bit of everything, right? In retail, you're gonna have, dressed typically nice. Industrial is going to be more jeans, boots type thing, maybe cowboy hat, more casual, more rugged. So you want to kind of match your personality style to the product type or types that you're thinking about or looking at, as well as everything else. But that's one thing. And then the other thing is that there is a recording on the bottom of our website. We have your homework is very light tonight. We're not done. We're going till 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But before I forget, we have some recordings on the bottom of our website. I think there's like 5 of them there. They're podcasts that were recorded. And I did an interview with Matt Lyman in Portland, Oregon, and he was a broker for 30 years up there. And all of a sudden, we started talking about door knocking. And we just hit it off because I was like, I door knocked too for so long for industrial properties. And he was doing it to get business when the business was when the market. Okay, with people asking them if they want to buy or sell, in this case, commercial or investment real estate. Now, is it hard to have 6 to 8 conversations a day with people? Yeah, so I always get mixed answers on this. No, yes, it can be. So the reality is, if we don't have 6 to 8 conversations today, then tomorrow we need to make it up. And tomorrow we need to say, let's say 7. Tomorrow we need to have 14 conversations. And we don't do it tomorrow. Well, then the next day we've got to have 21 conversations, and we could just keep getting further and further and further behind. But if I said to you, um, show up tomorrow at uh, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time instead of 7, because I want you to go have 7 conversations. And if you show up with your 7 conversations tomorrow, everybody in the auditorium that shows up and raises their hand, says, I had 7 conversations this morning, I'll pay you $100 for everybody who does their 7 conversations tomorrow morning by 10 a.m. And we'll start the class at 10. If I did that, I'm not doing that, but by the way, but if I did do that, how many of you would show up tomorrow morning with your 7 conversations? And I'm guessing most of the room would say, yeah. See, and so when we hold each other accountable, or when we put our feet to the fire, we can do anything we set our mind to. See, and so what happens is, because we're independent contractors and we can do anything we want to do, and there's nobody looking over our shoulders, there's no accountability, right? There's nothing, we can do whatever we want to do. And so when it's up to us, we do whatever we want to do. And how's that working for you? something that's happening without your effort. So it's generating leads to you every single day without your efforts. See, if it's up to you, if it's up to me, something's going to happen. It's going to break down. I'm going to get sick. I'm going to go on vacation. I'm not going to feel like it. Something's going to happen. Where if it's systemized, means it's automated. It's happening even when I sleep. It's happening without my efforts. It's happening no matter what I do. Then you know it's going to get done. And that's what we're talking about when we talk about systemizing your business. Now, one of the things that you're looking at here is you're looking at the 4 systems that we used when we got into commercial real estate. In residential, all I did here is I duplicated my residential business. I mean, we were doing 100 deals a year. Why wouldn't I duplicate that successful, highly successful business? And then I took my 100 deals a year mindset to the commercial space. So instead of coming to the commercial space and saying, oh, I can get away with 2, 3, 4, 5 deals a year. No, I came to the commercial space saying, well, I need to get, if I can do 100 residential deals, I can do 40, 50, 60 commercial deals a year. It's the same thing, right? It's just a mindset. So in commercial, we have a grid system. And what we're going to do tomorrow morning is we're going to start to go into the grid system, especially on the financial analysis. When I said we start first thing in the morning at 7 a.m. sharp, go into that financial analysis of the grid system. Don't miss it. Be late. Don't be late. And we'll start getting into the grid system. And then we're going to spend the rest of the 2 days, frankly, on the grid system and what it is and how it works and how you can get listings using this unique method that not a lot of commercial brokers are aware of or do. So it's called the grid system. Today, I'm going to wrap up this internet system, which is the buyer side of the transaction. I'll show you this internet system and how that works. Do you think, so we get sellers from the grid system, listings. What do you think we get mostly from the internet, buyers or sellers? We're going to get mostly buyers from our internet system. And I've picked up some listings from our internet system, but mostly buyers from the internet system. So we'll show you this today, but the two go hand in hand. You want to consider getting your grid system in place first, then adding your second one. You're seeing things are changing, and when you're seeing things are changing, you can adjust your business model. The biggest mistake I think a lot of agents do is they know things are changing, they see things are changing, but they don't adjust themselves. They keep doing their business the same way. That's a huge mistake. And I've seen a lot of people go out of business from doing that. So don't be afraid of a shifting market, just get ready to adjust. And that's what you are looking at here is you have one for listings, sellers, one for buyers, internet, one for Sphere and referrals, and then one these 3 are constant, right? Sellers, buyers, past clients, people you know, people that know you're in business. And then the 4th one could be market of the moment, where you're changing this 4th one around. So you're not modifying your business model too much. You've got listings and buyers and past clients in Sphere, but it's the 4th system that you're adjusting your business model to. So each one of our classes that we do is going to be usually around one or more of these systems. We're working on an REO, a commercial REO class that we hope to roll out next year. How many of you would be interested in a commercial REO class if we put that out? Commercial REOs and short sales. Good. Lots of interest in that. So everything that I'm saying now is what I've done in the book is written some of this stuff out, typed it out in the book for people who like to read and prefer the complete explanation of things that we say. But in the class, I really just kind of summarize what the book says via slides. I mean, do you guys want me to read the book, or do you want me to summarize some of the things with the slides? And the answer is probably going to be, Michael, please don't read. Don't read the book. It'll drive you batty, put you to sleep, right? So try not to do that. So everything we're talking about here is on page 39 so far. And what we're talking about is the importance of having a listings-based business. One of the things that listings do is, as markets shift, inventory shifts. So remember I said to you that we had to have 35 listings on the board at all times right around in the early 90s because the market was so bad. I mean, we had floods, riots, the National Guard was rolling. I mean, the National Guard literally rolled by. I had a tank roll by as I was writing an offer on top of a car. Why was I on top of a car, of the hood of a car? Because all the buildings were shut down, because we had riots and all kinds of craziness going on around Long Beach at that time. And a tank rolled by right as we're writing this offer. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. And the buyer signed the offer. It was great. But anyway, in those kind of markets, things don't sell as quickly. In 2008 market, things don't sell. So as markets shift, your inventory shifts. You need to have more inventory, right? So we need to have more listings to hit our goals. Where now in this hot market, we don't need to have 35 listings to hit our same numbers. In fact, we might need 10 listings to have those same numbers that we need in a down market to hit those goals. So I like listings because we can track and have our goals achieved based on inventories, and we just shift the numbers around. Now, notice what I'm saying. We're not prospecting less. We're not, doing any of those things. In fact, we might be prospecting more. We might turn the gas meter up when the market shifts in order to hit our goals. We may need to do that, which is exactly what we had to do in both markets that were shifted. You had to do more. You just had to simply do more lead generation, more appointments, more. There was a point there where Stephen and I were going on 15-minute listing presentations. 15-minute listing presentations. We had 3 a day as a goal, 3 listing presentations a day as a goal, and we were going in and we were pre-qualifying to see if this was a doable deal or not, and we had 15 minutes to get in and out. And so because of the market that we were in at that time. So you can monitor and track your business by monitoring your volume based on the market to support your goals. You can control your large volume through your systems. So you can have hundreds of listings and you can provide a great service for a big volume of listings if you have systems in place to do that. So what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is some systems would be, I'm going to call Stephen every Thursday, and I'm going to update Stephen on the status of his listing. Okay. So when I meet with Stephen, I'm going to say, hey, Stephen, great. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to sell your property. And one of the things that I'm going to do, Stephen, if it's okay with you, is I'm going to call you on Thursdays and I'm going to go through everything that we've done past week, everything that we're going to do the next week, all the marketing, all the feedback from other agents and investors about your property, and I'll give it all to you on Thursday when we have our update. Is that okay with you? And Stephen says, yeah, that sounds great. Okay. So inevitably, Stephen calls me on maybe a Monday because people love to call on Monday and check in. And so Stephen calls me out of the blue on Monday. So I say, hey, by the way, I say, so Stephen, if you need something in between our Thursday calls, just reach out to my assistant if you don't mind, and she'll get that taken care of for you. If it's something that's non-urgent like that, other than that, let's just wait until we talk on Thursday. Is that okay? Oh yeah, that's fine, Michael. I can do that. So he ignores what he said and he calls me on Monday anyway, right? Typical customer in some cases. He just calls and says, hey, Michael, it's Monday. I just want to see how things are going. Well, I'm in my car. I'm driving. I grab it. I say, no, it's him. I take his call. Hey, Stephen, how's it going? Well, I just wanted to check in. I'm going to say, well, we just talked Thursday and nothing's changed that I'm aware of since Thursday, because remember, we talked about how we were going to talk on Thursday, and I was going to get with my assistant and pull any calls that have come in, any comments that have come in, all the marketing that we've done in the past week, and all the marketing that we're going to do in the following week. And I'm going to go through all of that with you, Stephen. Remember how we talked about that? And you said that was great? That was okay? Oh, yeah, but I just wanted to kind of know how things were going. Okay, yeah, I get it. That makes sense. But no, nothing's really changed, and I don't have any of my notes in front of me because I'm in my car driving. But is it okay if we talk on Thursday? As we agreed to? Yeah, that's fine, Michael. That works. Okay, great. Hey, Stephen, real quick before you go, are you ready to make a price reduction on the property right now? Well, what is Stephen never, ever going to do again? Stephen is never, ever going to call me again because of what I just did. I asked him to reduce the price, which he didn't want to hear, right? So sometimes when I have this dialogue, I'll ask this question, is that harsh? What do you think? Is that harsh for me to treat Stephen like that? He's my customer. And sometimes people say, yeah, it's a little harsh, or sometimes they don't say anything. And I know they're thinking that it's harsh. But listen, it's if Stephen said to me, Michael, are you going, if I said to Stephen, I'm going to build a personal property website for your commercial property, and we'll have it up by Friday at 5 p.m. If I don't have it up by Friday at 5 p.m., like I said, is Stephen going to call me on it? Yeah, he's going to call me on it and say, hey, where's the personal website you said it's going to be up? So why is it okay for him to call me out, but it's not okay for me to call him out? It's not. See, that's not win-win. I'm talking about having a win-win relationship with people where we've agreed. Now, if Steven said when we're meeting, if he said, oh, wait, Thursdays I'm gone, or Thursday, that's not a good day, or it's not a good way to do that. I like to have an email or text, or, then we can have this conversation. And then it's me deciding, do I want to do business with Steven in this manner, right? It's me making a decision. But if he says, no, that's fine, it's okay, I love that, well, then let's stick to what you said, right? That's all. That's all. This is what we're calling systemizing, see? Because when Stephen agrees to that, I'm going to show you tomorrow or day 3, I don't remember, how we underpromise and overdeliver. We are going to slam Stephen with great customer service. We're going to blow his mind because we have it systemized to be able to do that. But he has to agree and go along with it. And so I'll show you how we do that. But this is systemizing the business, so you're providing excellent customer service along the way. So you're getting referrals and you're getting the job done and on top of it. But imagine trying to have, a large 100 listings, 100 buyers that you're working with. Imagine trying to work with 100 buyers, 30 buyers. I mean, I don't even think it's possible for one person to do it unless you have a team, and then you're not just one person, right? They're all running around looking at properties, texting, calling. I mean, it's literally almost impossible. But you could have 100 listings under contract. Some of you in this room might right now have 100 listings under contract. You're providing excellent customer service for them, and you've got this nice bulk of business that you're doing because you have systems in place and you're controlling it. So that's what we're talking about here. When you get a listing lead, you can turn around. When you get a listing, you can turn around and get more listings from that listing. If I get a listing today, what could I do to get more listings, more, not just listings, but more business in general from that listing? What can I do, you guys? I got a listing. What can I do to get more business from it? I can get a referral, right? I can send mailers and market around it. I can notify the neighbors. I can do flyers around it, circle prospecting, advertise. The seller, the property that I'm selling, if you do a great job, they're going to want to work with you on their up leg. So when we do an exchange, the property we're selling is the down leg. The property we're moving up to or exchanging into is the up leg. So chances are they'll work with you on that up leg because they like working with you in the way you do business. So you can get multiple transactions from one listing. If you have a buyer, how do you get more leads from the buyer? Well, they buy the property and hopefully they sell it sometime, so you can get more business that way, or they refer you other people. So there's only a couple of different ways you can get business. So I really love listings, is the point here. So be careful though, when you start talking and going after listings, they flip it on you a lot of times. Oh, I'm always looking for a great deal. What do you got out there right now? I'm looking for this. So they'll become an investor, a buyer. So be careful about that. I'm not saying don't work with buyers at all, but I'm just saying your goal should be to focus on listings. It's the foundation of your business. And you want to try to concentrate on listings as a whole. All right, so now let me get into this buyer section here, a second system, which was internet system, and then we can wrap up this buyer conversation. And then remember, tomorrow we're going to move to the seller side of the transaction, and we're pretty much going to stay on the seller side of the transaction for the next 2 days as we get into the grid system and scripts. So there's ways to secure buyers. Remember, all of this that I'm talking about is in your book on page 40. Moved from 39 to 40. Stephen, any good questions on what I just covered before I move into this next segment? This is a good spot for me to ask that.
Hey, Chief. Yeah, I have questions for you, but I have to get to them. Let me give you these real quick. Sorry, Chief, give me a second. It's buffering over here too.
Okay, no problem. So I'm going to keep going while he's doing that. So you have a couple different ways to get buyers. You have buyers that just fall on your plate. You know, you can walk out the door right now and go greet a buyer, and buyers are everywhere, right? Pretty much. And you know, you want to get an appointment with a buyer. You could, or you could, you could prospect for them, or you could just let them fall on your plate. Either way, the goal is to get an appointment. As we all know, the goal is to not get into it on the phone. As soon as you start giving them the cap rate, as soon as you start telling them everything about the deal, about the property, and give them everything they want, you guys know this, what happens? What do they do when you just turn around and spit out like an answer machine every detailed information on the property that they wanted? What do they typically do? They typically say, thank you very much, bye, and they go put the deal together with somebody else. Somebody who has the, I won't use the word that I'm thinking, somebody who has the skill set, I'll say that, to overcome the objections that the buyer is asking them. The buyer does not want to work with somebody typically who just turns around and gives them everything they want, because that's not a very strong agent in most cases if we're just turning around and just answering all their questions. So, and not only that, what's the conversion rate when we just turn around and answer all their questions and just give them everything they want to know about that? Hey, what's the price? Oh, it's 2.5 million. And what's the address? Oh, it's 123 Main Street. And what's the cap rate? Oh, it's 5.5. And what's the square footage? Oh, it's 150,000 square feet. What's your year built? 1988. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to turn around and say thank you and hang up, right? And go somewhere else. So the conversion rate is zero. Basically, it's not very good when you do that. So why would we do that? Why would we sit here and just spit out information to somebody on the other end of the line that we don't even know? I don't know why we do that, to be honest with you. We don't get paid when we do it. Statistically, the conversion's not there. So why do it? How about getting good and skilled at asking questions and turning that conversation into an appointment, which is what we're talking about. Okay. All right, so here's 5 different ways to prospect for buyers. In your book on page 41, it says right there on page 41, there's 4 ways. Just write 5. We gave you a bonus because one is the grid system. See, the grid system, when you're approaching people, tomorrow, lots of scripts, lots of examples, role playing. When you approach people in your grid system that own property, trying to get listings, is what I just said. Basically, a lot of them are going to turn it on you and say, oh yeah, I'm always looking for a good deal. You know, tell me about that. Tell me about this. And then we're going to, they're going to try to become a buyer for us. So stay on track, looking for listings, stay on track with listings. The internet system is also going to give you buyers, which I'll show you. The 1031 exchanges is a great way. If, you know, there's some, I won't talk about it yet. This is a recap. And then tenants, business and owners, and then your past clients and spheres. So these are all ways of getting buyers. The grid system, like I just said, when you contact them, it's going to generate buyers. Explain that tomorrow. The internet system. The internet system is a buyer system. It's a source to feed your inventory. and it's an effective system that makes it easier to contact owners in your grid. Okay, so let's look at this for a minute. It's a source to feed your inventory. So when I go back to the 4 systems here that's in your book, and I show you this circle, the internet system is a source to feed your inventory. Okay, it's a source to feed your inventory. So what does that mean? All right, so it means that a couple things. One, if you've ever prospected for properties for sale for owners in listings, you know that a lot of times they're going to say, hey, bring me a buyer. I don't want to sell it on the open market, but bring me a buyer. That happens all the time. So when I have a pocket listing, because this person just said, bring me a buyer, there's things that we're going to do. We're going to vet this deal. We'll talk more about this over the next couple of days, but we're going to vet, we're going to get a lead basically. And it's a pocket listing lead that we have now. How do I sell it? So now I've got this pocket listing. I can't just give out the address to people. So how do I sell it? Well, what I'm going to do or consider is I'm going to go to people that I know, investors that I know, people that are looking for off-market deals. See, when we have an internet system, which I'm going to walk you through here in a minute, it's a system where you're capturing these investors. And when you're capturing these investors, right now we have about 2,000 in our database. When we first started, we had 2, right? We had 0. Then we went to 2, then it went to 4, right? And then you keep capturing them, and you keep capturing them, and then now you have 2,000. Well, now we have 2,000 investors in here. So when we have a pocket listing or a brand new listing, the very first thing we do is we feed it to our internet system. And we don't have the address, right? Because it's a pocket listing. So we're just going to get some basic information, the cap rate, the price, maybe a picture if the picture doesn't identify where it is. And we're going to send it out. And then someone's going to say, if it's priced right, hey, that looks good. Can you send me some information on that? And we're going to turn around and say, sure, let me send you our pocket listing. I'm sorry, let me send you my confidentiality agreement, and then I can release that setup package to you. Okay, so that's one way of selling our pocket listings. Now, the other thing that's going to happen is I'm going to approach the people in my grid system, and we haven't gotten into this yet, but we're going to use language that we know the owner wants to hear. Let me say it again. We use language, and we suggest you all use language in your marketing, in your prospecting, in your scripts that you know the other party wants to hear. Well, how do I know what the other party wants to hear? It's research. It's right there. All you got to do is pull it up. You can reverse engineer Google, right, all day long, and as well as many other places, and see what people are putting in and what they're asking for and what they want. So what does an owner want? What does a commercial property owner want? Does a commercial property owner want to list their property with you and put it on the open market statistically? What do you think? Commercial property owner statistically probably does not want to list it with you, which is why they say it all the time. Oh, no, I don't want to list it on the open market, but what do they want? If you bring me a buyer, I'll sell it. See, so why in the world would a commercial broker contact a property owner when they know statistically they don't want to list it? Why would we contact them and say, hey, have you thought about listing your property? It's the exact opposite of what we know, what we've been taught. So how about this? What if we contacted the commercial property owner and we said, hi, it's Michael. I just wanted to let you know that we have over 2,000 pre-approved investors that are in our database right now looking for properties that are not on the market like yours. Would you be interested in entertaining an LOI in the next 90 days? You see what I just did? What we just did there is we're approaching them using language that's statistically we think they want to hear. Okay, so that call is going to be more receptive. That owner is going to be more receptive when we use methods like that. Now, over the next couple of days, we'll talk about how you also use, a property that just listed, came on the market, one that's not on the market, one that's sold. You use these value items of value when you're approaching these people. You don't just call and just with no value. It's like it's silly to do that, and it's all about consulting versus selling. You've got to lead with value, in my opinion, to have success. Okay, so that's what we're talking about when we say it's a place to feed your inventory, and it's a source to sell your pocket listing. That's what we're referring to, okay? All right, and then everything I just said, remember, is in the book on page 42. Put that slide back up for a second. So again, it's a buyer system. I'm going to walk you through that right now. It's a source to feed your inventory, your new listings, your pocket listings, and it's an effective internet system that makes it easier to contact owners in your grid. You know, I see this question here. What if a commercial agent is a realtor? Now, I know we want to drive questions to the Vivox, so I'm trying not to answer questions in the chat because we want to drive them to Vivox. So it caught my eye though, so I want to just mention it for a minute because what I did when I started my grid in Long Beach, I came across a guy who I won't mention, but he owns probably half of Long Beach. Very well known investor, huge broker investor. He's a broker. And so when I contacted him, he kept having, number one, he had multiple properties in my grid. And so I saw that name and I was like, gosh, the guy owns a lot of these properties. So when I contacted him, I got his assistant. And the assistant said, well, you know what, Michael, we're agents, we're brokers, we're never going to do anything. But did I give up? What do you guys think? Did I say okay and go away? Do I ever say okay and go away? And the answer to that is no. You know, I'm about as persistent as they get. You know what I mean? It's like, you're not going to hurt my feelings. I'm going to keep coming at you. I'm going to break you down. At some point, I'm going to break you down. And that's how you win. People admire that. But I kept coming at them and kept coming at them. And guess what they did? They said, you know what, Michael? You keep calling all the time. And I'll tell you what, we've got this pocket listing. It's not on the market. Why don't you take a shot at it and see if you got somebody for it? Well, I was like, are you kidding? I've got 20 people. So I brought them an offer, closed that deal quickly, no issues whatsoever. Guess what they did? They opened up all their inventory to me. So now they're feeding me all these pocket listings. It's basically their own portfolio, right? And they're just giving me right, left, right. That's how it works, guys. You crack a nut and then it just starts opening up and keeps opening up, and it's like a snowball. Picture a snowball when you're trying to push a snowball up a hill, how it can be hard, and the more you get closer you get to the top, it gets harder and harder because the snowball is getting bigger and more weight. But guess what happens when you get to the top and it rolls down the other side? Guess what happens? You get all that momentum. Right? Have you ever seen that in the real estate business? Momentum. It's an amazing thing, isn't it? When momentum kicks in and all of a sudden it's like, man, I can't believe this. I got another deal. I got another lead. It's like, that's momentum. That's where you want to stay, is right there in that sweet spot. And how you do that is you keep lead generating. It's critical. If you stop lead generating, what happens? The momentum stops, and now all of a sudden you got to go back to the bottom of the hill and start pushing the snowball up the hill again. And so that's what happens. So to answer your question, if it's a broker, I would say keep coming at them, especially if you think they have lots of property in their area. You never know where a deal is going to be done in commercial real estate. So that's my suggestion with that. Okay, so now, how many of you have a website? If we had more time, I'd poll these questions with you and spend more time on it. But we know most of you in the room are going to say, yeah, I have a website, right? And how many of you have a website that is paying you? Meaning, I'm getting leads from my website every single day. How many of you have a website that pays you? I'm just going to turn around so I can see everybody. Every single day, and feeds leads to you every single day. And then the amount of hands drops when I ask that question. And then how many of you feel like you should have a website that's paying you every single day? How many of you would like to have a website that is paying you every single day, sending leads to you every single day? So that's what I'm going to go through with you right now, okay? So first of all, when we talk about our website, let's just look at what a website should be. What should we have on our website? What's the number one thing that a consumer wants when they go to your website? Residential, commercial, they want this more than anything else. All you guys should know this. Properties, very good. They want to go there, they want to see listings. So anything you can do to get listings on your website is critical. In commercial, it's a little harder because you can't always just go IDX and plug them into that. Some states like Seattle, they have a commercial MLS. It's a little easier to do it, but most states, they don't have that. So you've got to try to figure out a way. What we did is we tapped IDX. At the time when I was doing this, I went to LoopNet and I had a widget, and I put a widget on my site, and LoopNet allowed it, and allowed them to search for properties for sale at my premium membership level. And then CoStar buys out LoopNet and takes that away and wipes it all out. And CoStar, I don't ever see allowing the public to search for properties for sale for free. I doubt that that'll ever happen. So it's harder now to have the ability for searching for properties for sale on your website. Kevin has given me permission to share his website. So Stephen, when you get a chance, drop Kevin Simpson, no relation, Seattle, Washington, coaching member. He's just crushing it up there in Seattle. His website in the chat, if you want to share that with them, because he's done exactly what we've suggested, and he's implemented it, and you can see exactly what I'm referring to by going there. So you put properties on your website, right, for sale, however you can do it. What we also did was we also pulled manually properties for sale. So I didn't do it. I say we, but my assistant did all of it, right? Where we pulled, I'm an apartment guy, apartments for sale in LA County and Orange County. I've done a bunch of different other product types, you guys, but mostly a ton of apartments. And so I was an apartment guy. And so we would have 10 units in LA. We would pull 25 units in Long Beach, 100 units in Sacramento. We just started pulling properties from anywhere and everywhere we could, and we would put them on our website without the address. So when the consumer goes to the website and does a search, they're going to find something. Something's going to pop up no matter what search they put in, no matter what the parameters are, because that's how much content we had in there. And then something would pop up and there'd be an autoresponder, and it would say something like, oh, I'm sorry, the property's no longer available in this hot market. Things are selling so quickly. Please let us know what you're looking for. Things like that. What are we doing here? We're trying to get an appointment, right? We're trying to get them to engage to where we can get some sort of an appointment. So we want to have properties on the website. What else should we have on our commercial website? Not residential, but commercial. What do you think? What else should we have on our commercial website? We should probably have maybe testimonials, reviews. I mean, in today's world, is the consumer going to Google your name if they don't know you? Are they going to Google your name and check you out online? Yeah. By the way, have you guys Googled your name? Have you pulled yourself up? Do you like the way you look online and what you're representing? Because the consumer is, and the reviews really should be there on your website. Great reviews should be on your website as well, obviously. What else should we have? Well, maybe some statistics, some cap rates in the area based on the grid system or the product type that you're specializing in. Maybe a little bit about the market, maybe some comps, some things that have sold, maybe some off-market deals. Should I have some cake recipes on my commercial website, you think? Should I have some cookie recipes on how you can make nice cookies? Probably not, right? So these are things that you probably shouldn't have on your website. Maybe something to figure out what your property's worth. I saw you that. That's a good one. So those would be some basic things. Look, and I'm not the website expert here, okay? I don't claim to be. I'm just saying, here's some things I know that we all should probably know and can agree on in terms of what a website should have and maybe shouldn't have, okay? Once you get your website up to where it meets the criteria that you want, then you got to get the traffic to it. And how would we do that? Well, how do we get traffic to it is we have a couple different ways. We can do pay-per-clicks where we're going and we're purchasing phrases. And what I've done with this is I went and purchased the top 3 phrases, hired a Google person to keep me in the top 3 for phrases that I selected. Apartments for sale, LA. Apartments for sale, Orange County, right? And then what I would do is I would check it. I would go in and I'd put phrases in. I'd type them into Google. And if I was underneath number 3, if I was below, I would call them, text them, email, and say, hey, whoa, I'm not in the top 3. You guys, please keep me in the top 3 like you agreed to. Okay, that works really well, and it keeps your website top of mind. And there's people that, by the way, Bernard is like a marketing guru here at EXP. If you guys are not familiar with Bernard, my goodness gracious, he does some classes. He does a lot of classes. He does a lot of training. You have a conversation with that guy and he'll blow your mind. Go to people like that who know what they're doing, right? That's not my thing, right? So what do? I can teach you a little bit and show you what I've done, but do I do any of this? No, I have no idea. I go to people like Bernard to implement this stuff and tell me how to do it. We also know that organic is another great way to drive traffic to our website, though. What's that mean? Blogging, videos, live streams. That's how you drive traffic organically to your website. How many of you are doing videos out here? Show of hands. Show of hands real high if you do videos in your business. You utilize videos for your business. Okay, so a fair amount. Why? Because EXP, you guys are technology people. You're at the forefront typically, pioneers typically. When we're live or when we're getting feedback, we don't want to pull everybody off of mute for this because it just starts getting so much feedback. But if I start asking you what's holding you back with videos, I would start to hear things like, oh, I just don't know what to say. Nobody will really admit necessarily that they worry about what they look like, but that's a huge thing, isn't it? Oh my gosh, I'm concerned with what I look like when I'm doing the video. I looked so silly when I did that video. Guess what, folks? Nobody cares what you look like. Have you ever noticed that when you take a group photo, Stephen likes to talk about this, and you go to look at the outcome of the photo, do you look at everybody else to see how nice they look? No, you hone right in on yourself to see if your gut is sticking out, to see if your hair was done right? You're only concerned with yourself. Nobody is looking at you and nobody cares about the way you look. So keep that in mind. I used to do that. I used to be that way. I used to get caught up in, gosh, is my hair all nice and combed neatly? And then I decided, you know what? You're better off just shaving it so you don't have to worry about that. I'm just kidding. But don't worry about those little things. Did my hair look nice? Is my dress okay? Is my suit nice? Nobody's looking at that. They don't care. And most importantly, is you don't get it done because you're so caught up in all that stuff. It's called analysis paralysis. Just do it. Like Nike says, just do the video, just shoot it. And then you can start to improve on it. So when I started doing videos, it was with one of those little flip cams. And that's what you see on, by the way, on some of my YouTube pages. You see some of my really old stuff that was just flip cammed. And then I got better. I started getting microphones and better cameras. Your iPhones and these Droids, I mean, these have some of the best cameras that are out there and some of the best mics that are out there. And you can pick up a mic. We have a Rode mic. We have all kinds of little mics. We plug it in. Sounds great. And so you can improve on your videos, but you got to do videos. Videos is the way of the future. Think of it. Just look at what's happening with the industry and social media. It's all going towards video. Facebook wants everything to be video. Why? They want to compete with YouTube, right? They want to compete and be a search engine that ranks high for searches. And so they have to have the content on their platform in order to be able to do that. So they want you to do videos and they reward you for doing videos by feeding it to your friends list first and foremost. So videos are really important. I just can't emphasize that enough. Just do the videos, just do them. Don't worry so much about what, it's so easy to do videos. I think we've passed videos. I think we're really on to live streams now because videos are becoming outdated. By the time you get there, live stream is going to be where it's at. So you had Periscope that came out. How many of you have used Periscope in here? Periscope is owned by Twitter. So when you run a short Periscope video, a live stream, you ran a short live stream on Periscope, it would shoot to Twitter automatically. And of course, Zuckerberg doesn't like that because Zuckerberg owns Facebook and Google and YouTube is also not owned by Zuckerberg. So you want to kind of what we call repurpose. You do a video or a live stream and then you post it in locations where it's going to feed to everybody. So one might be YouTube and another might be Facebook. And then that way you're hitting all avenues. And again, you go to guys like Bernard and experts who know what to do and how to do this stuff and ask them how to do it. And they'll tell you how to do it. But live streams are so important. How many of you are using live streams in here in your business? Show of hands. Because Facebook came along, a lot of hands going up, not quite as many though. Facebook comes along and they love the idea of Periscope and they kind of swiped it, didn't they? And now most of the live streaming you see mostly on Facebook more than anything. How many of you have ever seen a live stream commercial broker do a live stream on anywhere on social media? Give me a yes in the chat or raise your hand if you've seen a commercial broker do a live stream on social media. So I'm seeing mostly no's, right? I think I saw one yes. So what does that say to you? What does it say to you? Does it say don't do it because nobody else does? It says, hello, it's wide open. It's an opportunity that is wide open. Why is that? Well, it's just because we're resistant to change, you guys. We, in the real estate industry, we hesitate. We resist change. Remember, we're the industry that gave all our listings to Zillow and gave all our listings to Realtor.com. We go out there and we bust our butt to get all these listings, and then we give them all to somebody else, and we let them sell the leads back to us. We're the industry that did that. Hello? So we're an industry that just that is slow to change. We resist it. When technology comes along, we resist it, just as an industry. Look around. And then your commercial agents and brokers, they are even worse when it comes to change. They have a tendency to stay back. You know what? I've been doing it this way for a long time. I've been doing this for 30 years. This is the way it works. I'm going to keep doing it. That's fine. So I'm saying there's an opportunity for the newer agents, the newer fresh meat to come into the industry, because I am that example. I did exactly that. I let these commercial brokers teach me, train me, tell me what they're doing, and then say to me, oh, that doesn't work. And I'll say, well, let me show you. Let me show you how it works. And I tweaked it and modified it and made it work. So there's a huge opportunity for you in this space. But you just have to get out of the box and start going for it and get over the, oh, how am I going to look? You know, what are people going to think? Remember, when you make a mistake, like if I did a live stream and I'm walking down the steps and I'm showing somebody something and I fall down and crash, you know, and fall down on the recording, but I keep the recording going so everybody caught it, so everybody could see it. Do you think that's going to go viral? Absolutely. Look at Michael. he fell down. Oh, it was so great. I love that moment. And also people are saying he's real. The guy actually falls, right? He's a human. Do people want to see you all made up, nice, perfect, and your perfect, makeup, your perfect hair, your perfect suit, saying the perfect thing, perfectly scripted? Do people really want to see that? No. What's the other word for that? Fake. What do they really want to see? They really want to see you. They want to see the real you. No makeup, your hair messed up. Why? Because that's what I am. I'm sitting here in my sweats and a t-shirt, and I don't even think I took a shower this morning, to be honest with you guys. I didn't. I got up and came right in here. I'll take a shower afterwards, but I didn't. Just being honest. Too much information for you, probably. But it's real. It's reality. See? And so this is what I'm saying. Just do it. Just go for it. And you'll have success, especially now, because it's a window that's there for you. In 10 years, the window's not going to be there like this. Don't believe me? If you Googled homes for sale in, I'll keep my city, Long Beach, homes for sale in Long Beach, how many pages of real estate agents would you see? You would see page after page after page. That ship has sailed, right? Everyone's on that bandwagon. If you Google commercial properties for sale in Long Beach, how many brokers do you think you're going to see? And I know the answer, it's zero. You're not going to see any commercial brokers because they're not doing it. You'll see CoStar, you'll see LoopNet, you'll see Marks and Millichap, you might see EXP Commercial. You see the firms because the firms get it. The firms understand it. The corporations get it. It's why you have realtor.com and Zillow.com. They get it. They understand that the real estate agents aren't going to do the hard work. So they'll do it and they'll sell the leads back to you. And that's what's going to happen in commercial real estate if you guys let it happen. Or you could be the one that says, you know what? I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to be the needle in the haystack that goes out and actually implements some of these things. And I'm going to put this in place because I see the opportunity and I see that it's not going to be here forever and that this opportunity is now for me to do this. And you're going to have success. You're going to crush it. Okay. So I just wanted to point out those things to you. And just in closing on the live streams and on the videos, don't get caught up so much in what you're going to say. You know, it'll come to you. You'll get better. Look, if I had a commercial appointment of any kind, I could make it a live stream really easy. I could just go drive up in front of the building and say, hey, here, buddy, here I'm at 123 Main Street. I'm getting ready to walk in and do this interior inspection. Or, hey, I'm right here at this location. I'm sorry, but I can't give you the address because I haven't gotten permission from the owner yet, but I'm so excited because I'm gonna go do an interior inspection and I'll keep you posted on the outcome. And then I go inside and I do whatever. And then I'm working on the analysis. Hey, I'm sitting here working on the analysis. Look at these numbers, right? I mean, people are going to eat it up because no one's doing this. Nobody knows how to do that. Nobody knows how to go through that process. So it's something to really consider. All right, I'll get off that bandwagon there. But once you've done that, now you're driving traffic to your website using both. If I were doing it again, I would do both like I did when I did this, both pay-per-clicks and organic. And now we're driving massive traffic to our website. Guys, I've made millions of dollars on our website, millions and millions of dollars on this website. I'm telling you, it works. And then you have an autoresponder, which in your manual, in your book, everything I said, by the way, so far has been on page 42 and 43. And then on 43, there's some examples of autoresponders. You guys know what those are and you've seen them. And you can put those in place to try to drive them to the appointment. And then you should consider having some sort of off-market button on your website as well. Okay, so that's the internet system. Now, let me just turn around here and ask you, honestly, how many of you think, be honest, how many of you think you're going to implement something similar to this internet system that I just went through? Okay, so lots of hands there. One of the things that I do when I go to an event like this, where I'm learning and I'm a student, is I create a hot sheet. And a hot sheet is something where I'll hear an idea and I'll put it on a 1 to 5. And I'll say, okay, I like this. I like this topic. This has got me excited. This is right up my alley. This is the number one thing I'm going to implement. And I put it down right there on my hot sheet, okay? And then tomorrow, you might learn something about the grid system or about time blocking or something that we do tomorrow that moves your hot list, moves it and changes it. And you know what? I like that even better. So now that's the number one thing I'm going to implement. And number 2 is going to be the internet system. It's all about you and it's all about your business and how you want to go about implementing these things, if any of it, right? But what you don't want to do is leave and go, oh, that's great. I'm going to implement all of those things, all 20 things. I'm going to implement all that. Why? Because when we try to do that, we know what happens. Nothing gets done. We get overwhelmed. So just pick 1, 2, 3 and say, okay, that's my thing. For some of you in the room, you're like, this internet thing, I don't want to do that. I hate that. I don't want to have anything to do with that. That whole conversation is just not me. That's okay. And then others are in the room going, wow, this is great, man. This is right up my alley. I have the guy, I got the gal, I know how to do this. Then that's you. That's okay, right? And so you're matching some of the things. What we're doing is we're going drip, drip, drip for 3 days. We're going to go drip, drip, drip. Here's this, here's that, and kind of get into a little bit about how it works. But at the end of the class, we're going to say, look, if you want us to show you how to do this at a detailed level, here's how you go about doing it. You take this class so we can show you just that, or you get into coaching to where we can handhold you for just that. And we'll talk to you about that tomorrow, by the way, at lunchtime and Wednesday as well. Or you get a mentor who knows how to do that, who can help you do it and walk you along the way. So that's kind of what we're doing here. All right. Okay, so wrapping up these 5 ways to get buyers changes. If you ever had an exchange, so I went through this, I was telling Steven this, he was going through it with me. So we'll talk a little bit more about this tomorrow when we get into the return on equity concept and how all of a sudden I was in that position where I talk about this, with other people, and all of a sudden I was in it and it was like, oh my gosh, time to exchange these properties. So we exchanged these properties last year, and it was just, oh my gosh, I haven't been that busy as I was this summer in years. It was just wild. We had 5 exchanges, 3 different states. We had properties in different with different title. I mean, it was crazy. And I got into what I always talk about, not letting happen with clients. And it happened to me where we had to close the deal. We didn't have to. I decided to close the deal and fell into this 45-day window of time. So when you're doing exchanges, you just do a regular exchange. You sell this one, you buy that one. You can do what's called a delayed exchange. And then when there's a delayed exchange, you close your down leg, you close your down leg, the one you're selling, and then you have 45 days to identify your up leg and 180 days to close. You guys are probably familiar with that. And it was pressure. It was a ton of pressure because I decided to let that deal close rather than fall apart. But it started the 45-day time clock. And so I felt this pressure that we talk about trying to avoid for investors. And it was a massive amount of pressure. And the reason I'm telling you this is because when you're under these timelines of 45 days and 180 days, you're willing to buy stuff that you might not have bought in normal circumstances because you'd rather buy than pay taxes, right? So you can get your hands on a list of people who are in this situation, well, then you've got your hands on a list of gold, right? And I'm not saying it's easy to get your hands on this list, but I'm saying you can very much get your hands on this list of people who are in these situations. So it's a great way to consider working with buyers. And then you have tenants and business owners. I talked a little bit about that, about how you could go and door knock these tenants or business owners, and or you don't have to door knock them either. You could do it in different ways. And then, of course, your past clients in your sphere. We'll talk about this script more over the next couple of days. But this is going to be one of your top ways of getting business, you guys, in my opinion. It should be from the people you know. Let me say that again. Your number one way of getting business after this class should be from people you know. You go to them and say, hey, I just took this class and I partnered up with a 30-year veteran. We've added commercial investment sales to our portfolio of services. And who do you know that's planning to buy or sell any type of investment property in the next 12 months? The key to this is you've got to have, a partnership of some sort with somebody. It's why I keep saying don't try to do this on your own. Whether it's us as your coach or whether it's a mentor you got to consider having somebody so that it can back you up. Because look, if you contact your past clients and your sphere of influence and you're this residential real estate agent and you contact them and say, hey, guess what? I got into commercial real estate. I'm so excited. I want to help you get into commercial too. Can I help you do a commercial investment deal? What are they thinking? They're thinking, wait, you're a residential agent. Do you know how to do that type of transaction, right? So they're not going to say it, but they're going to be hesitant in a lot of cases because they're nervous if you know what you're doing. So you take it away. You lead with that by overcoming that objection right up front. This is gold. This script is gold. This script will make you money. I can promise you. Every coaching member that I've ever had this conversation with, some of you guys in the room, that maybe we have or maybe haven't had the conversation yet, but any coaching member that I've ever had this conversation with that has gone out and implemented this right here has gotten at least one deal within 30 days, at least one deal within 30 days. Every single coaching member. Now, does every single coaching member get to it or do it? No. Does that doesn't happen anywhere, right? Because, I got too busy or I haven't had a chance, right? But every single coaching member who has actually done this and done this the way I'm suggesting has gotten a deal. So guess what you guys should all be doing after the end of this class or after the end of this week? You should be contacting your past clients in your sphere. Hey, happy holidays. Just wanted to check in. I've teamed up with a commercial veteran. We now do commercial investment properties. Who do you know that's thinking of buying or selling commercial investment properties in the next 12 months? Do you think that people should look to invest in real estate, you guys? What do you think? Do you think that your clients would be grateful if you got them into investing in real estate if they're not already, or if you help them with their investments that they already have? And the answer is yes. We could sit here and tell story after story after story of how we bought a deal or missed out on a deal and should have bought it, or how we know somebody who bought something and now it's worth this much. And I mean, the stories are everywhere. You should be a story. You should be a walking example of why investing in real estate is such a good thing to do. Okay. And then you should help other people get there as well. So this is a great way. Rather than go cold with the grid system, you should start here. And we're going to talk about that. On day 3, I'm going to give you a bullet point and say, okay, here's what we think you should do. Number 1, do this. Number 2, do that. Number 3, do that. Number 4, do that. Number 5, do that. So we'll give you like a map, a road map that you could consider going down. So we want to, just wrapping up this buyer system here, we want to get an appointment. And you guys know all their different reasons why we want to get an appointment with them. So when we meet a potential buyer or an investor, we want to take control of the conversation, right? Using the scripts or something similar that we talked about this morning. And then we're going to use our scripts and become masters of language and objection handling. And then we're going to answer their questions to a certain degree. We're not going to give them everything. And then we're going to use our investment planning specialist language to convert them to an appointment. Here's an example. Sometimes people will say, you know what, if you can get me a 10 cap return, I'll sign up with you today. I'll buy that deal immediately. If you can get me a 10 cap return, well, what does that mean? What this person really means is they're looking for a 10% return, most likely, right? Because we don't have to get a 10 cap to get a 10% return. Okay, great. To confirm, you've got $2 million and you're looking for a 10% return on your investment. Is that correct? Yes. Great. Are you willing to obtain a loan at today's great rates in order for us to achieve your desired return? Yes. Okay, great. We'd love to assist you. For our analysis, can you estimate how long you think you'll own the property? So we're using great questions to convert them. Here's the elevator script that I went through this morning. So this is in your book. We talked about this and showed you that we would point this out later today where it was in your book. So I'm on page 47. So what you should consider doing tonight, and by the way, on page, you can see here on the next slide, there's some other examples. This is all in your book, some things that you can consider to create your elevator script. We're going to ask that you work on your elevator script tonight. All you have to do is come up with 3 or 4 questions that you're going to use whenever an investor approaches you or whenever you run into a potential investor. 4 questions. The questions are designed to generate intrigue. The questions are designed for you to demonstrate your knowledge and your experience without bragging and boasting about how great you are and how you're number one this and number one that, right? And so we've given you a bunch of different examples that you can use, and you just want to customize your elevator script, okay? How many of you will promise Stephen and I that you will work on your elevator script tonight for homework? Nice. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to have some volunteers come up to the stage and read their elevator script to the audience. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We won't do that. We won't put you on the spot. But what you should consider doing is putting together an elevator script. It's just 4 questions. That's all it is. 3 or 4 questions where think about it. What we should be doing is networking. We know this, right? We're constantly looking for business as real estate agents. We need to network to do that. We need to get the word of mouth out that we're in real estate and we're the one that you should work with, right? You guys all know that. So a lot of times when we're networking, we'll walk into a meeting or a group of people and we'll wing it. We'll hand them a card. We'll say, hey, you should work with me. I'm happy to work with you, right? It's just, there's no system. So what we're talking about here is having questions that do multiple things, questions that you ask the investor that makes them intrigued, like how you play versus vanilla, because then they're starting to think, whoa, wait a minute, I wonder what that is, right? I wonder what that means. And where you're using language that's demonstrating that you have knowledge and you have experience. Great. Are you looking to invest horizontally or vertically? See, when you're asking questions like this, they're realizing, okay, this is an experienced broker. This person knows what they're doing. Okay. So that's the purpose of your elevator script, is to get them interested in what you're saying, number one, and want to talk to you more. And then also they can see that you're experienced on your end as well. And they want to do some sort of sit down with you and get to know you better, or you can get to know them better. That's the purpose of the elevator script. 3 or 4 questions. Okay, so I saw somebody ask about that. And on your book, on page 47, there's all kinds of questions and all kinds of examples. And by the way, if you say, Michael, your elevator script is perfect, I'm just going to use that, that's fine. That's smart, right? But some of you want to create your own, want to customize it for product types, things like that, okay? So I'm going to ask you tomorrow about this. So I'd like to, hopefully you guys will go home and work on this tonight. How much do you think your elevator script is worth? I mean, my goodness, if you look, when you wing it, if you say, you know what, I got busy, typical real estate response. Oh, I meant to do that, but I just didn't get time. I got busy, something came up. When you do those things and then you run into a potential investor next week, following day, whatever, and you're in your head, you're thinking, oh man, I just had these questions in my head from that class and now I don't remember them. And so you're going to just wing it because you can't remember those questions, or you're going to make them up. You're going to say it the way you say it because it's not scripted. And the investor ends up going out and working with somebody else because they know you don't know what you're doing, right? So they just politely leave and go do the deal with somebody else. What did you just lose? Well, what you lost is not a residential transaction. What you lost is a commercial investment transaction. And what's the difference? A residential consumer buys and sells what, every 5 to 7 years? An investor does what? How often does an investor buy and sell? Over and over and over and over again. If I have time, I can share with you some stories about this, right? But almost every commercial agent I know will tell you that they have 1 or 2 or 3 clients that feed them over and over and over and over and over again. Now, how hard is it to get that initial client? Well, yeah, that's the challenge. That's can be difficult. I'm not going to lie. That can be hard sometimes for us to get that one person who will give us a shot. But when you get that one person and they like you and you do a great job, they're going to keep coming back and they're going to keep working with you over and over again. So let's say that I had a $2 million deal at 2.5%. And I decided not to have an elevator script. What's Michael know anyway? Yeah, I don't need to do that. And I decided not to have an elevator script. And so I decided to wing it when I met this potential investor, and they knew that I didn't know what I was doing. So they went and did business with somebody else. I didn't lose 2 million times 2.5% or $50,000. I lost $50,000 by times maybe 10. I lost maybe $500,000, $500,000. Why? Because I didn't have an elevator script and I decided that I was going to wing it instead. What's the elevator script worth to you folks? I don't even know, but it's something that you really should consider tonight when you go home, putting that together. It's in your book. Just write out 3 or 4 questions, and then we'll think of something as a way to ask you how you did on that tomorrow, and maybe even hear from a couple of you in the room as to what you came up with. Okay, so just as we wrap this up here, we're on the home stretch here. What we're doing is we're putting together an internet system. We're driving people to autoresponders. We're getting them into an appointment of some sort. Why? So we can sit down and we can ask them this kind of dialogue. In person, Zoom works, virtually is fine, as long as I can get them to sign something, face-to-face, eyeball to eyeball. You know what? There's 3 different types of investors. There's the ones that invest for cash flow, and there's the ones that invest for appreciation. And what I mean by that is appreciation. So like near the water, up high in the hill, nice areas. They're not really buying for cash flow. They're buying these properties for appreciation, maybe a tax shelter, things like that. People invest in those types of areas. And there's people that invest in areas purely for cash flow. And in some cases, they don't care how bad the area is, run down, gang infested. They don't care. They want cash flow. They don't care if they have to go collect their rents with an Uzi. Like I said earlier, they don't care because they want cash flow. So there's investors that like to invest in these areas. And then there's the investors that like to invest in appreciation areas. Which one would you say you are? Or middle of the road? Which one would you say you are? And then most of the time, where do you think they're going to land? most of the time they're going to land middle of the road. Why? Because a lot of people don't want to invest in areas that are gang infested. You got to collect your rents with an Uzi, and a lot of people don't want to invest in areas that, you know, don't get off a lot of cash flow or kick off a lot of cash flow. So they're typically going to end up middle of the road. Doesn't matter what they say, just know your numbers and know what these things mean in your market. Know what an appreciation deal is, know what a cash flow deal is, know what a middle of the road investor deal is in your marketplace, and then show it to them. So you're going to show them what that deal looks like in your market. Now, Stephen, when he does this one-day class in January, he'll walk you through this entire process, because we've got all day instead of just some hours. He'll walk you through this entire process and how you do this. So when they say middle of the road or whatever they say, I'm going to pull out a sheet of paper or a spreadsheet or a laptop or iPad or whatever, and I'm going to show them. I'm going to say, okay, so here's what that deal looks like. You know, the vacancy factor is going to be about 5%, and here's why. The lender is going to require us to use at least a 5% vacancy factor, and we want to be conservative and look out for your best interest. And the expense factor is going to be about 35% as well. And again, the lender is going to require us to use at least a 35% expense factor. And again, we want to look out for your best interest and make sure that we're being really conservative for you and getting you the best possible deal that we possibly can. How's that sound to you? And all the way through this deal, the spreadsheet, they're saying, oh yeah, I like that. That looks good, right? So they're agreeing and they're saying yes, which you want people to say. Why? Because more people are going to sign when they say yes, right? So you're walking them through this. They're saying, yes, that makes sense. They're agreeing. They're seeing that you're knowledgeable. You're teaching them while they're not feeling like they're being taught, basically, because nobody likes that, you know, in an investor meeting type scenario. And then you're agreeing on a net operating income. Once you agree on the net operating income, then you can say, well, it looks like with your 25% down payment, it looks like your cash flow is going to be about this much. Is that what you meant when you said middle of the road? Yeah, you know what? That works. Great. Now we just went through a scenario together, you guys, to where we can agree that that works for them. But remember where I started. I said, show them what the deal looks like in your market first, right? So I'm not showing them something I can't find them. I'm showing them something that I can find. So when they say, yeah, that looks great, you've got somebody who's ready to buy, basically. If they say no, oh my gosh, no, I was looking for something more cash flow. Oh, okay, so you mean you're really more over here in this area then, aren't you? More of the cash flow, more of the Uzi type properties. Don't get mad if I send you rundown properties that need a lot of work. Oh no, I don't want that. Okay, so then you're really towards the middle then, huh? See, we're just trying to agree. This is called the same page script. That's all this is, same page script. Trying to get that investor to agree and get on the same page with me as to what a deal is and what that means to them. Because see, remember what happens is so many investors, they'll say something like, tell me what you're looking for. Oh, Michael, you know, I'm looking for something that pencils out. You know, as long as it makes sense, it's a good deal. We'll buy anywhere. We'll buy anything. As long as it makes sense and pencils out, it's a good deal. What in the world does that mean, right? And so, and if they say, you know, I'm looking for this cap, I'm looking for a 6 cap. Okay, great. If we haven't had the conversation about the vacancy expenses and the vacancy factor and the expense factor, then we're not doing the NOI the same way, and so we're not even calculating the cap rate the same way, you guys. So getting and just sitting down with somebody, whether it's Zoom or a quick meeting, is so important. And then we're on the same page. We know what they mean, and now I can help them put something together. What I'm saying is, if somebody won't do these things, I'm not going to work with them. I'm a listing agent. And you should be too. And you should have systems in place and ways of doing business that you know are effective, and you should stick to that. And if somebody's not going to sign a confidentiality agreement or something that's light like that to protect your commission, why are you working with them? Or if they're not going to at least spend 10, 15 minutes with you on a Zoom, everybody can click on a Zoom and get on a meeting with me. Are you kidding me? I'm not asking you to drive. I'm not asking me to drive. I'm not asking you to take too much time away from me. But if you want me to go do all this stuff for you and help you find these things, you know, kind of throw me a bone here. Let's get on the same page or not. And if you don't, it's okay. It's fine, right? I'm just going to keep going after listings. See, so what we're doing is we're taking the 15% buyer that we're looking for. So write this down. Make a note. 85% of the people you meet that are buyers are a complete waste of time. 85% of the buyers that are out there, complete waste of time. Any commercial broker in the room will agree with what I just said, I think. And any commercial broker that's out there that you talk to would agree with what I just said. It's the same thing in residential, frankly. Buyers are a waste of time. But there are 15% of them that are really good. they're loyal. They'll sign an agreement. They're not going to, they appreciate you. They respect your time. They realize you work hard. Those are the ones that I work with. Those are the ones that we should work. Those are the good ones. Unfortunately, the ones that are not so good, that use and abuse, that work with everybody and never actually do a deal with them. They go to their cousin, their broker, their friend, and they just use you for the information. Unfortunately, they kind of have given a bad reputation to everybody, but that's not the case. Not everybody is not great, right? So we want the great ones, the 15%. And that this process that we just walked you through, that Stephen will walk you through more in detail at the one day, will give you the 15%, the good ones that you want to work with, okay? So basically what we're doing is we're having them go through hoops. We're having them go through hoops so that so that we can determine, is this somebody I want to work with? Okay, a hoop, a process is having them sign something. A hoop, a process, come in for an appointment, meet me on Zoom as an appointment. Those are things that we should have them do to be sure we want to work with them. So in closing, on this buyer thought, on this buyer system, just remember the SW, 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 SW. Some will, some won't. So what? Someone's waiting. Okay, it's just a numbers game. That's all it is, especially with buyers. You got to have this numbers game to get to the 15%. Folks, it's 3:04 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We are going to start at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. I'm going to see what we got going for questions, any housekeeping that we need to take care of before we wrap up today's class. But I think besides that, you're free to go. Be here at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late, Pacific Standard Time. Don't be late. Remember, we're going to get into those numbers. And if you miss it, guys, you're going to have lots of questions and we're not going to be able to answer them. So get here on time. Stephen, what do you got? Anything pressing? Any good questions on Vevox? And then we'll flip it back to Alex and the XP team to tell us what to do next.
Yeah, Chief, I have quite a few questions. Some of them are going to take us back. But they're good questions just for clarification because they're coming up at the end of the day. Is Value Plan Vanilla explained more in the book? I think that's more on day 3, right? Crap. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you. I'm just trying to remember, and I don't think it's explained more in day 3 or that it's in the book.
I thought it was. When I think about Value Plan Vanilla, I think about the part that I read. And that's a detailed explanation on those, I guess you could say, on those points, but is that not the same thing?
Yeah, it could be. It could be kind of it. Yeah, I think what I would say at this point is if you are not understanding that or need more, as long as you're here the next couple of days, you'll hear us. You'll see some examples of when we're doing that, and that's a good one too, Stephen, when you're actually reading that section.
Yeah, I'll point it out then. I thought that was a good question. The referral fee, is it whatever we say it is?
Referral fee for the lending or for sending referrals to other brokers? I'm assuming they're saying.
I'm not sure, but both of those questions have been asked, so you could kind of kill two birds with one stone by answering both.
So the lending piece is the lenders are typically going to say, look, we'll give referral fees and rebates up to 1% of the loan amount. Okay. And then I don't see a lot of them without caps. Most of them have caps. So pay up to 1% of the loan amount with a cap of 10,000, cap of 15,000. That's probably more normal than anything. And then on terms of referring to another broker, it's not like residential, where residential real estate, if I sent you a referral for a listing, I might say, hey, 20, 25, maybe even 30% for the referral fee. In commercial, it's not going to be that. It might be 10, 15%. So the referral fees are typically less paid to you. Why? Because they're typically a lot more work. There's a lot of work that can go into some of these transactions, especially some of the complicated ones.
Do we have to pay for access to the grid and other systems?
No, the grid is something we're teaching you for the class. It's part of the class that we're going to do how to do and how to implement, and it's yours. No, you put it. We're showing you how to put it together and how to do it, but there's nothing to pay for. No.
I think you addressed this one, but you're going to talk about how to find a mentor and a partner and all that, or did you already talk about
Yeah,
that?
we'll definitely talk more about mentors, partners, coaches. We'll definitely have more of that dialogue here over the next couple of days.
Cool. Michael, when you use CoStar, do you find it useful to search for sellers that are open to 1031 exchange to guess, or I guess what I'm asking is, when you start talking with them, are they really open to it? Also, I don't remember, can you filter for 1031s on LoopNet?
I'm going to kind of throw it back at you and say, let me show you what we suggest tomorrow and Wednesday, and how we go about getting listings and how we go about getting business and some of the methods and strategies we're going to share with you. And then if you still have that question, I'll answer that question. But I think when you see what we're doing, you're not going to want to do any, you're not going to worry about any of those things you just asked.
There are a couple questions for our Canadian brothers and sisters to the north. They were asking, please explain if there's an equivalent to 1031 exchange.
I don't know, is the honest answer. I'm not familiar with Canada and exchanges, so it sounds like it's not done there or something. I would defer that to somebody who's familiar with transactions in the US and transactions in Canada.
If they posted for social media.
And by the way, real quick, sorry, Steve, I just want to, Jim, Rich, Stephanie, the commercial crew, Jim, that guy knows everything, man. He's a machine. I mean, he really is. James Wong, he's a freaking machine on steroids. That's who's building the commercial division or the commercial company for eXp Commercial. He's the president, and he's just an absolute machine. He knows everything. He knows everybody. And so if you float that question over to him and his crew, they're just going to tear it up. They'll, because they're into international real heavy. So we'll get you that answer here.
Okay, and should we maintain separate websites for residential and commercial?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question, and it's a challenge, right? So what I did is I put up a website, and it was residential, and then I got into commercial, and so I put a commercial button in the middle of the residential website, and when you click the commercial button, it took you to the commercial website. But then my competition started using it against me, and they started saying, "See, he does both residential and commercial." Both. He does both because, see, a lot of your clients don't want to see you doing residential. So a lot of my experience has been my residential clients, they don't care if I do commercial. They're like, "Oh, Michael, I don't care. Just keep doing a good job for us." Where some of my commercial clients, they don't want to see me over here doing houses, right? And so unless I have a different division, that's why I was going to bring Steven on. He was going to run a separate division that was the residential division. That's how I would do that and suggest that you do that. And so I started doing it that way. And then they started saying, "Hey, see, he's doing both residential and commercial." So then I just went all commercial. So now if you Google us or pull me up, you won't really see anything residential anymore, because in time, the commercial has just taken over basically, and you don't see anything residential anymore out there. But at some point, you're going to have to start looking at that and say, okay, who do I want to be? What do I want to do? And how am I going to go about it? Do I want to have two separate websites? Do I want to have two separate business cards? What do I want to do? And these become challenges short term based on your goals and where you want to go and what direction you want to go into.
Okay, last question, Chief. Do you have to be licensed in each state you want to do commercial?
Yes. So a lot of times what we'll do is we'll do co-brokerage. where Keith comes to mind. Keith is my buddy in Alabama, right? So let's say I had a deal in Alabama. I don't have a license in Alabama. So I would go to Keith and I'd say, hey, Keith, I got this deal. Here's the client likes me, is, a good friend of mine. We go way back from college. He trusts me. I need to stay involved in this and communicate with the client. They feel more comfortable doing that. See, I'm going to get a better referral fee or partnership fee, co-brokerage fee when I do that, because I'm asking Keith for very limited assistance. I just need him to run the deal through his office. Where if I need Keith to pull properties, do some research, do some running around, it depends on what's going on, then that referral fee might change, or that arrangement might change. But you need a license in the state that you're doing business in order to do a deal in that state. And even to step foot in some states and even start looking at properties at all as a broker, there's various rules and regulations. In fact, EXP has a map on it that I've seen and that I have somewhere on my computer, because you need a license in the state that you're going to do business in. Yes, but that's how we get around it also.
All right, Chief, we can stop it there.
All right, you guys. Well, you guys have been great today, and we appreciate your time so much. There's still 500 of you in the room, and I hope you got some great value from this tonight. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send you home with a little bit of cheer, right? Because we get stressed out a little bit sometimes in our business. So raise your hand if you get stressed out in the room. I'm going to read something to you. It's going to take 30 seconds, and then we'll get you out of here. It'll help with your stress. If you can start the day without caffeine, if you can always be cheerful, ignoring aches and pains, if you can resist complaining and boring people with your troubles, if you can eat the same food every day and be grateful for it, if you can understand when your loved ones are too busy to give you any time, if you can take criticism and blame without resentment, if you can conquer tension without medical help, if you can relax without alcohol, if you can sleep without the aid of drugs, then you're probably the family dog. So handle every stressful situation like a dog. If you can't eat it or play with it, just pee on it and walk away. Ha 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 ha. All right, you guys, have a good night, and don't stress yourselves out. Don't forget your homework, elevator script, and we will look forward to seeing you 7 a.m. right on time